That's we need more of that.
I should have said flat like a piece of paper when he asked me, what do I mean by flat? Because I'm looking at it right here from astronomy.com. As far as cosmologists can tell, space is almost perfectly flat. But what does this mean? The theory of general relativity, under which space itself can curve, allows for the universe to take one of three forms: flat, like a sheet of paper; closed, like a sphere; or open, like a saddle. Bro should have just put me in my place and said, it says right here it can be closed like a sphere.
Can you?
Yeah, but they call it spherical surface, two-dimensional.
Scroll down a little bit further, and it says it has a heading, and it says flat in 3D. Keep scrolling.
I just read it word for word what it said.
I know. I'm asking you to keep scrolling down and keep reading it word for word.
Well, you already won. I concede because it says right here, closed like a sphere. So, I mean, yeah, man, if the universe can be spherical, then I guess the planets can be spherical. So you win. Congrats.
They literally call the Earth a two-dimensional sphere.
That's an oxymoron.
Yeah, but they swear by it. I mean, they literally will argue with you all night that it is two-dimensional, and the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional.
If I was talking about anything else at all, like, I do mean anything else, and I a two-dimensional sphere, then I get laughed at because that's a circle.
That's their math. Their math is two-dimensional on paper. It can't be anything else. They're not talking about Earth. They're talking about math. Yeah, so they keep saying the Earth math.
Is there any mass included in these calculations? Probably not.
Probably you should host on your show a gravity debate and have Jimbo show up for the gravity side, the one, the side that you can't measure. You should have Jimbo show up and another person show up, and we'll have a couple on the electrostatic side, which you can actually measure because we have a field meter and we have an equation. So let's have Jimbo show up and talk about his gravity, which you can't measure, and we'll talk about electrostatics. It has a field meter that you can measure, and we'll have a good time.
Set it up, man. We'll host it on the channel. No holds bars, 7 rounds or however many there are in boxing. I don't know.
There you go. 2-on-2. We'll make it nice and fair, Jimbo. What do you say?
I say I don't do formal debates, but I'll jump on a call with you anytime.
Don't do formal debates. Spoken like a true loser. I'm just kidding. It was a little harsh.
That's why I like troubling so much.
Jim, I never talk like this. What do you mean? I'm just trying some shit out, and it's fun.
Jim, I thought you were going to tell me this weekend why A's 9.81.
Oh my goodness! No, somebody booted me because I raised my Denny's coffee cup too many times on the camera, and he didn't like it, so he booted me. And I said, "Screw this, bye."
Oh, dude, I raised my Troubling Tribune cup on every stream, and if they don't let me plug, then I don't want to be there.
That's right. I like Troubling's coffee cup or tea cup, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah? Then why haven't you ordered one?
Oh, Troubling, I've tried to help you out a little bit with a little bit of money here and there.
Oh, you've been great. I'm just giving you some hassle. Like I said, I'm going to be starting a new series called Tribune Unchained.
The fun thing about Troubling. There's a lot of fun things about Troubling, but you really, when you listen to him, you know where he's wanting to go. He's wanting to open up the conversation, and he's wanting to do it in a cordial way. And so you really got to appreciate Troubling because you know where he's wanting to go. He's wanting to open up conversation, and that's really a good thing.
That's what it's all about, really. If we can, be chatting, be heard, and everybody be entertained, then that is the win. I just created a beautiful piece of art. My goodness.
If you really wanted to have a wrestling match traveling on TikTok, you and Maria could host. Be co-hosts or co-moderators of a debate on globe versus stationary topographical plane. And you two would have to agree that you get along together, but you two are so opposite that in your belief system, it'd be fun to have you two as moderators and have a 2-on-2 with
Have two not really moderators moderate or pretend to moderate.
Maria is such a paid globe agent. It's just like you guys would get along so well.
I kind of disagree with it because she just does the very basic, very bare minimum mainstream Glober response and does not really challenge effectively the flat Earth at all.
Yeah, she puts those stupid little signs behind her and goes, "Evolution, prove me wrong. Earth is round. Prove me
That
wrong."
is a tried and true. Laugh if you like, but that is a tried and true method that gets people to click, and it's very. So I took that method and I was like, man, we could improve upon this dramatically, and I have with my super badass and eye-catching thumbnails that are behind me.
I forgot one troubling. Evolution, Earth is round. Moon landing, prove it wrong.
You can't. You can't. It's in unfalsifiable position.
That's her.
The moon landing?
Yeah,
It's
it's-
falsifiable. None of the three dudes that went know whether there were stars or not when they went. That's kind of weird.
No,
And
that's
then they didn't.
that's
And then
moon
they didn't leave. And then they didn't leave anything in a vehicle. All you have to do is drive back and forth to make a line big enough for everybody to see from your front porch, dude. So you wouldn't spend all this science, money, all that other stuff to do pointless, goofy stuff. You would put a line on the moon that everybody knew you put there that never existed until you got there and put it there.
bro. You just don't understand. You got to go back to what your teacher taught you.
I don't have any teachers.
Oh man, that's the problem.
Oh, I got to be taught that they went, or is it like a known fact, or should I have?
I'm a flat earther, bro. I'm just trolling you.
No, I'm just saying, like, in the idea of things, you have to be taught that you went. I mean, that'd be weird, wouldn't it?
Would be.
So, like, I wonder why nobody's, just set up 2 helium balloons and just held on to the strings and put them in tubes and start them out at the wall of the tube. And you do them in the ground. You could do them under the ground, like a mile deep. And you just keep going. Start them at the ground. Keep going up, 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 up. And shouldn't they just keep veering away from each other, farther and farther on a sphere?
They should.
Where's that simple little $5 test at?
But we don't have time for that. It's better stuff to spend the money on.
Oh yeah, we'd rather get a $10,000 cat toy, and then we won't demonstrate elevation. It's never been done in an elevator shaft on the first floor, the 10th floor, or the top of the elevator, just to see if you can get close to and then see your elevation there and say, hey, the Mile High City. Let's go take a reading in the Mile High City. Let's go take a reading in the city that's not a mile high, and see how those were. And like different amounts of different feet of elevation. So if all you're doing is changing elevation and you're getting the same readings, why did they tell you you're going around a ball? but they won't do it in different elevations. They just go sit it somewhere and say, look, we did it on the ground. We'll do it on the top of the building too. You're going to get a different reading, right? Because you get 18 to 20 different readings on the ground where you're doing it to begin with. And then if your problem is burning a string and you're telling me you need a lighter, it takes a lighter with some butane and fuel to burn a string to calculate the rotation or the deviation of the rotation of the Earth through the gyro. Like what? Or through the plumb? Like
That
no.
doesn't for you.
Pendulum? No.
That doesn't make perfect sense to you, bro.
Oh hell no. No, I would use a stick. I would get a stick on a little bitty circle and have another little circle on the plumb or the pendulum. And I'd have a solid stick. That way you wouldn't have to worry about what a rope could mess you up on. It'd be a solid stick showing you what the Earth does. I don't know why you'd need to do any magic tricks anyway. If the Earth was doing something, all kind of things would show you the deviation. Not a magic cat toy on a string. I mean, does that even make sense?
I mean, I tend to find the cat toys pretty distracting.
What about when they take a scale and they start moving it and the weight changes on the scale in elevation? How come they don't weigh a bowling ball at the top of the building and at the bottom, or at the top of an airplane and at the runway up at 35,000 feet? Weigh this stuff. Weigh it while you're moving. Weigh it while it's spinning. Weigh it while it's still. You get the idea. You're on a spinning ball. You can't weigh things. The scale would never settle. So sure enough, as our Earth would rotate, you just sit your scale on the ground and just start seeing it deviate itself. It would show you the deviation of gravity, right? Because that's how we measure our gravity, right? With a scale.
That's true.
Yeah. So when the moon came past, it would show you a reading. When the sun went past or in an eclipse, it would show you a different reading. And while it's spinning and on its wobble during like this scale should actually show you the fluctuation of gravity on the planet's spin, where it's at, and according to the other planets, how far and away in rotation that the mass has an effect on our planet. That doesn't happen now, does it?
It sure does not. I guess I should just pack it up and turn in my Glober card, huh?
Yeah.
Just remember, Demok, when you have one mass going close to another mass, it's perfectly okay, and you can measure that. But when you throw that third mass in, then you got to have a computer answer it for you, because that's too deep for the human Glober brain.
The last time I checked the orrery, it had way more than 2 or 3. It had 9, 8, 7. How many are we down to now? How many planets they giving us now? Were they giving us more or taking some away? We still got Pluto?
They gave Pluto back to Disney, and so we only have 8 now.
Oh, we must have broke away from Disney. Warner Brothers and Disney's must have split up. But I'm just saying, has anyone ever seen, I've never seen anything to scale, anything that really matches anything. I mean, can you really imagine what they would have to make the Earth and how big would you have to make your sun in a lab to actually show kids the representation of what you're trying to show them, right? Because the sun is supposed to represent 100 or 1 million of the Earths, and the Earth is supposed to be 4 times bigger than the moon. Then you're supposed to have them, according to Google, so many away, they equal 93 million. and so many Earths away from the 238,000 miles away from the moon. Like, when has that ever been demonstrated?
Denmark, you said something very profound. You used the word imagine. And so, we need to ask Professor Parks and other people who come in here, what do astronomers do when they look into the sky? They imagine, they pretend, and they dream. What they do.
They clearly don't have any math if they can't reproduce it. They don't have any math to scale down correctly, because if they had all the math that was proof, then you just do a little fraction, a little division, a little minusing, the most easiest math we have for third graders. And that's what you would do. And you'd make a little ball version, right? Like a little model car that we drive around, or remote control, boats, planes, everything. Yeah, they can't do that though. That's too hard.
Oh, I got it. I'm going to find this fairy tale for you. Just for you, I'm going to find this fairy tale. I got
So, I
it.
mean, how would we, like, what would you use for a mile? A millimeter?
Well, not to get too scientific, but they did make a photon with E equal HV or E equal HF. They made the photon 186,000 miles long. So hey, they can do anything they want to.
Holy moly.
Hey, I found a fairy tale for you, Demo. So what caused the Earth to tilt? Long, long ago, when Earth was young, it is thought that something big hit the Earth and knocked it off kilter. So instead of rotating its axis straight up and down, it leans over a bit. By the way, that big thing that hit the Earth is called Thea. Isn't that a nice fairy tale?
Yeah, isn't it funny that Sandra Bullock's went to space? Isn't that a bunch of bullocks?
I looked this up in the last week. I said, what caused the Earth to tilt 23.4 degrees? I just wanted to know. And I came up with this fair. Somebody actually put that in Google. What a plague. Oh my goodness. Long, long ago, Denmark, when the Earth was young.
How far does it take how long does it take a rocket to go past the boat that's over the horizontally? I wonder.
Oh my goodness.
About 33 seconds.
Hey, by the way, Denmark, that big thing that hit the Earth is called Thea.
Yeah, we should talk about energy equal in mass times acceleration, right? You know how, like, when you drop the penny from a building, it'll crack the concrete, or when you drop it like right next to your head, it's just a little penny and it weighs what a penny weighs. And then if you just magically drop it from a building, it weighs 500 pounds. Isn't that weird? So when you drop something and it becomes massively bigger in weight from potential or energy mass that exerted upon it, trying to release itself to the ground, what would you think you're doing to a rocket? Now, how much does a rocket want to go and miss the Earth when it's supposed to go towards the center of mass if it's increasing in mass by increasing acceleration in energy potential? So if it increases its own weight by 1,000 times by free fall, how could it ever leave the Earth's pull doing that? It would have to go closer. It would have to go dig into the Earth, being more massive, correct?
Hey, Denmark, do you know what happened to that thing that hit the Earth called Thea? You know what happened to it? Guess what?
I don't know what that is.
It was a big asteroid. It's now the moon, and part of it is in the Earth. So it's the moon and part of the Earth.
That's pretty cool.
I just
Check this out.
I just want you to know that.
Yeah, no, I know. I was just kidding. I know all about that. It's cartoons. When Felix Baumgartner free falls at 9.8 meters per second, second squared. Does the rocket fall at the same rate? And if the rocket falls at the same rate as Felix Baumgartner, then how come they both can't just free fall around Earth? So Felix Baumgartner got to 833 miles an hour. So the rocket's going 833 miles an hour in free fall? Or faster? Or is there different amounts? I don't know. I'm confused. I thought there was a constant.
Well, I understand in quantum mechanics, there's something called Planck's constant. Some people call it Planck's constant. Depends if you're drunk or not. And it's 6.626 times 10 to the negative 34, which is, if you spell that out, it's 0.33
What's it a constant of?
I have no idea. And it's
Oh,
part
isn't
of
that
the
cool?
it's part of the equation E equal HV vibration, or E equal H F for frequency. And so, and Planck, whatever you want to call it, depending if you're drunk or not, said that he did that out of an act of desperation. He had to come up with something, for the mathematics. So isn't that great? I love it.
Also, all you got to do is just make stuff up. If you're the first guy that thinks of it, you can be like BTHQT1 negative 10 Tor 2 P2 plus 5. Oh, you wouldn't understand.
Have you ever thought to try to patent what you just said?
To what?
Have you ever thought to try to patent what you just said? I mean, somebody's got to believe what you just said. You can make some money off of it. Do you remember what you just said, or did you just make that up? Oh, that's what quantum mechanics
It's
is.
made up.
Quantum mechanics is made up, so you just made it up. Hey, Demok, you just made up some quantum mechanics. Good job.
I know. With B's and P's and 2's and H's and C's and squared.
I'm going to tell you, Demok is very, very smart. Demok is so smart that he could tell me what wave particle duality means. Can you tell me what wave particle duality means, Demok? Because you're a smart guy.
There's no such thing. It's human parabolia. It's the inverse square law. It's a blur, bad vision. It's the non-ability to even see a proton as a human or a photon, because they would blend together anyway, even if you're an inch away from them. They would look like a wall of light anyway, no matter what you did as a human. Yeah. Light widens from the source out. So from your eyes, the vision goes wider, and anything that hits onto something, it's a wider vision hitting onto it. So spreading itself out automatically, blending itself in with itself automatically as it goes out from the source. Any light does that. And then when it hits the source of reflecting object or the material, it's going to widen back to your eyeball too. So that's spreading itself again. So it's just how you see. It doesn't do anything different than what it does. It sits there. It just sits there. It doesn't change when you look. Ice cream doesn't become cookies and dinosaurs when you look away and then turn back to ice cream, or it doesn't pop out of existence. The food in your freezer doesn't not exist because you're not looking at it. You go back tomorrow, you wake up, it's still there. Come on, people. You with me?
Hey, Demok, did you hear about that new kids game that Mattel just brought out a couple weeks ago? It's called Photon Foosball. Photon Foosball. What you do is you throw something up in the air, take a swing at it, and try to hit it out of the park. The only problem is it doesn't exist. So you swing
Gotta
and miss.
watch out for your neighbors.
You swing and miss at that photon every time when you play Photon Foosball.
Gotta watch out for the kids and the neighbors because you might hurt them swinging for that photon.
Oh my goodness.
I sure hope they give you your Nobel Prize.
Last summer, I went. My brother-in-law and I went to Discount Tuesday. Yeah, Discount Tuesday. Went to see Tom Cruise in the new Maverick movie. You know, the one they told us that Maverick was going around the curve of the earth. That's why the headquarters couldn't hear him, and they told us about the law of gravity and stuff like that. And so, we went. My brother-in-law and I went for $6 a piece, but you know what? It's
Propaganda.
It's a lot more fun talking to Globers, because talking to Globers is free entertainment. I had to pay $6 to laugh at Tom Cruise and for 2 hours.
Man, I just discovered something pretty cool.
What's that?
Did you guys know that tectonic plates do not prove a globe? And they actually can prove a flat Earth?
Yeah, I had a geologist friend on over at Tartaria it was a while back, and yeah, he was like that was a question posed to him. He was like, yeah, it wouldn't matter either way. You could probably have them, on many different shapes.
Well, the thing that's super interesting is that Antarctica is like, this is the oddball of the plates. Like, all the plates have like, oh, never mind. The Pacific's pretty big too, but the Antarctic one's demonstrably the biggest. It's massive. And if you map it out on the Mercator, it's basically, there's no tectonic plate that cuts through Antarctica at all, which would, in my opinion, that would be a little hard to explain if you could track that all the way through, almost like the north to south circumnavigation. That would be like kind of a way of doing that. But there's no fault line that goes through Antarctica. So,
What do you think about? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, D-Mock.
You go ahead.
I was just going to ask you, Troubling, what you think about seismic waves and like earthquakes and them like tracking and shaping those vibrations or whatever to prove the shape to be a sphere. Have you heard of that?
yeah, I have heard of that, but I've heard that there's anomalies with it, and I've also heard that the only truly accurate seismology is with local flat Earth models.
Interesting. I'd never heard the opposite there. That saying like it actually works better with flat and local. That'd be
You
cool to
should
look
ask,
at.
PhD Tony.
No. If you want to ask PhD Tony anything, you got to be ready to get screamed at. I swear.
But he's a seismologist.
No, that his name, Demon, is pseudoscience Tony.
Where do earthquakes come into play with the moving Earth and not being able to feel Earth move? But then you can feel Earth move anytime dirt moves. Anytime a big truck goes down the street, you can feel the Earth move. But yeah,
the Earth not moving has to deal with measuring its motion around the sun in space.
no,
So
remember the thought experiment I gave you, which you can actually do on a real ball. Put a scale on there and start spinning it.
that's all the globe has is thought experiments, right?
No, you can really put a scale on a real ball in it right now in your
They can
house.
really back up your thought
The
experiment.
stuff I'm saying you can do, but it doesn't back the ball. It tears the ball down. It destroys it. It makes it impossible. Everything about it, like you can't weigh yourself. How could you weigh yourself on a spinning object? So somebody can clearly go get on a spinning object and get the scale
Stand
with
on
them.
the scales.
Show me. Just show me. Show me how you do that.
Go stand on some
In a
scales.
gravitron. Show me how much you weigh in the gravitron.
Show me how much you weigh in a gravitron.
Well, I'm just saying, against the wall. Put the scale on the wall. Put your butt under there. Sit down on the scale, and show me how much you weigh before it starts and after.
Cool.
I mean, I
Off
just
you
want to talk science, physics. They don't really want to do that, though, do they? You got to imagine.
Can go do it anytime you like.
You want to talk about how much you weigh after something starts spinning, Demon Strike, and pulls you down to it? For real, like versus something that doesn't.
You started on feeling movement and earthquake movement, and then ended on gravity being pulled down. Which one do you want me to engage with?
Nothing.
I mean, I got responses to both, but I was actually zoning out at the last part. I was trying to do something.
I can't hear him anymore. I think that's what's going on.
Yeah, he might be working right now. I don't know his schedule, but that's usually what happens to me if I just stop talking in the middle of whatever. I just assume like my boss has walked up on me unexpectedly.
You were talking about thought experiments. You know, one of the biggest thought experiments, most famous, is Einstein's photoelectric, which he actually stole from somebody who worked on it 10 years before that. But the whole idea was a thought experiment because of the fact that nobody's ever seen an electron go in anywhere and knock another electron out of its orbit that was around nucleus. Nobody's ever seen that, so that was the biggest thought experiment. And that was 1905, and poor Einstein had to wait 16 years before he won a Nobel Prize for it. I find that thought experiment really good.
So how you been, Jim? I was away for a couple days there, like about a week and a half.
I miss you, Demon, because there are two globe earthers in the 5,000 members of, give or take 1,000, either way, in the 5,000 members of Globerville, which exist on the internet. There's only like 2 or 3 of them that I enjoy talking to, and you're one of them.
Oh, I was gonna say the same to you.
Oh my goodness!
Because you're a glober.
It's just Demon. It's just too much. You know, Demon. It's just too much fun to be right. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's intoxicating. I can smell it coming off of you.
Oh my goodness. I tell you what, your spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space just cracks me up every time I think about it now.
So, like, what keeps you on the globe side, D-Monk?
Gravity.
Hey, good one.
In all seriousness, though, is that it?
Hey, troubling. Go ahead, Demon.
I guess you'd have to show me something that would be convincing to the opposition, because I've a lot of the ISS, things are fun to knock down and laugh about, but like, what's a real, honest to God, this means the Earth is actually flat for you, and I'll try and give a stab at it.
Okay. So, are you familiar with line of sight propagation?
I mean, if you're just talking about looking at things,
I mean, that's one form of it, I suppose.
okay, continue.
Okay. So, following that line of logic, line of sight propagation is something that we can use to falsify the curvature rate or the proposed curvature rate of the Earth. Because obviously, if you don't have the ability to see through a hump of Earth, right, then you don't have line of sight. And so, a few things that work off line of sight that kind of follow the same type of thing that we try to do with long distance photography and laser observations, as well as mirror flashes, where we're using the light spectrum, the visible spectrum, to try to debunk the curvature. But we run into problems because when we do attempt to falsify it, obviously refraction gets thrown into the mix, and then it gets used as a blanket term to explain away every observation. So we then have radar propagation that also can work off of line of sight. And in fact, it has the record for it happens to be the thing that led to the discovery of the ionosphere, which was, I'm sure you've heard this point before, but Marconi shooting a radio wave across the Atlantic Ocean 2,000 miles. So it was literally told to him that it wouldn't work because of the curvature of the Earth. The radio waves go out straight, so they would, in theory, go off into space, and maybe some of them would wrap around. But in any case, you have him shooting these radio waves over, and then them going and hitting their target over 2,000 miles away. So they proposed that there has to be something for it to be bouncing off of for this observation to be possible. So basically, the same thing as refraction, right? The wave is bending due to something. Okay, so we can't use that. So then we move on to microwave propagation, which microwave propagation is above, I think it's between like 100 and 300 megahertz or whatever the heck you measure it by. And microwaves go through the ionosphere, admitted by the mainstream standards. So that also works off of line of sight, and we have a record of, I believe, 250 miles. And with that, the excuse for that is, now there's another layer called the tropospheric scattering, we're going to call it. And this acts like a level layer. This is what they call it, a level layer parallel to the Earth's surface that is perfectly bouncing the microwaves back to appear as if they work just line of sight. Like you just shoot it and it works.
So what? Yeah, so you get to a different frequency, and there's another density layer that's bouncing that frequency off as well. When you say the level, I'm following everything you're saying.
No, I mean like the logical, the fallaciousness of it, right? Like we're attempting to falsify the claim, but if all that can happen is another layer of BS be introduced to explain away that observation.
What were the reasons? What were the reasons that they were doing this line of sight propagation? Like, was it to falsify the curvature of the Earth, or was it for what was the ends to the means?
So these documents come, a lot of them, right from the Army when we're talking like the microwave. So they don't care about like Earth curvature. They don't take that into account on this. They're just shooting line of sight. They don't have any. This is behind closed doors. This is not a political debate.
Mm-hmm.
They're just doing what works.
Right. So I just say I would probably try and find a study or an experiment that's looking to falsify due to curvature. Because with the narrative that you're driving is that we use the optical and the infrared, and that gives us the one spectrum. It's bouncing off the one layer. So we use the microwave that's going to nullify that. But it turns out there's another layer. And if this was all one experiment, this would be kind of like lend credence, but it sounds like it's multiple experiments, and there isn't they're not like trying to even prove a shape at that point, so it's not like they're like, oh, it's not round or it's not flat because there's this other thing getting in the way. It's more like here's the ends of like the limitations or whatever of the tool, and those are the documents that you're reading it from.
So again, to kind of make the point that I was making was that is fallacious to assume that it can't be that it hasn't been falsified, or that it can't be falsified, or that as long as there's a reason for it, that it's okay, that it's that we shouldn't accept the evidence because it has an explanation, right? Like, I can tell you as a salesman, I can come up with a reason for anything, and I do mean that. I can come up with a reason for anything. Do not challenge me on it. With that being said, to simply say, because the status quo holds this position, and therefore I'm going to require that there be no other explanation other than the earth be flat, for me to be able to accept it, is fallacious on its head. If there is a conspiracy at foot, then obviously there's always going to be a bullshit explanation, even if it's not even intelligent, right? Which in this case, we literally, because Marconi didn't give a crap about the earth curvature, obviously. He just thought it was going to work. He shot it line of sight. He wasn't calculating for a bounce. And by the way, that's what you would do in a real world if we were bouncing signals off of these layers to make the signal reach. Then we would have the calculation set. We would be angling these lasers, these radar beams, these microwave beams in a way that would make this bounce. We wouldn't be shooting it line of sight and it just happened to work every time. So that's the thing that's weird about it, and that it would just happen to be a weird coincidence that all things of spectrum that we can actually use to falsify the claim, it just so happens that there's always something to bounce it off of. If we found out tomorrow that there was a new frequency that went through the troposphere, then we would come up with a new layer if it happened to work up line of sight. We would theorize, oh, well, because the Earth is a sphere, that's where they would start with. Because the Earth is obviously curving, there has to be something that it's bouncing off of. So
it just sounds like they've got stuff that like data points that they're referencing that give credence to there being something there. Like, I wouldn't even use those, like for like the proof, or like quote unquote proof that the Earth is curved. I wouldn't even go to optical, because then you have to take into account like data for the humidity, the temperatures, all that. There's so many variables, right? Where for like gravity, it's like more of a constant. So
no, gravity's not actually, that's a misconception. Gravity's not a constant. Gravity was a average that was put together, and I could actually link you to the TED Talk that talks all about that, not only for gravity but also for the speed of light as well, how they blundered on that. And everybody just went with it for like 40 years because scientists just pat each other on the back and tell each other good job, and peer review actually doesn't work out that great.
Yeah. Well, what like gravity more of? Like, yeah, definitely good variations. Like, especially when you go like it's the gravitational field is actually mapped. Like, you can see the density based on mountain ranges and underwater mountain ranges and all that BS. But for me, it would be LIGO and how it's extremely flat and straight, but it's not level. It's only level at the crux where the two beams meet, and as they go out from that axis point, they become less and less level as they get near the ends of each of the lengths of the arms.
With all due respect, you don't have any firsthand knowledge of any of that.
Oh yeah, I mean, I could do that for everything that you just claimed for, all of the radar propagation, all of the microwave propagation. You just read a thing, right?
Yeah, but the difference is that those people actually believe in the globe and they debunk themselves. So they're hostile witnesses. So problem with indoctrination. Right? So, and again, that's the problem with indoctrination. When we try to actually falsify there can always be something introduced, right? Like, again, you would say that your main proof that the Earth is a ball is because LIGO measures a little off level.
Consistently off level at a measurable distance. But it's laughable to say that I can't use this because I didn't do it myself. Like, that's crazy. You're not in the military. You didn't read that document yourself.
No, the accused literally did it though. It's not even like it was a third party or an unaffiliated. No, but
you're claiming that it's debunking itself, and it's not. I listened to what you're saying, and yeah, there's obviously more data to back up what the thing claims. You haven't refuted it. The only way you refute it is by saying, like, come on, guy, that sounds ridiculous, right?
Funny. So you think it's more reasonable that the line of sight just happens to bounce the beams in the right direction every time?
Did you look thoroughly through how it would wrap around and all of that and the information on how waves propagate around curved surfaces? Did you look into that as well?
If I work backwards, I can make anything make sense. That's the
I know. I can hear it coming. Like, you're good at it. I get it.
What did you say about being a salesman, Troubling?
Yeah, I have like 8 years of sales and marketing experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
No, but you said something. So you said you could do something like, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you said you could make up reasons.
Yeah, you could make up reasons for anything.
True. Yep. But can you go grab those reasons and then test if they're true?
Absolutely. Sometimes.
And will some of them will some of the reasons that you've made up be false or true, or will they always test true?
I've actually been wrong several times, and I'm open to being wrong about this stuff too as well. It's just, it's not. So the thing is like when we're talking about trying to, it's weird, right? Because we're dealing with a conspiracy and one side wants to pretend that there's not a conspiracy and that everything's on the up and up. So we're dealing with data points that are then being taken as literal evidence to the thing when there was no scientific experiment, no cause and effect relationship. And we have attempts to build experiments and observations that would falsify the proposed claim. And yet things can just be made up, data inserted to then make that a reasonable thing that happens on a globe, like seeing line of sight over hundreds of miles with multiple different bandwidths, microwaves, radio waves, and light, and yet it all happens to work the same way, line of sight, even though the refraction rates would be different for all of that.
I think what I'm getting at is so that like one of the reasons like we can see a little bit further according to the globe model would be like because refraction is the thing that occurs. But then you can go and demonstrate. You can go, wait, what's refraction? And does that happen? And then you can go test refraction. Okay, yes, okay, refraction happens. Great. So now we need to include this in our observations. Whereas if I say, we can see a bit further because on Mondays,
I agree with you, and then
I jump twice as high, and that makes me be able to see further or whatever. And but then I do that, and it doesn't affect. If I can't see further when I jump twice as high or whatever, then whatever my made up reason is, then that's demonstrably not affecting the outcome.
Yeah, I don't want you to jump points away from the refraction.
Well, I'm not. I don't want to get into refraction. What I'm saying, my point is, the reasons that you are saying are made up for these explanations.
Well, they are.
You can go and test them. You can go test these reasons and see if things work that way. That's the point.
Ionosphere was literally ad hoc. That's not my opinion. That's a fact.
Yeah.
We did not know about it. We did a line of sight test, and then we figured that the Earth had to be curving, and so it had to bounce off something. And then you get, boom, the ionosphere.
It's fun that LIGO is funded and part of the National Science Foundation fiscal year 2022 enacted budget is $8.8 billion with a B, which is a 4.1% increase from 2021. And the National Science Foundation funds approximately 25% of all federally supported basic research conducted by the United States colleges and universities. So, is LIGO going to come out and say, we don't live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space? No, they're going to confirm that because they're taxpayer supported, government supported, and we even have right here part of the $8.8 billion budget.
What type of refraction do they demonstrate? I'd like to see that spherical refraction with like a sun source outside in the air.
Also,
I'd like to see how they do that.
to add on to the refraction point, in the refraction thing that you guys claim, yes, you can measure that the air has a certain density and that it has a certain refractive index. You then have to assume the angle that the light is coming in, the angle of incidence, which would change completely depending on which model you're using, the flat model versus the globe model. So to simply assert that there are no assumptions and that you're just measuring the effects of refraction as claimed by MC Toon would be demonstrably false.
But the angle of the light coming in has been measured, and it only comports to a globe.
No, that's where you're wrong. Angles cannot comport to a globe. Two lines
Sure,
can comport
but
to a
like
globe.
there's data for it. Oh, sorry.
Data for what? Two lines? Show me how two lines.
No, multiple. Like it was like 30 people or so.
Multiple lines? So 30 lines make a globe.
No.
Draw those 30 lines for me.
It was the angle of the light coming in, and it was measured,
know
and
you
it all
keep saying that,
comports with the shape of a ball, but not a flat
You keep
surface.
saying that. Can you draw the angles of the lines? Then we can get a better.
No,
image
I
of
don't
what
have
you're
crayons
talking
right
about.
now, Democ. Sorry.
So you don't know what you're
No
talking
crayons. I do. I just
about. So you can't draw the lines and angles that
don't
show
have
us here.
crayons. I mean, I can draw with crayons on my TV, but I don't know how to get the image over to you. I haven't figured it out yet.
I don't know how to use horizontal pieces to make a sphere either. That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it?
The circle shape goes in the circle hole, but sometimes you can fit it in the square hole, and sometimes you can actually fit some of the other shapes in some of the other holes too. It's pretty crazy. I don't know if you're on that puzzle right now.
So why are you running from refraction right now? How do you demonstrate what a shadow looks like with a sun source on a globe, a ball? Like when it's going down away from it and stuff like that, popping up, you know, when you first see the object getting hit by light. How would a building look like to us on a real sphere compared to a flat base?
What would a building look like on a cereal box on the side of a ball tilted in the backyard as you walk away and take a drone up in the air and you dive down past the earth and the dirt as a kamikaze angle towards the water and shoot past it, right?
No, you can walk around the earth. You can orbit on your shoes until the soles wear off. Then you can take your shoes off and orbit around the earth on your feet really slow. You don't need magic numbers. You don't need magic math. You can walk all around. All you need to do is eat some sandwiches.
2 bees for a nickel, flim flam snizzy pants.
Hey, Demon, is that your weed and your alcohol talking, or is that actually you?
So, but why you running? I mean, so you can run around the earth, right? If I gave you enough energy from me to you, like if you went from the North Pole and took off running, you come back to the North Pole.
Get this. Not only could you see my ass looking at the atmosphere, but if you gave me enough energy, I could run around and hit my own ass.
Yeah, that's a cool story. So when you run from the north and you keep running in one direction, right, and you supposedly come back to the north, did you not orbit your globe on your feet?
Was I listening to One Direction the whole time? Because I wouldn't make it.
Well, why do birds only got to fly one direction? What's wrong with flying the other way to get to the same spot? Which you could do too as a human. You could go backwards, still get back to that same spot. You can go north, south, east, west, and still come back to the same spot on a sphere. And it's all one direction.
Good point.
Yeah.
Good point. If birds can fly, why can't fly's bird?
No, the ball is only one direction. No matter which direction you walk, you're coming back to where you started from. One direction. That's the ball. That's the good point you need to pay attention to.
But like the third chapter of Captain Underpants, like honestly, that gets me too, Democ. Thanks for sending that to me.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
So
you don't have to talk about it here. We'll do it in DMs.
Refraction and shadows on a sphere. Do you know how they look? Have you ever done that?
Oh, you're into shading now?
Shadows.
It's pretty advanced.
Well, you think you
Yeah.
live on a sphere, but
Like
you
cross
wouldn't shave
hatching or
No, shaving with a spherical mirror. Do you do that?
no, I do it with a flat mirror because that's the reality. Flat.
Oh, it's flat, huh? So when you look at the water, does it match a round mirror that you shave with, or does it match a flat mirror that you should shave with?
Oh
Just
my
show me
god,
where the
dude, you
water
just blew my mind. Holy fuck, the world is flat. It's
Well,
got to
just
be
show me
because of
where it
that, right?
matches the
Because
spherical
I
mirror.
shave with a flat instead of a round mirror.
So you think a whole planet at no point in time, when you're looking at nothing but ocean, is going to act like a ball mirror? You think it would never act like? You think it act like a flat mirror? Show me how that works in reality. Show me how a flat mirror and a round mirror look the same at all ever. I'll wait. I'll wait for your crayons and
I
buckets.
don't think they make. I was gonna say I don't think they make a mirror crayon yet. That'd be kind of fucking cool, but
mirror that's round.
definitely.
They don't make a
Democ,
flat
one of
round
these
mirror.
days I'm gonna have so many crayons. I'm gonna make the perfect picture for you.
Yeah, I know. Why don't you go get that ball picture that you tell everybody that's a horizontal ball? Go get that picture real quick. I got an idea for you.
I only share that in a secret thread. You have to be really, really cool to see that.
Well, you should go get the yoga ball or whatever thing you're talking about. Show us how beautifully horizontal it is in that little picture, right? Then just still frame and copy about 1,000 of those pictures live. Just do it live real quick for us, or just do it on your own time and just play it back to us so we can see the video of you taking those little horizontals and making them the same sphere again. I'll wait.
Dude, that's all I do in my free time is I'm on my phone, like I'm looking, I'm searching, I'm like I put in the Google search, find like the sexiest horizontal, right? And I'm like looking, I line them up, like I pinch and I zoom on them. I'm like, look at that horizontal, like oh my god, right? But when you zoom out, it's like, oh my god, it's round. Oh my god, yeah, no, right? Crazy.
No, I said go zoom in
the shit we get in
ball
our
and show us how
DMs,
horizontal that is.
Damn, this is comical.
I said go zoom in on your yoga ball. I know you don't like listening to anything because
he's always asking me to pinch and zoom on stuff. It's fucking dirty, man. You got to watch yourself, man. That's NSW. You're gonna get in trouble at work.
Yeah, that made a lot of sense. Like never, like a globe. So when you go get your sphere, right, and you zoom in on it and you claim it's a horizontal section, right? Just take that still frame picture and remake the same sphere for us live with that one section. Surely,
just all right. I'll call it whatever he asks you to pinch and zoom and get horizontals and spheres. It's not what you actually think he's asking for. It's on the DL. He's asking me to take secret pics for him. Like
keep up with the conversation.
I've already I get so many different outfits I put on and I get in horizontal. I got all my spheres for him.
Somebody teach him how to teach up with a two-person conversation. He's supposed to be part of it.
Teach me,
I don't know who
Demo.
he's talking to.
Teach
you got
me.
3 personalities? Who are you talking to, Demon Stride? Somebody in your background? I wish you'd stop talking to them. Try talking to us.
Oh,
man. Pretty cool, you know.
I got a multiple choice question for Demon. Multiple choice. You got a choice. Demon, do birds fly? Or do flies bird? Or C, none of the above? Or D, both of the above?
Birds are fake.
That wasn't a choice. You told me. You said birds fly or flies bird. You know, I heard it. You said it.
Yeah, birds can fly, but can flies bird?
And that was part of my multiple choice question.
Right, but birds are fake. So
what if I had a video
just letting you in, like
birding right now?
I'd say that's some fucking CGI conspiracy fucking propaganda bullshit that you bought into because you've seen them on all these Disney cartoons. You see all these animatronics and all, like you go to Disney World and you see like you watch the videos and there's little birds landing on her wing or on her finger as she's like singing and shit, and like you believe that shit. And you look outside and you see them and you're like, oh, that's cool. I wish I could have them fly over. But that's only in cartoons. But no, it's not, because they're fucking fake, and you can program them to do that. So whatever video you have of birds doing whatever, yeah, I believe it, because they're
It's flies,
fucking
bro.
fake.
It's flies, and they're birding all over the place.
That's legit.
We can have Ant-Man and Atom Man. A cartoon zooming around globe.
That's one of the movie that out of the entire Marvel shit I've never watched. I've never watched a single Ant-Man, Wasp, Woman movie.
Hey, Neiman, do you know how ants
Yeah.
measure? Do you know how ants measure Earth's curvature?
Oh, God damn it! How do they measure Earth curvature?
It's 8
Jim?
nanometers per second squared. I mean, per mile squared.
Okay. It's funny you say that. I actually just caught my first queen ant yesterday. I was out in the yard and I saw her moving. And I was like, I had these vials already set up ready, and I fucking snatched her. And then I got a second one set up with distilled water, and I put her in it, and I got a little cover over it. We just checked on it today. My kid's like, "Hey, can we look at the queen ant?" We pull it out, and she's already got 3 of her eggs laid. It's like fucking right. So I got this little ant house thing they're gonna go in. I was gonna start putting YouTube videos up. I actually wanted to catch the process. I'm kind of sad that she already laid her eggs, because apparently it can take like weeks to months. But she was ready to go.
Yeah, it's amazing. The ant world uses 8 as well as the glober world uses 8. It's kind of amazing. I wonder who came up with it first, the ant or the glober.
On the topic of ants, just in case anybody's interested, I'm good friends with one of the world leading specialists on ants.
Oh my god.
He's a friend of mine.
Really?
From
Would you?
Austin.
You should. I'm gonna send you a DM. I'm gonna definitely want to get in contact with you, with your buddy. I like your name, by the way, Adam the Wizard.
His name's Herbert Wagner, and there's not a lot of ant specialists in the world, so he's a pretty rare find. But yeah, if you want to get in contact with him, he knows a heck of a lot about ants.
Yeah, I had an ant farm one time, and I was told, never to put them in sunlight because they might bake and die. And you know what? They were right.
Yeah, they don't like sun. Oh man, it's funny. I was growing up and I always got those ant farms like you get from Walmart or whatever, and they're in a little box and they're a little flat thing. And my mom was like, "Yeah, we'll order them." And I got like 5 of these things, and she never fucking ordered the ants. It was like I find out as I'm an adult, like, yeah, she didn't want ants in the house, but it's like, well, thanks for telling me as a kid, like I was really expecting to get ant farms, fucking see them all. It looks awesome, and now like you can't, it's actually illegal. You can't, order ants like you could back in the day. Like you have to like meet somebody locally. It can't be an invasive species and shit.
Yeah, I remember my ant farm, and those little guys got in there and they were digging down through that white stuff, that white dirt, whatever it was. But then they got put in sunlight and they were dead ants.
You can put them in sunlight. You just have to have a red film over it, so it cuts out that red light, because they can't actually tell that that there's light on them if you put that red filter over it. It just seems like it's darkness for them, but you can see them.
You know, you're talking.
Yeah,
about,
my farm like little. What's that?
You're talking about red, and I think ants. We found out that you're really big into birds, and birds are really smart. We don't know if they fly bird or bird fly, but
Well, I mean, they're fake, so I mean, they're as smart as the government wants them to be.
Ants are in the red. Ants are in the red, so the ants are probably into red shift, blue shift. Ever expanding ant farm, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine an ever expanding ant farm? Oh my goodness, you'd have
Have you
ant
seen some
holes.
of those really big ones that they pour aluminum into? They pour molten aluminum into these ant farms and get like a casting out of it. It's pretty impressive. It's crazy how the molten aluminum can actually like be liquid all the way down to the extent of it. But I've seen some pretty fucking big ones.
I heard that.
That's what she said.
I heard this one story that this family bought a house. And
That's what he said, joke.
there was this family that bought a house and they had 2,000 square feet, and they had a couple of kids, and then they bought a couple ant farms, and the ants expanded so much in their ever expanding house that they had to get a 4,000 square foot house because the ants believed in an ever expanding house. I know that wasn't funny. I know.
Well, there's actually, I mean, it is kind of funny. There's this guy on YouTube, Ants Canada. I've been watching it for a long time, but he lives over in the Philippines, and he literally had to expand his house because of all the ants and all the farms that he has inside the house.
There you go.
Yeah, check it out on YouTube. It's really interesting. He has like a bunch of different types of like really cool like leaf cutters and the kind that spray and fire ants and just really cool thing. Like, and he'll go like show you like the whole life of the colony. So it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Really got me into it. Got the kid into it. So then we wanted to even get one last season. We caught a queen, but I didn't have anywhere to put her, and my fucking neighbor came over and saw there was an ant in a jar and fucking let her go. And I was like, no, that was my queen.
I don't think Hubble really understood what he was doing in 1925 when he talked about an ever expanding universe, because that comes down to an ever expanding house too.
I don't think he did because they later had to, I think it was after the fact, come up with the Hubble constant, which is the outermost stars that you can kind of refer to as a constant, but like technically they are very, very, very like a million times also then very moving. But yeah. Like it all kind of starts with like an observation. Well, like some of the coolest ones start with an observation, right? And then they look at it and see the data.
Data. When I look at something like that, I see a fairy tale, and then I go tell my neighbor, "Hey, you got kids? Give them this fairy tale before they go to bed at night."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Your outer space is a fairy tale, but you're too, I don't know what you are, you're too ant oriented or bird oriented to change your mind.
Oh man, that's funny. That's hilarious. But like I just go the opposite way and say like your God thing is like a fairy tale, and you're too like flat Earth or planar state TPR or STP or stationary topographic planar Earther.
Hey. Hey, Demon, I got every interferometer experiment ever on my side, and you got nothing.
I got nothing.
You got nothing.
Got nothing.
Oh, Jim, you're gonna get dosed one of these days. It's gonna be great.
Hey, you got
You're not even gonna know it. You're gonna get like a half milligram of fucking gummy, and you're not even gonna know it.
Demon. You got demon. You
Oh,
got
man.
nothing.
Just, dude, I swear to God, if you smoke, or like you just eat a gummy, right? Like it's about to be like legal everywhere. Like if you just ate like a half a gummy, like one like a little pussy gummy, like nothing, right? Like you would probably be like the coolest Glober. Like you'd be like cooler than like Neil deGrasse Tyson. Like you'd have your own fucking show on CNN.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. No, it would have to be.
Like your hair would like get its own like new hairdo.
We'd have to change the CNN to a GNN. You know, the Glober News Network. Yeah.
Here tonight with Glober News Network, we have Jim Waterworld. The Earth is no longer flat, giving us the weather and the virus report.
Oh, hey, Demon, I don't want to tell you this, but this is going to come as a surprise to you, but you can't have global warming if you don't have a globe.
I mean, you could though, like if you got the outer pond theory. Like, what about get this? Like, let's say some of the outer ponds start to melt, right? And like, there's a big dude like sitting on the edge of the huge like outer pond, and like it starts to tilt, and that water starts coming. It's gonna flood over everything, right?
Oh my goodness.
And then you can get your technical like you can get a global flood, even though it's not a technical quote unquote globe. And then you can get like a whole reset event. And then like when the dude like finally jumps off, you know, like the thing resets, like goes back to normal and level. Like you can account for all your star shifting and all your magnetic shifting, and boom, there you go.
I watched a video not too long ago, and it was a man who had a glass full of ice, and he filled the glass up with water to the very top, so the ice was protruding above the top of the rim of the glass, and then they just let it melt, and the glass doesn't overflow. So my thought is that if there was a big ice wall and it did melt, the sea level still wouldn't rise, because the ice is already accounted for in the water level.
Hey, Demon, take that.
I was saying, not our water level. So we have that ice barrier. Like if you were to go to the outer ponds scenario, so like water from other outer ponds, right, in a buildup that's slowly like in a wave washing towards us. Eventually, we get a whole quote unquote global flood. If say the plane were to tilt or shift, you could get it all to wash one way or the other. You could have many other forces that essentially would to push that wall of water across that plane. But if there's an outer pond theory, that would account for a global flood.
Or perhaps even just some like intense seismic activity. Or I also had the idea that perhaps so if space isn't real, I still think that there's the possibility that what we describe as comets can exist, but they're not coming from some distant zone, that they're forming in the highest levels of the above the atmosphere, and they're like giant hailstones.
Well, maybe there's some of the UFOs that we see that aren't accounted for, the little orbs or whatever, and they live flying through our atmosphere like maybe like a couple minutes, and it's like, you know, they're happening so fast and so frequently from different parts of the ocean they're emerging from, and then they their last bits of energy they fly as as far out as they can, and then they like plink across like the dome and fall in towards the Earth and burn up and become asteroids or meteorites?
Nah.
No.
Demon, that reminds me of Einstein. He threw out the ether so he could save relativity, and he replaced it with empty space so photons could travel billions of miles over billions of years to come in a demon's eye and go, "Hi, I'm Mr. Photon. How are you, demon?"
Nope.
Nope.
No.
Nope. Nope. No photon for demon. No.
That's CGI, bro. Everything I see with my eye is like CGI, since technically we're in the Matrix. So like, I'm like right now you're me technically. I mean, you're just part of my ego. Like all you right now in this room are just fractal bits of my ego. Like, I mean, it sucks. Like, deal with it, guys, as you go about your daily lives, knowing that you're just like part of some programming bit made for like the external part of my, like the important part of me, like the actual reason that the program exists. And like, I mean, you like you have purpose. You know,
That's
you all have purpose.
exactly
Don't
what
get me
my
wrong. Like, go to your regular lives, but like when you come here, this is you're truly worshiping.
That's exactly what my imagination, my imaginary egotistical aspect would try to convince me of.
Look, how can
Oh fuck, am
everybody
I the
be?
one? Oh my god, am I part of the program? Oh fuck.
Everybody can't be actors for you if everybody's really actors for me.
Well, that's what got me blown. Like, am I just the actor now? Like, is he the actual guy? How do I fucking know? I just might think like maybe it's in the program that I think I'm the guy that the program's being run for, and it's just really I'm just like an actor that's been programmed to think that way, so I don't like fucking freak out. But now I'm kind of freaking out.
Don't know if you've heard of him, but there's a musician who goes by the name Secret Agent 23 Skidoo, and he's a children's hip hop artist. And he has a song called Imaginary Friend, and in the chorus, I think it's funny, it plays around with this idea. It says, "My imaginary friend says I'm the imaginary friend, which means I'm imaginary. Then if he's right and I'm really not sure that he's wrong, I might be made up like the words of this song."
Never a fucking more truer word spoken. Like, how do you know you're not just like made up in the instance of like the sake of the story?
Seems pretty
And
obvious.
even if I was the only real one and everything else was made up, how could I ever know that they're not?
It's the Mobius strip. It's the snake eating itself. Like every story bleeds into the next. So even though one is made for the other, the true one is only, hidden by one extra step. There's no true real one. Like everyone's experience is real for them at the moment, though they're playing a part in somebody else's story that also is the real truth.
And perhaps the most real-ish truth that we can experience is what we feel and perceive, and that is the structure itself, and that the structure is one thing. And so it's like we're all just we're all just the universe. And it's 2D. It's a 2D universe. Can never see behind my own eyes.
That could be the thing. I mean, you technically can't not prove you're not a brain in a vat. I mean, you boil it down to that, everything could be made like literally a second ago.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
Or fuck, as I was completing that sentence, all that could have been made. But now everything is actually real. Okay, go.
Now.
Right.
No.
And go. It like makes all of my credit card debt like feel like a load off my shoulders. Like, oh my god, okay, that was just part of the loading sim. Now I'm
That's how
really
I
making real
justified-
choices.
Yeah, that's how I justified not making the decision to not repay my loan many years ago. I borrowed $30,000 from the bank, repaid probably $10,000, and then realized that it was only a fictional version of myself from the past that made the decision to take that loan out anyway, and why should I have to be suffering the consequences of an imaginary version of myself?
You shouldn't.
Exactly. Right. So I stopped
You're
paying
not
back
guilty.
that loan.
Fucking blame the programmer. We'll put it in the
Yeah,
put it in the log, you know, in the auto log.
And then all I had to do was just not earn any money for 7 years, and then the bank wiped the debt.
A1 plan.
7 years, huh?
Yeah, I think it might be different from country to country, but in Australia, I'm pretty certain it's 7 years.
All right, y'all. I gotta hop on out. It's late
It
as
seems
hell.
longer if you can't have guns. Oh yeah, same.
Yeah, have a good night.
See you later, bye.
It's got to be even longer if you can't even have guns. Like shit.
I just read your message, Demon
can't have,
Stride.
like,
I don't know if we'll have a chat with me and my friend, but I'll definitely contact him, send him an email, and forward you his email. And then if you wish to have any, he doesn't have any social media platforms or anything. He only has email that he uses.
All I have is this in YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, and then he's a wealth of, actually he knows a lot about all sorts of insects and things, and just interesting to talk to him about that stuff if you got any questions about anything in particular, or like even to identify ants. He's very interested in seeing pictures from ants around the world. And
when I was a kid, I wanted to be an entomologist. I would jar up and like contain all of the bugs I could around me and from across the country, because I get to ride around the U.S. with my dad in a truck every summer. So I'd find really cool specimens all over, and that part kind of dropped off. But like I've always wanted to fucking have ants. Now I'm excited to see if I can keep them alive.
Some pretty cool ones. My friend is currently in, I'm pretty sure, Hungary, and he is studying a type of ant that, what do they call it? Like a mimicry. So it's an ant that mimics another ant by producing a type of pheromone, and it goes into its colony and kills the queen, and then poses as the queen and takes over the colony in that way. But eventually the colony dies because of some reason. I can't recall what's the reason. It's like it's a parasite, so it's not giving back to the colony. Kills the queen. There's no production of new ants, and it just basically gets itself looked after until the colony dies.
I think I've seen that.
Yeah. I'm also going to get going. I'm going to watch a show or something.
Yeah, same. I was going to say I got the whole work ski in the morning. I got to try and sleep through. So see y'all later. Thanks for Step with your buddy. That should be cool. All right. Peace
Yeah.
out.
No worries,
Later, Jim.
brother. Peace out.
Check 1, 2. Anybody there?
Yeah.
Hey, Denmark.
What's up?
Not much. And drinking some beers.
How many?
I bought a 6-pack, so that's my third. Hey, have you seen the 616 video?
What is it?
I'll send it to you. I am.
What's it about?
Well, okay. There's a guy in Israel. He set up a camera and he filmed Crete, the island of Crete in the Mediterranean, and it's 616 miles away. So nearly 1,000 kilometers. Proving flat Earth. Huh? Oh, I can't deliver the message to you. I am. I'll put it in the
I know which one you're talking about, I think, but yeah, go ahead and put it in there. I'm not gonna shun it. But just put it in like the chat of this place or whatever.
I'll put it in the group chat. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of these bots and trolls are just like trying to discredit it. But I don't really understand because
Well, the radius of 3959, is that what's defeated with that? The idea
they can't prove a radius anyway, so there's no argument.
Right, hold on. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. The radius of a 2D math problem is two-dimensional. It has nothing to do with the sphere. It's a circle on paper. So 24,901 miles is the outside circle. You can just put it on a flat piece of paper and put the dot in the center. That's not a globe, is it?
Yeah, there's nothing holding up. I don't really know what.
Right. So, like when we're doing our distance, we see farther than they claim the dirt and water curve to be in front of our face. We're seeing way farther than that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, right. I went hiking. I went hiking today, and I was looking at 200 miles. As I said before, most people are blind, either spectacles or damaged eyesight or wearing contacts. So they just can't see.
Or a story of a math problem where the math problem has nothing to do with reality. Because, like, if 2 inches in my backyard I got a little dip or a cliff, like, wouldn't that be more like that's closer than 69 miles, and that's a hell of a degree of drop, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So where does
you'll find it most.
Yeah. So where does any geometry ever fit that? My backyard. Nowhere. How about a wave? It just doesn't. It just doesn't. Like, where does their 2D math ever work in an actual area in topography against the dirt and the water, cliffs, mud puddles, hills, waterfalls? Like, where's that at?
That's like that roofie guy.
That guy, he's a fucking legend. Oops.
That roofie guy's got some severe neurological problems.
Well, I mean, so if you did it on top of a cliff or at the bottom base or in the center of a mountain or wherever you did your angles, they're like, everything's always going to be different. But to them, they like somehow imagine a 2D circle of math and think that has any relevance with dirt. Like, it has no relevance outside.
You've got to understand politics, Denmark. It's like government and these organizations and these institutions, right? They're supposed to be working for the people. Their role is to act as front people to discredit or change or hide corruption or whatever, right? This is what these people do in real life. It's what they do in these type of group chats. They have to put up misinformation to muddy the waters enough to discredit people. It goes on every day in politics. It's all over the media, all over everywhere.
Right.
That's
The
all it
average
is.
person
They're
couldn't
just trying
even
to discredit
discern.
Marty. But 99% of the people, or maybe 95% of the people now, not 99% anymore, will believe that. If you put math in front of them, or an institution, or NASA, or some type of barrier, they'll choose the barrier.
Right. They'll choose Magic Pikachu, a guy they'd never met,
Yeah.
over their grandpa, or
Yep.
them in a lab doing something with an actual motor, or having a ball and the conservation of its force or momentum, or flywheels, or any actual physics.
Yeah.
They want to go to something you can't demonstrate every single time. And then
Yeah.
they say that's their
Because there's
proof.
an explanation.
Yeah, what you can't
It's like,
demonstrate so hard about everything that we even say in physics about a globe, that you can't demonstrate anything about the vacuums, the space, the pressures, the imaginary lines, imaginarily pulling something down and free fall around the ball, like all this shit, orbits. You got to go magic speeds in a rocket, but you can walk around the globe. Why does a rocket need magic speeds to orbit the globe and an airplane doesn't? A crop duster doesn't. A drone doesn't. You give drone enough fuel, it'll go right around
exactly.
24,000 miles.
Yeah.
So where's the magic come into play at? Magic lines and magic airs and magic.
That's what aristeric knowledge is based on. Is magic, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Seance,
all
not
these
science. That's why seance doesn't prove anything.
That's the seance. And this is what the Masons do, what the Jewish cults do. It's all magical shit. Delusions,
One
illusions.
thing to pay attention to is math. I don't want to cut you off. I'm gonna let you go. Math
No, you're
has
right.
an error. Can you have an error in math? If you can have an error in math, or
Math
someone
is an
can do it.
error. That's the whole purpose.
Hold on. If you and I can go to the chalkboard and have a different problem and a different answer for the same thing that the teacher asked, and we show our work and we show different things, and like you get the same one and I get the same, something happened wrong there. Apparently math's not right. And if I can get the wrong answer and you get the right answer, but we do the same work and our shit's the same, like something's not right about math. Apparently math isn't a proof of anything if you can
it's
get it
not.
wrong.
It's a concept, a construct. But I remember in high school, we were doing high school math. You were probably the same. The teacher would try to explain all this ridiculous shit, right? And it was always wrong. You could always find another alternative way of working it out, or using another method, or getting a different result. So very interesting.
Who'd the first guy get his equation from that made up his equation? The first one that made up the math, like in the 800s, or back in the biblical times when they were writing with lines, and a line meant an A, a B, a C, and a number. Like who was the first guy making the mathematical formulas with the number one that meant an A and a number one, and that's all it meant? Like who did all this magic stuff, and how come it was okay for them to make up, right? But today, if you try to make it a formula or something, you got to be a magician in a lab coat.
But the thing is, the government and these people and these round earthers, they know they don't have to prove anything, right? Or they'll have to say, look, you look at the math, or you look at the science, right? Because they know 95% of the people don't understand it. So they'll just keep making shit up.
Right. They can't produce an
It's just going
eclipse
to go
with little
on.
shadows. You know those little circle shadows we see when an eclipse happens, the solar eclipse, and it shows a tree as like little circles everywhere? They should demonstrate the eclipse, the solar eclipse, in a lab or in a classroom setting, and then show us those little shadows on the ball after they get done while they're doing it too. Same little ring shadows. And the ball, the way they want us to demonstrate stuff. And when I draw something on my thing and they're like, what do you mean? That you got that thing way too big? That human's like 70,000 foot tall. Keep that in mind when you guys demonstrate the globe model. Keep it in mind you have to have it to scale down version.
Yeah.
A million
You
of
know what I
these
realized
for one of
today?
those. Hold on. A million Earths for one ball globe. And you have to have it that many away. And then you have to have a little moon. Yeah. Accordingly. You can't go get a light bulb and willy-nilly make that next to a globe that's 10 times bigger than the light bulb. How could that explain your model? Any way, shape, or form at all?
Yeah, they can't explain the practicalities or the logic of it, so they'll give it a scientific or a mathematical explanation.
Yeah, but how does that make it in the classroom? They're holding something 2 inches away from the other object and 2 inches away from the other object. There is no differential in distance. The sun and the moon are 2 inches away, and the Earth is bigger than both of them. Isn't that weird? I thought the sun was supposed to be way
look
bigger.
Look what the past 3 years. Yeah, look, Denmark. What were the past 3 years about? Deception, manipulation, and forced injections. Yeah, it's the same scenario, just different method. There's nothing changing.
Right. Well, I mean, I can't even get what something looks like on a curve.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even get what a box of cereal looks like past the curve out of my view. Nobody can show you that.
Yeah. But
it's something you can't imagine.
Yeah, I'm working on another theory, actually. Yeah.
Well, you have to have the physical attribute to show me the two squares.
Yeah.
Show me.
I can sort of like see. We've got to be careful with the language regarding flat Earth, because it may not be like, how would I say this? It is flat, but I think it's more divided in quadrants.
Well, everything's vertical. That's what I hold. There's nothing that's not vertical, and you can't never let a helium balloon up in the air, no matter how many million helium balloons you put up next to each other in a tube with no air bothering them. You could put them up for 1,000,000 miles, and they're not going to go away from each other. You can put.
I tell you, this is a different story. I was in the mountains one time hiking in the middle of nowhere, like seriously nowhere, and I came across this. You know those stupid balloons you see for your 60th birthday? You blow up with helium. I saw that was like hanging off a tree, and I was like, "Holy shit!" Right?
Yeah. Yeah, but was it going up like, you know what I mean? They go vertical, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen a diagonal falling rock or anything to like say you're on a sphere. Like, where's, you know what I mean? Where's the video of something falling diagonally as compared to not? Like somebody drops this object here, you drop that object here, and they both do this. Different things.
Have you seen the different angles of the moon? It makes a different, like, observation.
Different what?
So, like, if you look at the moon in the southern hemisphere, it looks slightly different from what it is in the northern hemisphere.
It's the same face picture, though, right?
Well, I don't really know, but I saw a picture the other day. I just stumbled across it, and they believe it's different location.
Well, couldn't they take a still shot picture of it?
I'm looking it up now. See if I can find the same picture.
I was wanting to see that magical spherical ball horizontal line picture where they zoom in on a ball and show it's a horizontal line. And then I wanted to take that horizontal picture and make about 100 of them live. No new one. That one. And then make a ball out of it. The same ball they just presented with it. Bet you it can't be done.
Did you? Okay, this is off another topic. I'm all over the place because I'm a bit drunk. NASA eclipse phases. Now, NASA last week released another CGI or whatever picture of the eclipses rolling across North America next year and this year. I'll see if I can find it.
What'd they do?
No.
Well, I mean, what are you asking about? Like, so the moon? Like, what? I mean, what about it?
Well, it's kind of. I'll just see if I can find it.
It just depends on where you're standing, man. If you're standing across from me and we're both looking at each other eye to eye, we're both going to look up at the moon right where we're at. You're going to see a picture your way. I'm going to see a picture my way.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to.
Now, if we both look to the left, I'm going to see mine go from the right to the left as mine starts. You see what I'm saying? And you're going to see yours go from your right to your left as it starts. But it's the same picture. It's the same moon. It didn't do anything special. It didn't turn around, jump, boop, scoop, boogie, nothing. It's sitting right there in front of us or above us, right?
Yeah, but this is the whole.
Well, I'm saying if you can do that with us standing right next to each other, then it totally annihilates the idea that you have to be in Australia for it to happen, and that it means anything special. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, we just debunked it so hard.
But it's just
yeah. Put once a photo on the ceiling right now of a room. You and I can stand in the room, look at each other face to face. You look up at the quarter, I look up at the quarter. We don't see it the same way. Debunked. Sorry. That's how simple it is, Ruhiv. You see what I'm saying? We can get some children, some kids can go up and we can say, hey, children, look up at this picture. How do you see it, Bobby? Draw the way you see it. Susie, draw the way you see it. Guess what's going to happen? They're not going to draw the same way. Are they, Ruhiv? Globe debunked.
No, he's not going to look. Don't talk to Ruhiv. He's not going to understand what you're talking about. You're wasting his time.
He doesn't understand it.
He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it.
My nephew does.
There's.
My nephew and
you can talk to him all day, and he just doesn't get it. He never get it.
I'm sorry. I didn't know it was complex like that.
Well, that's the thing. It's quite a phenomenon with these ball earthers, right? They just don't get it. They'll never get it. So, okay, here's one example of what I'm trying to explain. So it shows the
please
path.
Don't say that the eclipse is going to be 70 miles wide.
It's showing the path of the eclipse, right? Now, why is this a path? That's the question.
Is that a joke?
Yeah,
you've
why?
Got to Poe harder, or I don't know. Fuck.
That's your only response is to call people Poes. What does that even mean?
You know what it means.
I actually don't. I looked it up. It didn't make sense. I got some Reddit definition.
Right. It is impossible to tell you apart from a parody of a flat earther.
That line doesn't have an arc in it all the way across to America and the whole globe. So, like, that's weird. Don't you think it's weird?
Yeah, that was in 2017. So why is it following a path if we're on a friggin' spinning ball? There's no logic to this. This is where it collapses. And this is where NASA needs to be torched.
And hold on. And how can you show it on a path of any way when you can't even demonstrate it being done in a classroom? So how do you know what path it's doing anything on when you can't demonstrate it with a little ball?
This is what I say.
America, right there, like the little globe with
this
America.
Is when globe earthers have a neurological problem, like a deficit.
Eggshells.
Have a deficit problem.
So,
how's it going?
G'day, mate. Yeah, good. I'm in the land of the creation of the ball Earth.
Oh, nice one. You should pop by Ashkelon. Ashkelon, sorry. Ashkelon, and it's a bit south of Tel Aviv. You should also check the chat.
No. I don't think the Jews invented the ball Earth. It was the Greeks, wasn't it?
Oh, sorry. I thought you said you're in the creation of, God created the world, kind of creationism. All right.
No, that was good though, because I listen to these history docos when I get there, and I'd always thought like the debate in the Bible were sort of the supernatural things, and I only got to Israel to find out that a whole bunch of like Christian and Jewish archaeologists had gone to try to find evidence of Exodus. 600,000 slaves and their wives and children leaving, upping and leaving Egypt overnight. Nobody said anymore apart from others. They're like, no, we're pretty sure they came from Canaan. Their houses are like Canaanites. Their dictionary, their sort of alphabets like Canaan, like the language is the same as Canaan people, and we can find evidence of them pre-existing in Canaan before that.
Nice. Can you see the pictures in chat?
I'm not sure. Scrolling. Oh, that is a cute little puppy.
Yes. Yes.
We got another snubby-nosed one. Did none of my ranting about the thoughtlessness of snubby-nosed dogs have any impact on you?
Really? They're adorable, though, right?
They're very cute with their short little lives.
That is Her Royal Highness Princess Greta von Popcorn Williamson III.
Hey,
That's
Rufy,
very
can
cute.
you take it
Did
to
every
another
family member get one
server
name?
or group chat?
No.
So
Yeah, you can
Blatek
leave.
wants to talk about how he doesn't want to talk about talk to certain people.
No,
Yes.
because
I mean, you don't want to talk to Ruth.
No, okay.
You don't want to talk
Look,
to me.
I know what you people do. I know who you are. I'm not an idiot. I've been in
Yes,
Australia for a long time. All right, so
apparently
you can
I'm
leave.
a deep state because I
I
was a Bollywood.
I didn't say anything like that. I just know. I know what's going on. And
Right.
you can bluff everyone else, and you can discredit people, but you can leave.
Yeah, no.
Sure, you can leave
There's
too.
plenty of
Well,
other
actually,
openings, other servers. You can go talk about your dogs and
Yeah.
everywhere else.
You can go talk about Flat Earth somewhere else.
Now,
This is
you
an
can
Earth
leave,
Awakening
Rufy. No,
server.
look,
An Earth
I'm not an
Awakening
idiot.
server, champ.
You can bullshit all these other people.
My dog is like the
You're a
embodiment of
fraud.
the.
You're
Yeah.
born a fraud. You'll die a
No,
fraud, and that's it.
I
You
wish
have to
I
live a
could.
fraud to maintain your lifestyle. I'm not stupid.
Yeah, I wish I could rant like Geo does about how the Earth is love and everything's fucking trippy balls and shit, but I can't. Sorry. But how cute's my puppy?
I mean, if
Couldn't give a shit about you.
if the Earth is metaphysical, then it can be love and all of those things. But if it's like if you live in a materials physicalist world, then it's just a shape with it's meaningless.
How
Necessarily.
about we talk about Crete? Should we talk about Crete 600 miles away?
Or
Hey,
the thing I wanted to. Oh yeah.
No,
The thing I wanted to share was
a boat disappears. When does a boat disappear?
Well, it relates to the boat disappearing. I went to the Parthenon.
No, it
Parthenon, they make it look extra straight and flat by making it curved. So it's got a hump in its roof and a bulge in its pillars, which they think was specifically designed to make it seem more square than square buildings, which if you look at them because of that sort of bulby, spherical nature of your vision, will appear to have a bow, like a hump in the middle. So they gave it a bow, so it looks more square. I thought that's pretty good. Curved, so it looks flat.
Yeah. We could talk about Crete.
What's news with Crete?
Oh, this guy in Israel claims to have seen Crete from 600 miles away.
You know who started all this Crete business? Rufy.
Yeah.
I did.
You did. Okay.
When I went to Crete 17 years ago, and from a place called Speleki or some shit, I looked across and I could see Africa 200 miles away.
Nice.
And I said, "Look at that! God's flat Earth, right?" So no one ever started this Crete business about flat Earth.
Yeah.
And then that's where it all
quite influential. Quite influential. Somebody.
I'm the most influential person on the planet. You just don't realize it. You guys are blind and bookworms.
This is a funny little contradiction, isn't it? I'm the most influential person.
Round Earth is a blind, 100%.
Could be, yeah. Anyway, what's the thing you were saying with Crete? And then we can mix in Blatek's.
Guy in Israel claimed to have seen Crete. He claims to have seen Crete 600 miles away. By planning an observation where the sun will be behind Crete and causing a silhouette. But the azimuths don't match up. It's like he's fucked up his plan. He's off by about 1.5, 2 degrees.
How would you know he's off by 2 degrees?
Because we know the azimuth of the sun.
But how would you know?
Okay, tell me how he planned the observation, champ. How did he plan the observation?
You're trying to discredit him by using information you don't even have.
No, I use the information Stellarium and Google Earth. What did he use?
Google Earth's not correct.
Okay, what did he use? How did he plan this observation?
So you're saying he invented the video and the photograph? Okay, you know what, Rufy?
No,
you go to Israel. No, you go to Israel and disprove it.
Not
you
saying
put
that
your money where your mouth is.
I'm not saying
and you
that he
start
faked the video.
doing some proofs.
I'm saying that he fucked up the planning of it by about 1.5 2 degrees.
You can't discredit. No. You don't have proof. You can't discredit it.
What's 1.5 degrees look
you
like?
You can't discredit it. You got no evidence.
Hold on. What's the 1.5 degrees look like? Show me that on paper by itself, like how big that would be and what that looks like.
The angular width of the sun is 0.5 degree. So 1.5 times 0.5 degree times 3 times 0.5 degree. 3 sun widths away.
The sun. Why are you talking about the sun? I thought you were talking about the picture and mountains in the background.
Because the sun is 0.5 degree in angular width, angular size, right?
How do you
So if
demonstrate
he misses
that?
an azimuth by 1.5 degrees, he is 3 sun widths away from where he should be.
3 sun widths away? 3 sun widths away is a degree, 0.5 degree?
Is 1.5 degrees. The sun is 0.5 degree.
Away. 3 sun widths, you're saying it. It's only like fucking like 100 miles. What are you saying now?
Hang on.
How does that make sense when the sun's you fit 1 million Earths in there, right? Well, how are you getting a degree? The sun is like big as hell. The sun has nothing to do with a degree.
Sun has an angular size of 0.5 degree.
Where at? Compared to what?
Holy shit, Delk. Holy shit.
Oh shit, what? Compared to what?
Oh, it's not even worth me explaining to. If you don't know what that means, it's just not worth
it. That's why you can't explain it, huh? Compared to what? Relative to what?
What is a degree relative? You know what a degree is, right?
You're looking in the air. No, I know you're looking in the air at a thing that lights up. And then you're telling me degrees based on the ground from something that's 93 million miles away. That's way bigger than the thing that you're on. And you're telling me this thing is 69 miles from this thing. That doesn't make me, I don't think you comprehend what you're trying to say, actually.
I mean, that's a perpetual problem, isn't it?
He's got no comment on it.
Is the Earth not a pin dot on the sun?
And you don't understand.
Just a little dot on the sun. So when
another question, Rufy.
Hold on, man. You're looking.
If the Earth is spinning, why is the sun moving right to left, or left to right? I should say.
Hold on,
How does that make sense?
Left to right. I mean, west to east.
Right. So the sun was moving left to right over Crete.
That's compared.
So you're saying that's false as well?
Oh, so as it's setting, it's going down and to the right. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Isn't that interesting?
Yes. Not really.
And why does that occur in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere at the same time?
Because of the way the planet is tilted.
Hold on, the boat's not taking right.
It's flat.
Oh my god!
And if we had a northern south equator, it's going to be going left and or right.
Airplanes aren't taking a right. Boats don't take a right. Nothing takes a right. Why would anything take a right to go down?
Because it's Zoolander. Can't turn left.
Cool story. Why would anything take a right to go straight down?
Facing left.
Why would the sun take a right to keep going straight down?
It's not going straight down.
So the sun goes in a circle over your head, or does it go down where the horizon's at? Down is not to the right, Ruhif. You have one or the other. Is it going down or is it going to the right? Can I get your answer, please?
No.
You don't want to answer now?
No.
So you guys said the sun's going to the right. Now it's not going to the right. Now it's going down. This is confusing me. You don't know what you're talking about, do you?
Let's face it, it's not a huge challenge, though. I'm confused.
What, that the sun's going to the right over your head and coming back around where it started from? Very, very, very not a huge challenge at all. It's really simple, actually.
Exactly. But if you're motivated to not understand it because you want it to not make sense.
So when's the sun going down? When does it do that?
Don't talk to them, please.
Yeah, Bartek's got more excuses to not talk. What's the excuse now to not talk to us? Is it that I'm
It's
deep
not
state?
that. You're just full of shit, and you know what we're talking to.
Oh,
They're liars.
Well, you guys
Look, it's
can't
coming from
figure
the
out
most
the
influential
Earth
person on Earth.
calculator that would save your life. Hold on. You don't have
Let's see,
one
some
Earth
of influence by
calculator to
this.
save your life. You got other calculators for cartoons, refraction calculators. No, that's nothing to do with the Earth. We just need the one Earth curve calculator that we can guarantee and bet our life on. We don't have that. There's no such
So
thing.
it sounds like he's still talking to us. How's this influencing going there, Bartek?
Why am I still talking to you?
Well, he just told you not to. Most influential man on the planet just gave you a direct order,
all they're going to
and you
do
just
is
immediately
put up these false government barriers. They're frauds. They're not worth shit.
Hold on.
They get paid by the government. They're money launderers and corruption. They're not worth.
I was talking.
I'm out of here.
Good
I'll
night.
see you later.
Yeah.
I was talking to that other guy, and then you two came in, and then we were talking about whatever.
Sorry.
No, you're good. And then it went over to whatever we're talking to now. Yeah, I was just trying to say, like, one of you guys are saying the sun goes to the right, one of you are saying it goes straight down. I mean, and then one of you guys have
didn't hear.
the
I think you're talking about Bartek. Bartek, it says it's set going like diagonally towards the right as it goes down.
diagonal.
Yeah, like it's only going to be going dead overhead at solstice at the equator, right? The sun always sets at some.
What kind of arc second looks diagonal?
Equinox at the equator.
Equinox, sorry. What's the solstice is the wonkiest, isn't it? Equinox is the equalist. Is that what they call it? Equinox?
So the sun goes diagonal now, not straight down. It doesn't just drop, go out
At
of your
the
sight.
poles, it can go sideways. Literally
sideways. So how does it go down then?
Depends where you
That's a
are.
good question. Depends where you're facing. It's almost like we're on all different sides of a ball, so we all see the same object, but for us, the down is at funny different angles, which is a wild.
So you're seeing a side view of it go down? How does that work? You're looking at the right side of your eye, at the right side of the Earth? What are you talking about? Are you looking forward at the sunset or not?
It's confusing me. But I mean, that's not what we're saying, that's what you're saying.
So are you looking forward at the sunset like a normal human?
I mean, I don't really look directly at the sun because of the whole, like, it'll burn your eyeballs out business.
So if we ask other globe believers, does it go straight down or does it turn to the right? And then can we film it and put a camera in the thing and watch it for 24 hours and we'll see what it really does? And we can put little marks on the camera, little marks, and we can have something to go by.
Yeah, and you could do a sausage sizzle.
Well, I mean, we just need to know whether it's going to the right in a circle or going down. It can't do both.
Yeah.
It's not doing both.
We'll go in a circle.
So it's going forward to the right at an angle, diagonal, and then coming back around.
And always twirling. Don't forget that bit.
No, I've never seen any of that. I'm not going to put my money on.
How would you know if it's twirling, though? If it's like if the center's the center of it and it's a circle, how would you know if it was spinning? It could just be like spinning at like 1 revolution per second. Just on the spot, but with no spokes or anything.
I don't know how you would be able to demonstrate any of your claims. I mean, the
exactly.
burden that you have that put on yourself, you put a really big burden on your shoulders for all the science and all the smart guys. But I still have met the guy who to do ball physics. I still have met the one guy smart enough to make an eclipse happen in a lab that actually matches what you claim. A big sun, a little bit of Earth.
You're right. I can't. What about this? What about this? You can't prove it's not spinning. Now I don't have a burden because I said not.
I don't care to. Not my problem. I didn't make up religions to have to prove. You see what I'm saying? I didn't pay you no money. You didn't pay me to believe anything. It's not my religion. It's your burden. You have a big burden on your shoulders. I know, non-presenter and non-prover of things. It's so simple for you to ask for all this demonstration and all the proofs and all the stuff for flat, but you guys haven't demonstrated anything for a globe yet. Why would you even bother asking anybody anything? Just demonstrate your globe to yourself in a classroom setting. Turn the camera on. I'll come help you if you want. I'll try to help you figure it out, how to make a globe eclipse and stuff to the best of my ability. But I know it's impossible, and you know it's impossible. That's why you're not doing it. That's why you know it's not happening. That's why the math isn't real, because you can't follow your own math and scale your own math down. That's the whole reason math has its purpose, to be scaled up or down, to measure or judge, right? Or to give a variance or an error or a calculation, correct? So what's your math good for if you can't scale your model down and show us how it works? Doesn't seem to be doing any good.
So I don't use it so much.
I sure wish you could meet a real good math guy one of these days and introduce us so we could get this ball rolling.
Oh, Rufy's pretty good at math.
I am.
Well, can he tell us how big to make the sun so we can make it in the classroom for the kids, and how big to make the earth so we can see the little shadows on it? We just need it big enough to see the stuff happening on there. Put some little trees, put some little mountains and stuff, topography on there, and make it big enough so that when we do our eclipse, those little shadows, those little circle shadows show on stuff. We need it big enough for that, and then we need to make the sun according to that, and the moon according to that, and we'll be good to go. The distances are already there. You know how many Earths away and how many moons away. So I mean, come on, man. So simple, right?
It's pretty
Can't be that
simple,
hard.
right?
Can't be that hard to get a beach ball, basketball, and a cue ball, right? Surely can't be that hard. You put a light in the beach ball.
Cheerleader.
So I think I found
myself a cheerleader.
The 3-ball eclipse problem is really hard, isn't it? And to produce the shadows, those little circle ring ones, instead of a tree shadow. I know. It's really sad.
First time I've been to the gym in like 2 weeks.
That's probably where I'd put my money.
Oh, don't talk to me about that.
I'd put my $10,000 on going to get 3 balls.
Oh, I'm putting it into the rest of this trip so I can hopefully make it to Europe, to England. Right.
You think anybody along your trip smart enough to get 3 balls and show us how that works? One light source.
Probably, but I don't think I'll be asking him because make me feel a bit weird.
You think you could ever? Huh? You think anybody could ever find anybody, or anybody could ever film it done, or you think you could ever show me your favorite version of an eclipse? Done.
My theory is that people make up their mind for themselves. So sure, they use evidence to do it, but
on mimic reality, they make up their mind for themselves.
You should do your own research.
To mimic reality of the math that you guys present us with, they make up their mind. I thought they have the proof of the math. Why would they need to make anything up? They have the math.
No, I mean, you decide for yourself what you believe.
24,901 miles in circumference around your one ball.
I'm going to disagree with that.
238,000 miles away, 1/4 the size. The sun fits 100 of the sun. The Earth is 100 of the Earths on the surface of the sun, and you can fit 1 million Earths in the sun. We have the math.
I don't think you choose what you believe. I don't think you decide to believe
things. You can't minus it. You can't minus.
I don't think decide. No, it's not quite what I meant. I just sort of meant people sort of divide. People, you can face them with evidence.
If I divide
and they will
million miles by a millimeter,
just take Democ, you made such a good point. You made a really good point. We're just trying to discuss it now.
93 million millimeters, right? I know this is hard for you guys, but I'm going to go over it with you. 93 million millimeters. Do you want to go smaller than that? 93 million half a millimeter?
What I more mean is like
able to see the Earth, though. You understand?
People will only change their mind when they're sort of ready.
Doing what?
Things in their life are ready.
Model.
Like Ranty's a good example of that. Like when you're deeply ensconced in a belief about something, and you're obtaining value from that, and it's part of your like social network, and so there's like emotional and real world benefits. You will see, like you said, Ranty's quote was, he will see all of the evidence. Every time you look at a photo, you're like, that's a flat Earth photo. That's yet another proof of flat Earth. Yeah. And then you change your
Well, I
mind a
wish I could
year
see
later.
some
You're like,
globe
oh, the
evidence
evidence was already there, staring me in the
with 3
face, but I
balls.
wasn't ready to look at it yet. And I do think
Well, I'm ready to look
I
at
don't
3
think the
balls,
whole
what they look
thing is
like.
conscious, deliberate choice, but I do think there are conscious, deliberate choices within it.
Yeah. Yeah, consciously use a sphere to demonstrate a sphere instead of talking about horizontal and perfect verticals all the time. You have a conscious problem or a dilemma understanding how a sphere works compared to a horizontal plane with only vertical things.
That's an excellent point.
Nothing off vertical, not a 0.00 point nothing. So if it's so hard for you to understand how you don't have any rocks falling diagonally, the same way you say the sun's going diagonal, why don't you go in a helicopter and drop some rocks diagonal for us once you're past the curve? I'll film it. Some glow-in-the-dark objects.
You made some really good points there, Denmark. Nailed it.
Well, shoot them to space horizontally. Drop them horizontally to the Earth.
Yeah.
Go out past the curve
Catch them horizontally
and get a glow-in-the-dark object and have another thing fly above my head and look diagonally at your object, drop into the Earth horizontally. Can we do that? Horizontal Earth guy, gravity guy to the center guy dropping? Center of a ball guy? No, you can never get that footage,
so many
huh?
good points just to think
Damn, if
about.
only we could. If only you could get a helicopter and fly around somewhere on the world. If only you could fly horizontal 10 foot in a helicopter. That'd be so awesome without the curve bringing you down. You know what I mean? That'd be funny. That'd be cool if you could fly somewhere in a jet. Can't go anywhere. They won't leave the runway. They just keep getting pulled down by that curve. As soon as they get going, they get pulled down by the curve and they can't leave the Earth. They can't go horizontal. Nothing can fly horizontal from state to state to state to state to state to state to state all day long with a level on the plane big as the plane. That'd be weird, wouldn't it? So why
really
does a
follow
rocket
it too
have
much.
trouble orbiting the Earth, but airplanes don't? Drones don't. Toy helicopters, toy planes. A bullet ain't got no problem shooting horizontal. I mean, what's going on here? Given enough sandwiches, you could walk around the globe, right? You could orbit the globe in your Nike Airs. Isn't that weird? No rocket fuel needed, no stories, no magic, no free fall, no NASA. You're walking in orbit right now around where the sidewalk doesn't end. So if you can throw a ball to your buddy walking around the whole Earth, why does a rocket have problems? Isn't that weird? We're throwing a ball back and forth the whole time we're walking around the globe. We're orbiting it while our ball's orbiting it because we're throwing it back and forth while we're in orbit around the globe. Do that math.
Well, you've given us a lot to think about, that's for sure.
You should go get a good Toyota and get another
I got a Toyota.
Right.
I got a Toyota Hilux.
Hold
Big
on a
beastly bastard.
I know.
Lifted suspension.
Have your friend get a Toyota. You get a camera on yours. He gets a camera on his. You strap a beaker on yours and a beacon on his, so we know where you're at compared to GPS.
So a beaker on one and a beacon on the other?
Yeah, and make sure you got enough for 3 oil changes, right?
Right. Why 3?
Yeah, so what you're going to do is you're going to drive forward 1.5 oil changes, and he's going to drive forward 1.5 oil changes, and you're going to meet each other. It's going to be 24,901 between the both of you. You're going to split it up. So you're going to go drive.
But do you reckon you've got to change oil when the
Toyota, and you're going to hit each other head on, correct?
I just don't think an oil change is the best way to measure distance because Toyotas are pretty unbreakable. I reckon you could run it out to like
3 oil changes. I don't care what your opinion is. 7,000 miles an oil change. 7 times 3 is what? 21,000, right? So you go a little more than 3 oil changes, you and your buddy. He goes 1.5 oil changes, you go 1.5 plus some. So you both go about 2 oil changes, right? Good to go, right? About 14,000 miles apiece. Don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. Now, you should hit each other.
No, I'm not telling you don't know what you're talking about. I'm telling you I don't know what you're talking about.
Shouldn't take you that long. 1.5 oil changes, buddy. Come on, dude. Your grandma does that. We all do that in our car, don't we? Going to the
My grandma's
store all
dead.
the
I
time.
don't think she changed the oil in her little Nissan
She
in her
doesn't
life.
drive 7,000 miles. What's on her odometer?
No.
I think she drives a car around more than 24,000 miles of the earth.
Not anymore, she doesn't, I'm pretty sure.
She's
That'd
drove
scare me.
around it a couple times, yeah. We know. By how old she is, she's already drove around it about 10 times, wouldn't you say?
No, I'd say she's been dead for 20 years.
So she hasn't drove anything ever?
Not the last 20 years, that's for sure. Not for a good 5-10 years before that.
Well, I was just talking about her odometer. I know you're being retarded right now, but
there's certainly some of that floating around.
That makes no sense when you know what I'm talking about. Somebody getting
it's
in a
weird,
car
isn't that? How people sometimes say dumb shit that makes no sense.
Yeah, your odometer has more than the Earth's puny ass miles on it. That's not dumb at all. It's the truest statement you ever heard in your life. Why would
Sure, I've already done, on this trip alone, I've on my motorbike done more than the Earth's circumference. And I'm only
so you drove around
third of the way around?
But you're against doing it again 1/2 time with your buddy to show us you're on a globe,
No.
huh? Isn't that weird?
No, still doing it.
So you can't drive east and have your buddy drive. What's so funny? You can't drive
just that you just
1.5 oil changes.
Nothing you say makes even a little bit of sense.
1.5 oil changes, and you meet up. As soon as your oil change is ready, you just see each other like, here we are at the end of the earth, meeting each other, driving into each other. Look, Earth math proven.
But there's so many bizarre things about
so
this. First, same thing would happen. Take a fucking breath from time to time, Demark.
Why don't
Firstly, the same thing would happen in a flat Earth. If you follow the equator around, you're still going to bump into others.
I didn't say follow
the
equator. Shut your
Secondly,
mouth.
I should be changing my oil every 15,000 kilometers. I've done 30,000 kilometers on one oil change.
I didn't say follow anything.
I
didn't say follow shit. I said you drive one direction, he drive one direction away from you. Shut up. I know.
Anyway, it doesn't seem like you're going to be breathing anytime soon, so I might just go have a shower and get on with my night. Night, Roofy. Have a good one.
Yeah, I know. Talk to yourself. Make shit up all day. I didn't say go around anything, anywhere, and follow anything. I said you get in a fucking truck. You go one direction. Your buddy is in a truck with his tailgate against yours. He drives the opposite direction as you. You meet up. I didn't say drive along fuck. I said drive forward. Forward on a globe is all you got to drive. And you and your buddy are going to meet up. I don't know what you keep making up. Why is it so hard for people to hear a sentence? I didn't say nothing about an imaginary equator. I didn't say nothing about any of that garbage. I'm going to sit there and talk to yourself and make shit up all day. I didn't say stupid shit. Try to make it about some other dumb shit. I wasn't talking about your grandmother. I was talking about the fucking miles on the odometer. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying all people in general have driven that much. For these guys to say the earth is so big, I'm just letting you know how small it is. It's 1.5 oil changes for you and your buddy to go meet up anywhere. It's not that big, apparently. Then they want to point at the sun and tell you it's doing some angles and some other stuff, and they don't even know whether it's going down directly or to the right. If the sun's going to the right, clearly it's not going down.
Oh, how big shells go? It's me and you, dog. Oh. You got unmuted, champ. Hold on. And do it. Fuck. Pew 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 pew. Oops.
Tell writing he can come in. I'm not gonna say nothing to him. You're good writing. I ain't gonna say shit. Go ahead.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Check.
Are you guys sleeping?
Everyone appears to be, yeah.
Hey, Rufus.
Yo.
I'm watching this new show on Amazon Prime called The Power, and the girls have electricity from their hands.
I've got the power.
So I guess they get back at men now for oppressing them for millennia, and they get to zap them with electricity.
Oh, I've got Robin. There you go.
Anybody there? Check.
What's going on? Fucking
Yo,
hell, it's quiet here.
yeah. Where's everybody?
What's happening, Essie?
Doing good. How about you?
I'm good, yeah. How come it's so quiet?
I don't know. I was wondering the same thing myself.
How long have you been here?
I just got here 5 minutes ago.
Was it empty when you came, like?
Yeah, yeah.
Is Gio
Just
here?
Geo was here.
Oh.
They'll be by. They'll be by.
What's the topic then? What's the topic of discussion?
I don't know, bro. I just got here.
Well, let's start talking, me and you then. Let's me and you start a conversation, bro. And people will come. So
Yeah,
what's the topic?
yeah.
You choose, bro. I challenge you to a duel, bro. No,
All
I'm
right.
joking.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? Like you challenge to a duel, and then you choose the method. So choose the question in it. Now let's go. Let's have a conversation, bro.
No, but usually it's the challenger that picks the topic, no?
No. I challenge you, but you choose the method. That's how it used to work, bro. Like I say, I challenge you, and you can choose. Okay, well I say pistols.
Oh, I see. Okay.
In France, that's how they used to do. They used to go
Uh-huh.
up, slap with the glove. Papam! I challenge you to a duel. Yeah.
I don't know, man. What do you want to talk about?
I was talking, yesterday. So basically, you as a flat earther, do you believe that the Earth has gone through like cycles of ice ages and stuff, shifting climate, basically?
Uh, yeah, but first of all, I want to say something. I don't call myself a flat earther.
Okay. What do you call yourself?
It's not a thing that I take great offense of, but I
No,
just
no,
want to
no,
clarify that because
no, do you know
yeah,
why?
there's
Listen,
some.
I said it. There was a reason why I said it, because I'm thinking if the Earth is flat on the flat Earth model, do you believe that the Earth has gone through climate change? The reason why I'm asking it is because, like, I was talking to someone yesterday and I was reading Graham Hancock's work, and he's talking about basically how the American continent, the North American continent, was covered in like a 1 kilometer layer of ice, and that it appears as though an asteroid actually smashed into the ice sheet, and that's what actually melted this ice, and what caused the biblical floods, and the floods that all of the ancient cultures talk about. And then there's proof in America as well, in that there's like canyons dug out from what looks like water rushing very quickly. I wasn't like making an argument in that. I'm just saying, in your model, do you believe that? And like, what do you think of this theory? Because it's quite interesting. He actually, like, there's loads of evidence for it.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, I watched Graham Hancock, and there's a lot of proof of what you're saying there.
Exactly. Oh, you watched it, yeah?
Yeah. They say the Great
Yeah.
Lakes were formed
Yeah,
because of
exactly. Yeah.
glacial melt, and you see rocks. You see rocks that are strewn all over the place, and yeah, they couldn't have moved on their own. So there's a lot of evidence of ground movement when the ice sheets moved. So yeah, that's not a hard thing to believe in.
So what do you believe then happened? Because I do believe that it looks like something smashed into it from above, like a rock
Well,
smashed into it.
yeah, I'm not so sure about that part because,
What do you think happened?
well, to me, when I see those things, it looks like something caved in from underneath. Because,
Earthquake, like.
well, sort of like an inner collapse, like
Well, that's an earthquake, bro.
like a sinkhole kind of a thing. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Oh, right. I guess everything just falls in.
Yeah, because the reason I say that is when you see the holes, the craters, they're like almost perfectly round. There's no like gap, skip. There's no earth, like, if something comes in sideways, it's going to leave like skid marks, or it's going to leave like a side of the crater, but you don't really see that.
I haven't actually seen it, bro. For in that bit there, exactly what it looks like if it's smooth and stuff. Obviously, if it's smooth, well, it suggests two things to me: either something very very hot crashed into it from above, or is sunk in. But it actually makes more sense that it probably did. Like, so you're saying like kind of an earthquake triggered a collapse?
Well, I guess you can think of it as that. Yeah, something from the interior.
You know what? It's
Because,
actually,
well, if you look at the moon, right? The craters on the moon, same thing.
yeah.
They're like perfectly round, most of them, and there's no skip. You know, like when you throw a rock on the water, there's skip. There's none of that. It's just
No, that's not true, bro. Have you ever looked at it from a telescope, bro? I used to have a telescope as a kid. I've looked at it in detail, bro. It is definitely a rock, bro. 100%, bro. At least that's what it looks like. It looks like a rock. I can't say I've not been there. I've not touched it, but it looks 100% like a rock. At close angles, plus, bro. Oh, wait. Actually, I got some pictures of what I'm going to say now. And I've seen this as a kid. But then the other day, I was talking to a guy on here, and he actually took pictures of this. So they're not my pictures, but they're exactly of what I've seen in my own telescope. So, wait. And you can see on here as well, wait, that there's shadows in the craters as well, which would suggest that the moon isn't self-luminescent. Do you understand?
yeah. I'm with you on that. I'm not one of these guys that thinks the moon is not a rock or whatever, right? It could be, but
what do you think?
To me, it looks like it's a rock. So that's not my argument. My thing was the craters on it, right? They look like they're sunk in, not like something impacted them.
Oh,
because they look too round, too perfect. Do you understand what I'm saying? Not every meteor or rock came in at a perfect angle, at a perfect tangent. See what I'm saying? That's
bro, look at these pictures. I know what you're saying. But look at them. When you look at it closer, you
Where'd
can
you
see
post
that
them? Because I don't see anything.
In live stream voice chat. Oh shit!
Can you put it in text one? Live stream text
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. Sorry, bro. Wait, I'll do it here. Sorry. Oh no, not that one. Wait. Yeah, I've seen this myself, bro. They're not my pictures though, but I've seen this in even more detail, like even closer. Look at it. It's very nice.
Yeah.
I posted
Nice,
it.
yeah.
Let me see.
Oh, I took similar pictures myself. Huh? Hold on, I'll show you some of my pictures. Yeah.
Oh, have you of the moon?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'd love to see it, man.
Hold on, let me get my other thing. Like me, I'm not one of these guys that if I see something, I'm not gonna go against it, right? I'm not gonna say, "Oh, it looks like it's a self-illuminating." No, it doesn't look like it's self-illuminating at all. It looks like a freaking rock.
Doesn't it? So
Now,
what
what
is
it
it
is, I don't know, right? I'm just saying what it looks like.
The thing is, can you see the picture, the first one in the left corner? That's solar eclipse.
No, that's not a solar eclipse.
So what is it then?
That's just they call that like a percentage, right? That looks like 7% or something illumination. That is not a lunar eclipse. Yeah.
I don't actually know, bro. To me, I don't. Oh yeah. I think you're right. Yeah.
Because if you see a lunar eclipse, like the whole thing is kind of lit up. Yeah.
Someone said to me these pictures is CGI. Do you think these look CGI?
No, I've taken them myself. I've taken
exactly.
pictures like that myself.
Thank you. But you know, some people are fucking dishonest.
Well, look, if you want to push a model and you want to talk crap, That's not me. I don't do shit like that. Here, check out my picture.
Wait, have you posted it?
I just posted it.
Oh, 1 second. Yeah, that's nice. That's really nice. That the light change as well because of the angle.
Yeah, you can't dispute your eyes, right? I mean, it is what it is.
The thing is, though, like, is that's why I'm asking? Is that camera filter, or is that just diffraction due to angle, like light phenomena?
Well, to me, it looks like a shadow. I mean, it's.
Oh no! I don't mean that. I mean on the right hand side. I've seen the shadow definitely, but can you see how the moon is yellow?
Oh yeah. That's the camera that does that, because you can follow it from one end to the other, and depending on what angle you look at it, it changes colors. So I have a picture of the moon being like white, and then at a certain angle, it turns orange.
It's the filter, bro. It's the filter. It's how the light it's the angle that the light bounces off the moon towards you. That's why it changes when you change.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah. That's nice.
You can see it. You can see it if you're filming the moon for a minute, like from one end to the other. You'll see it change as the angle. Exactly what you said. Yep. But now, what's funny is, look at all the craters.
There's loads, yeah. But the thing is, it looks like, to me, it looks like something smashed into the moon. Like loads of stuff. And there still is. I mean, they say that this stuff. Wait, I'm gonna pull up the article. There's something, bro. There's something like 500 tons or something of stuff that hits the moon every year. Wait, how much?
That's what they say. Yeah.
Wait. Can I? How much stuff is the moon? Well, what do you think then? What would cause the sinkholes then? But you can't just say it causes sinkholes. What would cause it?
Yeah, well, you see them happening here on Earth all over the place.
Yeah,
just
but what
Google
do you think?
sinkholes and you'll see it's just the
I know.
earth underneath.
No,
yeah.
what do you think it is, bro? I'm asking you. What do you think it is? I'm curious. I want to know.
I think it looks like sinkholes to me. I don't know, but for sure they're not things that strike from afar at great speeds, because if that's the case, it wouldn't leave perfect circles. Do you understand what I'm saying?
It depends, though. It depends at the strike angle.
Yeah, but every single one? What do you think the odds of that happening are?
No, of course not. No, of course not. Not every single one, no.
Yeah. That's the thing. It appears every single one just about as a perfect circle. Now that just doesn't jive. If I was a detective and checking the scene, I'd say, wait a minute here. What kind of craters are these?
Bro, look at even your pictures. Some of them are not perfect. And if you look at the ones I have, they're even closer. Bro, I've seen it even closer. I had a decent telescope. If you have a good telescope and you actually look at it, you can see, bro, that it's not even, not all of it. Some of it does look like craters, and there's rocks there.
They do look like craters, but I don't know if you get what I'm saying. There's no like, if you throw a rock on sand, right? Depending on the trajectory, it's not going to leave a perfect round hole. And there's going to be skip on the other end. Like there's going to be.
There is, though. There is.
On one, you know what I'm saying?
On the moon, there is. On the moon, there is in some places. There is. If you look at it,
I haven't seen that to my satisfaction. Like to me, they look almost perfect. Every one I see, it's almost perfect. And there's even craters within craters. You notice that, and they're perfect. Have you seen that?
Bro, trust me. Yeah. I have, bro. Have you looked at it with a telescope, bro?
I have with a telescope, so I can't really say what. Yeah.
Bro, SC, I'm telling you, save up. You only need maybe €200, $200 or something. And you can get a half decent telescope actually, and bro, you can see, bro, you can only see that, bro. I've looked at, I looked at Mars, but I didn't see much of it. I've looked at, rings of Saturn, and you know the spot on Jupiter as well, bro. It's amazing some of the stuff you can see.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not denying that. I mean, you can't deny what you see, right? It's the point is when you see it, what explanation do you give for it? Because you got to be humble here, man. You know?
God.
Yeah.
God. No, I'm joking. But the thing is, to me, it looks like celestial spheres are floating around. That's what it looks like.
Yeah. It looks the same to me, but right? The thing is, what are those things? Now, if you use your logic, right? If you use your logic, you know that a thing like Jupiter, for example, right? You know that a gas giant ball cannot exist in a vacuum, right? You can't deny that. In the same way that I can't deny when I look at the moon, it looks to me like a rock, even though I want to believe it's not a rock, right? It's a shiny whatever, but I gotta go with my eyes. My eyes tell me it's a rock, and when I look at Jupiter, my brain and my eyes tell me this thing cannot happen, cannot exist where they say it is. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but what do you think then? What do you think it is?
I don't know, bro, but it's definitely not a gas giant in a vacuum. Now, how do I know that? Because I know how physics works, right? You don't have to be like super smart to figure this out, right? All you need is a little bit of knowledge and a little bit of logic to say, wait a minute, a gas giant in a vacuum? Nope. Sorry.
Yeah, but gravity,
I don't buy
bro.
it.
Gravity.
Nah, you know that's a pile of crap.
Not really. I mean, how else would it start? Like, how else is everything formed? I mean, there is a force, gravity. Like,
look, let's be honest. We think this force is the way it is because of one man, right? Newton. This one man in the 1600s told us what, because he saw something falling, he formulated and he figured, okay, this is everywhere. But even if you see the model, when they do the model, like even Einstein and all that, they just do the solar system. They tell you straight out, this is what we think the solar system works. But they'll tell you readily, out there, this stuff doesn't work. So it's like little g, and they tried to make little g the creator of the universe. But clearly that, I mean, if you have half a brain and you look out, you say, wait a minute, gas, vacuum? No, sorry, it can't happen.
But I believe in God. I believe in God. God can do anything. I believe God made all of this.
Yeah, but why would he? Why would God do such a thing?
Why not? Because it looks cool. It's God, bro.
Yeah. Look, that's the only explanation. Yeah. If you want to say that, then I have no rebuttal to that. Yeah, God could do anything.
I know. Well, but I'm glad you agree because that proves that you're smart, bro. Because that's where the science takes you to God eventually. It does. If you
I say that
science,
all the time, bro. I fight. You must have heard me fight with the Bible guys, right?
Yeah.
But I respect them, and I hope they respect me. But I believe in a creator. I mean, the more.
Bro, can I ask you? You don't like atheists either, do you?
I don't like anybody. No, it's not
no,
that.
seriously.
No,
I don't like religious people, and I don't like atheists. They're both the same.
No, it's not that I don't like them. They both have points, right? They both have good points.
No, they don't.
Well, yeah. Let's just say they have reasons to believe.
Essie, my brother, if you look at the universe and you say, poof, it just happened, you are either stupid, crazy, or you're smoking crack.
Yeah, well, you know what's funny though? If it's the atheists are here, a lot of them, right? But if you look at the scientists, right? Even the scientists that are atheists, they tell you, it's kind of hard. Like it looks like creation. A lot of them believe in God as well. but most of them are afraid to say so, right? Because
It doesn't fit
science
in the
is an
main.
atheistic thing. Yeah.
Yes, yes. That's the whole point of it, to destroy the people's faith in God. That is the point.
Yeah.
What they want. Where's Gio?
Gio's probably sleeping.
Gio is an idiot. Gio is an idiot. See, I told you everyone would come.
Yeah.
What's happened, extremists?
Yeah.
What time is it where you are, SC? Where are you? Montreal?
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock here.
Yeah.
But I think Gio's over at the West Coast, so it's like 6 o'clock there.
Mm.
Them California boys, they like to sleep in.
I know. Fucking hell. What's the weather like over there? Is it nice?
The sun wants to come out. We had a couple of good days, but it's around 18, 17. Not exactly hot, but not exactly cold.
It's been really hot here today. Only today.
You're in the UK, right?
Yeah. It gets pretty warm here in summer. It rains here a lot, but it's actually not that cold here.
Yeah.
This is the first time I've seen this place so dead.
Yeah, it's a holiday today. Maybe that's the reason. I don't know.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a holiday here in Canada.
I didn't even know. What is it? What holiday? I can't hear you, SC.
I said I forgot what holiday it is, to be honest with you. Yeah.
I would love to live in California, though.
Yeah, same here. Well, maybe Florida, because they say California is becoming real bad. They got water issues.
Yeah, I suppose. I just want to live somewhere warm.
A lot of people from here, they call them snowbirds. What they do is in the winter, they go down to Florida.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
Yeah, they spend 6 months there and 6 months here.
Yeah, I mean, how is that possible? Like, if the Earth was flat, it's not. It's not.
Well, we don't know. You're too logical to believe a flat Earth. I mean, round Earth, bro. I don't understand you. You seem logical in a lot of things, but how can you believe this? How can you believe this? This sphere surrounded with gas and water.
Because he explained it very well. Because I think God is just sick like that. God is just like cool.
Bro, listen. I think God is a mathematician.
Shall I prove to you that God is a comedian? Yeah? I'll prove to you, right? The faster you move in the universe, the slower time moves relative to you. Because the faster you accelerate, the more your gravitational force becomes. You know this? That's why objects can't, in the relativity theory, objects can't go the speed of light, objects with mass, because that would mean they would acquire infinite mass. And that can't happen. So, if you move faster, time moves slower. Tell me God is not a comedian.
Well, the thing is here that that's just an assumption, right? What you're saying, and we really don't know if that's.
No, Essie, no, I won't allow that. Time dilation does happen. I've seen experiments to prove it, man. You can do it with high altitude aircraft.
Nah, bro, I've thoroughly debunked that. The Shahili,
How debunk it for me now? No way. No, you can't just say that.
Oh, it's easy, bro. It's very easy. You know how an atomic clock works?
Yes, I do actually.
You know how atomic clock works? Okay. Do you know the experiment in question? How they, what plane they used? How they brought those things in there? Do you know that they just carried them up? They just carried them up stairs?
We spoke about this. It doesn't change. An atomic clock isn't affected by stuff like that because an atomic clock measures the vibrations of a cesium atom. It doesn't require any flat level or anything like that. It could vibrate upside down for all it cares.
No, not really, bro. Yeah. Look, there's a lot of variables, right? There's heat.
It doesn't matter.
There's
just because it's variable.
Sorry?
No, just because it's variables doesn't mean you can overcome it. Of course you can. Come on.
How? I've looked into it. I told you, they just carried them, they put them on the plane and they.
It doesn't matter, bro. That's what I'm saying to you. No, because it doesn't matter because an atomic clock measures the vibration of a cesium atom. It's on such a small thing. It doesn't matter. You can be upside down. It will still measure it precisely, bro. It doesn't matter.
It's not the upside down, bro. It does matter. Do you know how the cesium clock works?
Yes. They excite a cesium atom and it starts vibrating, and they measure those vibrations because it vibrates at a very, very, very precise manner. It's like one vibration per 0.0000 second or whatever, and they can measure that. That's exactly how it works. I know exactly how it works. You apply an electric current and you vibrate a cesium atom and you measure the vibrations. That's an atomic clock.
Okay, do you know that? Do you know how much off they are by? Do you know how much they say the difference in time is?
Very, very low. Very low. But I don't know exact number now.
It's like a couple of billionths of a second.
Yeah, of course. So.
And do you think you think it's possible to measure a couple of billionths of a second?
Of course it is.
Bro, there was a guy on TV. There was a guy that he started counting from 1 to 100,000. It took him 44 hours.
Well, so because he can't count for 100,000, bro, we can't measure billions. Come on, bro.
You don't really think?
No, you don't count it like that, bro. That's not the kind of counter. You don't do a visual thing for something like this. You measure using a computer, recording microchip, because you have electrical impulses. You don't have to measure the vibration. You can do that too by measuring the current. And that's how it tells you, bro. You don't need to do it. You can get very precise measurements. Vision, doing it by sight wouldn't be a precise measurement.
I'm not saying by sight, but how? Of course, they do it electronically. But just try to imagine. Try to imagine a clock being off by a couple of billionths of a second.
That's why it's so precise, bro. That's why it's so precise. It's on the atomic level, of course. That's why it's so small.
But you've been convinced of that, bro. Now let's just say it's true, right?
I've seen it, bro.
You haven't seen it, bro. You haven't seen it. There's no way you've seen a thing move like that.
No, obviously not that. I've seen an atomic clock, bro. I've seen a device.
I've seen it too, but that doesn't mean anything.
It does, bro, if you know how it works.
I know how it works.
Well, then it does mean something.
No, they have a thing that does a certain thing. And first of all,
no, I've just explained to you exactly what it does, bro. And don't be intellectually dishonest, SC. You know I'm right.
No, you're not right, bro. You just gave an explanation of how they say it works. Here, hold on. I'll post you a picture. Hold on.
So how does it work then? You tell me.
This is not the first time I talked about this.
Well, you haven't answered last time either, bro. You say I don't know, and then you just go on, bro. You can't do that. You need to have a replacement.
No.
You can't just
listen. What's going on here, bro? You've been told a story, right, about a cesium atom, how it vibrates, and how it could, how time could be manipulated. Now, I'm gonna tell you that you've bought a story. First of all, there's no such thing as time. That's number one. And number two, they claim that they measured a couple of billionths of a second. Now, you're just saying that. You have absolutely no proof of that. You've probably seen an atomic clock, and you bought the story. But inside, deep in your heart, you know that you don't know that. If you want to talk about intellectual honesty, you know deep down in your heart, you don't know that.
Yeah,
you just told that.
Of course, I haven't been down there myself and actually look on the atom because I'm not that small, bro. But like that, I can just say, well, half of your observations are out of the question because you haven't been there yourself.
And you'd be right. And you'd be absolutely right.
I can be right, I can be wrong, of course.
How about look? I just posted it.
What is it?
This is the cesium clock, how it works.
Yes, I've seen it. Yeah.
Now you tell me you understand that.
Yeah,
tell me.
Of course.
Tell me you can explain this to me in detail.
I can actually explain that in detail. So there's a like a voltage shifter there to turn magnets on and off. You can see those magnets there, the purple ones, they're magnets, and they have shifting magnetic fields, and then they bounce the cesium atom between them. Boom, 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 boom. And the shifts that they turn on, off, they measure them, and by that they can know exactly how much it is. Boom, I just explained it for you in detail, bro. Admit it now, admit you were wrong.
No, bro, no, you just said a few words there. Definitely that doesn't work like that. They bounce in between boom, 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 boom. No, definitely, absolutely, that does not happen. You just made that up, bro. Come on.
Look at it.
You look at it, bro. You look at it. And you tell me how that thing proves time dilates. I mean, come on, man. You bought a story, bro.
No. I didn't say that proved time dilates. That's how you measure time. And using that, then you get one of those on the ground. You put one of those on the plane. You fly the plane high up and fast. And when you compare the one from the plane with the one down from the Earth, after a certain time, it will have deviation proving time dilation. Don't try SC.
Bro, that's the story you've been sold, and you're repeating.
I was honest. I admitted I was wrong. I was honest. I admitted I was wrong. Now you do the same.
No, there's no admitting that I'm wrong, bro. You just explained something.
You don't have to admit,
think,
but you were wrong.
Oh, dude, you're getting too excited, bro.
Sorry.
You have to admit that there's no proof of this. It's just a story that you've been sold, bro. That's it. There's absolutely no proof of that.
You just sent it to me. Where did you get it from?
I sent you what the scientists say. I told you the story. That's their story.
That's your story then. So you told me a story. I'm going by your story. And going by your story, I'm right.
Did you see? Watch the video I just tagged you both in.
Look, have a look at the picture I just posted, okay? This is the experiment. This is what they did. Now, if you want to believe that this is a controlled environment and everything works out the way they said it, that they checked all the variables, if this picture makes sense to you, bro, good on you.
So, have you ever heard of something called, and I posted a link to it that explains it briefly, the muon paradox?
No.
The muon paradox?
Yes, I have. Sorry.
Go on.
I seen it, so I checked it. I've heard.
I posted a link just a second ago that explains it. It's like a 2-minute video, but essentially, cosmic rays from outer space, hit the atmosphere, and they create all these particles. And we have particle detectors that will detect them on the surface of the Earth. Okay, follow me so far?
Yeah.
So some of these particles are muons. And
Right.
if we create a muon on the surface of the Earth, you can create them in our particle colliders. Their half-life is like 2.2 microseconds.
I know.
But the thing is, if their half-life is only that short, then any particle created, 50 miles up in the atmosphere would never, very few of them would make it to the surface of the Earth, and yet we detect, I don't know, 90% of them, whatever, a lot of them that make it to the Earth. And so the only reason we can detect them when they make it to the surface of the Earth is the time dilation.
Thank you.
Very well said. Now look at the boys carrying the cesium clocks off the plate. I mean, come on, man. You guys buy this, and come on.
Just watch it's a 2-minute video, and it explains it, and little pictures and all that. But it does a better job.
SC won't be intellectually honest and admit that I just owned him.
Okay, bro. You scored a win.
I did. Thank you.
When you play games, do you play them on easy or hard?
Well, against you,
let's say you play a first-person shooter. Do you put it on hard or easy?
It's been easy against you, SC, so I'm playing on easy right now.
Yeah. You guys are too easy. Come on, to convince, man. You gotta put your intellectual dukes up, man. Don't be so easy.
SC, you don't have an intellectual bone in your body. You're not the one to talk, man.
Yep.
Hey, going back to your, y'all mentioned Jupiter earlier, and it can't be a big ball of gas.
I don't know what it is.
Okay,
I don't know what it is. I've looked at the red spot, and I'll be honest with you, Jupiter doesn't look like gas to me either. Not from what I've seen. Myself, to what I've seen, it don't look like gas.
What does it look like to you?
It looks like there's a rock inside, and then like basically imagine if the Earth's atmosphere was a lot thicker. Do you get me? That's why I imagine Jupiter to be something like that, like a rock planet, but with a very, very thick atmosphere on top. That's what it looks like to me.
It looks like I got my buddy Blue triggered early in the morning.
So what I was gonna say is that, you were saying that it can't be a ball of gas because it doesn't attract it. Gas doesn't exist in space or whatever.
Yeah.
So do you think that there's a downward acceleration, SE?
Where?
On Earth.
It appears that way. Yeah, when you pick something up and you drop it, it falls downward. Yeah.
So what is causing that downward acceleration? It's toward the
gravity.
Floor.
Gravity.
I want SE's answer.
Gravity. Sorry, guys.
What do you think, SE?
Gravity, of course.
Oh.
I think what I think. I think time combines with space, makes a fabric, and it just dimples space. So when an object moves near it, you just fly around it. That's what I think gravity is.
My whole point in this argument is that whatever is causing the downward acceleration, obviously it affects gas. I mean, some gases will go down, others won't because they're lighter, but the heavier gases will go down. So my point is that whatever's causing the downward acceleration, why can't that be causing, if it's not gravity, it can be whatever is causing it. Why can't that cause the downward acceleration of gases around Jupiter.
So that's easy because we see some gases going up.
But
Not
why
going
can't
down.
it be just a bunch of heavy gases that go down?
A bunch of heavy gases in a vacuum, bro. It doesn't matter what gas you have, right? Gases cannot exist in a vacuum like that. They cannot bunch up. It is impossible. It is impossible.
There's the thing. I mean, we have a vacuum at 100,000 feet, basically, right?
What? Say again?
There's a vacuum at 100,000 feet, essentially. It's basically
Well,
0.1 psi.
I asked that question to you, and I get double speak. You guys don't know. Some of you say 50. Some of you say 60. Some of you say, well, we don't know. It goes clear to the moon.
My point is there is a vacuum up at a certain altitude. Whatever you call that vacuum, there's less pressure. We'll call it 0.1 psi at 100,000 feet. We'll go with that number. Now, there is gases that go down despite the 0.1 psi at 100,000 feet.
They're heavy.
So whatever is causing that gas to go against the vacuum of 100,000 feet, why can't that do the same thing on Jupiter?
Because you don't understand how gases form, bro. In order for you to have gases, right? Gases have to be contained. You can't just carry gases around.
No.
Yes.
No, not true. No.
This is absolutely true. Show me a case where it is.
There. Look outside. Look outside your window. I'm gonna show you.
That's begging the question, guys. Come on, you're not amateurs. Surely you guys are not amateurs.
Proved it. Extremists, look outside your window. They're approved again.
My question is, what is containing them on the Earth? Because whatever's containing them on the Earth, why can't that contain them on Jupiter?
Because reasons. God.
No, first of all, you're equating what we are here, what we have in front of us, to a light in the sky, which our buddy here just said that he doesn't think it's a gas. Surely
it doesn't look. I didn't say I don't think. I didn't say I don't think. I said it doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it. But
I agree with you.
I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't actually look like gas. But then again, it could be. Just because it doesn't look like it doesn't mean it can't be. And we're not
but you can't make definite statements and tell other people they're crazy like you're doing with the time thing without knowing.
I'm not. But flat Earth is crazy. But I didn't say about Jupiter. No, you're right. But flat Earth is crazy, bro.
Okay, so
maybe
back to my question. I wasn't equating the two. I'm asking the question, why can't whatever happens on the Earth happen also to Jupiter? Because we see it on Earth.
How doesn't it?
But you're assuming something on Earth. You're making an assumption of how it worked on Earth.
The gas. Let's see. We see it on Earth. There is a gas going down despite the quote vacuum of 0.1 psi at 100,000 feet. Gases, some of them, not all of them, some of them go down despite the less pressure at 100,000 feet.
Yeah, but do they dissipate after they go down? Answer this question. After they go down, right? Like we know mustard gas, right? They used it in World War I. Now, we know that gas goes down, right? But does it form a ball? And does it coagulate?
Yes.
What do you mean, yes?
It forms so if you take, I can explain to you. Take a circle on a paper, draw a circle with a diameter of, then you draw another circle outside of that, covering that, with a diameter of 2 inches. That's how gas and all matter works around Earth. That's how gravity pulls it in a sphere.
You see, you're making another assumption again. You're model afflicted, bro. Yeah. You're saying, look.
See, this is what we see. This is what we see. Everyone sees it.
No.
Am I wrong?
When you look outside, you see sky, you see air, you see clouds. You don't see balls. You don't see gas forming balls, bro.
I didn't say I did.
Well, you said look outside. When I look outside, I don't see a ball, a gas ball. I see earth, I see air, clouds, trees, birds. I don't see any of that stuff you're talking about. Where is it?
You just proved my point. You just proved my point.
What do you mean?
You said it's air everywhere. Yeah, it covers the Earth in a sphere. You know exactly what I mean. You're not dumb, actually.
Again, you're going with a story, bro. You're.
No,
It's like
my
you have
story. This
logic
is my
over
story.
here, but when you go over there, you have no logic. Why?
It's my story.
You can't be half intelligent, bro. You can't pretend to know one thing and then be totally oblivious to the other thing.
One
Doesn't
second,
work.
I see my wife's calling me. I see 1 second.
Okay. So we see that Jupiter, you can see the clouds and the movement of Jupiter through amateur telescopes.
Okay.
So it looks like clouds or something to that effect. They're moving, whatever it is. So again, I will ask the question is, why, whatever forms the clouds on Earth, we see that, you can see them moving here, whatever that is, why can't that do the same thing in Jupiter?
Again, you're assuming. You're assuming where you're at now is a ball in a vacuum of space, and you're saying, well, if it works here, why can't it work there? But first of all, you got to prove that it works here. You're not thinking clearly, Echemesis. You're begging the question from the get-go.
I did not make any assumptions in what I just said. I didn't even say that this is what happens. No assumption.
Are you sure?
Hold on. I simply asked, whatever happens here, why can't that also happen up there? Is there any assumptions in that statement?
No, if you don't assume that you're on a sphere, like you said before, surrounded by water and and gas, yeah.
Well, the one assumption that I saw, if I can just, I did see that you assumed that Jupiter is not here. So you assume that they are two different places, like that's its own world and this is its own world. So you did have that assumption.
So give me that assumption. At least give me that. I think that's a pretty small assumption to give me. So we're going to go with that assumption. Assuming the Earth and Jupiter are two different places, whatever happens here, whatever it is that makes gas go down, why can't that also happen up there and make, forget the gas go down part. Let's actually back that up a step. Whatever makes the clouds circle and go in layers and all of that, because we can see that here, why can't that also happen there?
So you're assuming that you see clouds there. You're assuming those things are the same as here. That's a big assumption there.
We see something moving on Jupiter in layers and stripes. We see this big red spot moving around, comes back to the other side. It spins around. It looks like clouds. So you can say sort of the same thing, that it looks like the same thing we have on Earth, probably on a bigger scale. But, again, that's an assumption, so I won't say that. But it looks very similar to cloud movement we see on Earth.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you, because you're assuming now these places and you're saying, if it works here, then why shouldn't it work there, right? Okay, fair enough. Now let me ask you this.
I'm not saying it should. I'm saying what prevents it from doing the same thing? Yes. Is there a reason it couldn't be the same thing?
Right. Now let me ask you this. Do you think that the laws of physics here are different than the laws of physics there?
No.
No. So the laws of physics here states that you can't have gas without a container. So you must think then the laws of physics there are different, that you can't have gas next to without a container next to a vacuum.
I mean, whatever is containing it here, whatever that container is, why can't
that's an assumption. Be careful. That's an assumption there.
You just told me that there's a container because of the laws of physics here. So
no, I didn't. I didn't tell you there's a container. I said the laws of physics, right, dictates that you cannot have gas without a container. And I asked you, do you think the laws of physics there are different than the laws of physics here?
Right. I agree. Do you think that's true? Or do you know?
I'm asking you.
I will say yes. I would like your answer now. I answered your question. Can you also answer your same question?
Of course, yes. I think the laws apply there as well. Now, if we
Okay.
both agree on that, then you must see that then that cannot happen. You cannot have gas pressure without a container next to a vacuum because the laws are same here. We can't have that here unless you point out and you affirm the, your consequent, whatever you want to call it. I mean, begging the question. That's the only way you can do because you can't show that here. And if the laws are here, the same physical laws apply, then you can't have it. You can't have gas pressure without a container next to a vacuum.
What I'm trying to figure out is if you're making that assumption here that gas pressure requires the container, would that not imply there's a container here?
It would imply that. It would imply that indeed. Yeah.
Okay, now that's fine. So let's say whatever that container is here, we don't know what it is. We don't know what it's made of. We don't know the altitude. We don't know the forces involved. Whatever that container is on Earth, why can't that also be on Jupiter and giving that gas containment?
So are you saying that Earth is in a vacuum and it's a giant ball with gas around it and water, not boiling off? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying whatever Earth is, whatever it is, whatever the rules are, whatever the container is, why can't that also be true for Jupiter?
Because we don't know what the container is here. We don't know what the situation is here. We're just assuming. We're assuming on the basis of how physics works. Because clearly, when we look out, we don't see no container. Do you see a container around us?
Hey, that's what I'm saying.
We're both saying the same thing.
Hold on. Because whatever is going on here, no assumptions made, whatever it is, zero assumptions. Why, not an assumption, a question, why can the same thing that goes on here not go on there?
Okay.
No assumptions
made. Good question. I'll answer it like this. It can happen the same way as here, as long as here is not a giant ball in a vacuum surrounded by atmos. Do you understand? Both scenarios can happen here and there as long as you don't violate the laws of physics that we know. Do you understand what I'm telling you, Extremistus?
Okay.
Yeah, like you're looking up at this light, right? And you're saying, look, it looks like a cloud, right? And you're saying, well, the cloud must have its own gravity. Like, well, clouds here exist. I mean, why are you? I don't know why you're assuming that.
Purposely avoided gravity. I avoided any kind of assumption. I purposely did that.
My bad. Yeah, I threw it in there.
Except the one you conceded that they're two different places. I admit that was the assumption I made. Nothing else did I assume.
Yes, you did, bro. You're not seeing it. Clearly, you're not seeing it. You're equating Earth the way it works in your mind. It's gas next to a vacuum, and you're saying, look, if it works here, it works there. That's what you're saying. Everybody knows you're saying that, bro.
I didn't say it did work here. I asked the question, why can't the rules be the same for both? Whatever is working here, why can it not work there?
That's different. Yeah, that agreed. I'll agree with you on that.
You did make the point that it can as long as they're the same. Now,
no, that's where you're wrong. No, it can't. If you're saying that gas can exist in a vacuum surrounded a ball with water, I say no to that. That cannot exist. So you can't use that as a proof of if it works here, then it works there. You're begging the question, bro. An elementary mistake.
Yeah, because it doesn't work here, Essie. Is that what you're saying? It doesn't.
Well, he can't prove that what he thinks works here does. Obviously, whatever it is working. We're not dead, right? But what he thinks here is, he clearly thinks here is a ball surrounded by gas and water next to a vacuum. Clearly thinks that.
Yeah,
But
but
he's
even,
trying to word it differently and trying to like somehow make it work. But you can't make impossible work, bro. You can't.
yeah, gas next to high. Show that high pressure doesn't go to low pressure in reality. I mean that is that what you're saying?
We can show that. We can show high pressure does not go to low pressure. That's easy to show. I mean, that's just an equalization of pressure. You can show that literally in nature. There is 14.7 psi at sea level. There is 5 psi at Mount Everest and 0.1 psi at 120,000 feet where what's his name jumped, Felix Baumgartner. So you can show high pressure at the sea level does not equalize around the Earth. So that is demonstratable easily.
What? So, did anybody understand what he just said?
Yeah. He's saying we can show that we can have a great we can show that it's possible with a gradient because we live on a globe with a gradient.
Yeah, he said high pressure goes to high pressure goes to low pressure. That was the statement he made. My statement is we can prove that doesn't happen in nature all of the time. For the simple observation that we have high pressure at sea level, and a gradient. We have high pressure at sea level, less pressure as we go higher and higher. 5 pressure at Mount Everest, 5 psi, and 0.1 psi at 120,000 feet. High pressure,
And you think
not going to low pressure. That is an example of it.
And you think this gradient of gas can exist next to a vacuum?
Well,
Like, it's astonishing, man. It's truly astonishing that you think this.
My whole point in that argument was nothing. My whole point in that statement was counteracting his statement that high pressure goes to low pressure, drawing no conclusions from what it means, simply that the statement high pressure goes to low pressure is a false statement. We can prove that
No one is
statement
saying that.
wrong. He did. He said that exact same thing.
No,
He said,
no.
high pressure goes to low pressure. That is what he said. I said,
yes,
it's not always true.
Okay, now listen to me. The question here, the scenario here you're trying to paint, right, is you're trying to say fish fillets without fish, right? But you can't have fish fillets without fish, dude, no matter how much you try. When you say the word pressure, that word has meaning. That word has connotation. That word means something. Now, if you don't understand that, I can't help you, bro. But when you say pressure, something has to be pressing. You need containment. You need gas to be pressing on something, bro. You can't have it any other way. You can't have gas pressure without it being contained. It cannot exist in our reality, man. Try to understand that.
Gas can't contain itself. It needs something. Well said, Essie.
Yeah, I mean, it's elementary, right? It's elementary.
Elementary, my dear Watson. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think Extremis just denies that though. I think he realizes that it does need something. Is that true, Extremis?
Gravity is his something.
Yeah, dude. Gravity's their explanation as to why the heavier gases sit at the bottom, and then they just magically are able to stay in place without any undulation of that pressure that we observed. Even clouds. Like clouds to me, I'm willing to go with the idea of the weight of the gas being held down at the bottom of the surface, fine. But then I look at a cloud and I think, how is a cloud able to just magically float by, which is like the equivalency of like a floating elephant full of water? Man, come on. Let's be real.
Yeah, I mean, they start off, or everybody starts off with like, okay, you got this container with this pressure and with these gradients, right? You start off with that, and you say, well, look, it exists. But then you have to start adding in, like, reality, right? Like, so you have the clouds, but then you have the sun, then you have the convection, then you have so this is a system that is moving, right? The sun dries up all the rain goes up and the sun goes away, the rain falls back down. There's a system at work here.
Yeah, it's a dynamic system, as you say, right? The system is, or the energy is not created or lost, it's just transferred into different states.
Yeah, so having a cloud without a sun might be tough, but we have a sun, we have clouds and we have density and we have gradients, but without the high pressure instantaneously and exceedingly going to fill the available space, there must be some sort of containment, or it would just we'd be going faster and faster and faster. All the air would be gone.
Well said, man. No tanks, ladies and gentlemen.
There's no legitimate way to explain this. Not here.
Not with this group of intellects. It's honestly, it's pretty hard to get it out. Because again, we're listening to every single step that you're taking to get to the place of your actual observation. And the thing is, if you're willing to say, this is what I see, then we should be all able to see it, because I have the exact same sense tools that you do. We all have the same senses. We're all built the same, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the assumption that that's a different place, that's where I have an issue, right? Like like when I see a cloud in the sky, I don't say, well, I guess it's a different place, but it's not a different world. Right? I see a cloud in the sky. I don't assume that that's a different world.
Exactly. And the only thing, and that's the thing, dude, as you said, the only thing that's different in that equation is us, the person perceiving, having perspective on the cloud and giving their judgment on what they think that cloud is and how it's able to work in a closed or open system. Right?
Yep. That's exactly what it is. We all see the same things, but some people just make up stories. It's as simple as that. Yep.
And this is why we're so specific about being intellectually honest, because if you're intellectually honest, then we're all able to speak the same, on the same observation with the same merit observed.
I haven't heard one person make a coherent, viable argument about a ball surrounded by gas, surrounded by water in a vacuum. Never. I've been challenging them for years. There's not one reliable, coherent explanation. There just isn't. Just gravity. That's it.
And you notice every single thing that they've come up with for what you would say is a valid observation for a ball, they say, it works on both. Well, guys, that just means that the evidence is, what is it again? When the evidence doesn't prove anything? What's that word? Hang on, I gotta look it up. Inconclusive.
Inconclusive.
Thank you. Inconclusive. Right? So if we're both presenting things, we're like, I see this, well, that could be only possible on this. Oh no, it's possible on that too. Well, that means the evidence that you've provided is inconclusive, therefore we can't draw a valid conclusion. Right? And then you hear the Glovers say, it's good enough. Oh, the mathematics works. Guys, you're taking something and you're attempting to prove something that is already true. Right? You don't have to try to reprove something that's already true. The truth doesn't need you. The truth is just, if you want to observe it and speak to it, that's what the truth needs you for. But if you don't see it, truth doesn't need you.
Can I talk here? Oh,
Of course you can.
yeah. I'm trying to fix my mic here.
Breaker.
Yeah.
Come back, good buddy.
Yo, Andy, what's going on, homie?
All right, dude.
I installed a new operating system on this computer, so I'm like resetting everything. Do you understand what pressure is? I'm just gonna ask questions. Just talk. But do you understand what pressure is? The definition of pressure.
Yeah, the gas is exerted on the walls of the container, pressing upon it into it's going in all directions.
All right. And so when you're talking about densities of gas, and if you know the heavier objects sink to the bottom and the lighter objects sink to the top.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. Funnily enough, there's definitely a downward vector in there, but it's what's the cause of that? That's the issue. With me,
Well,
anyway.
we know that the heavier the mass is, the more stuff an object has, the more it sinks. Now if you're talking about liquids, like things that are just they're liquid states, yeah, the heavier liquids will sink towards the bottom and the lighter on the top. It always equalizes. So in other words, there has something to do with the heavier mass, the stronger the force of gravity. But you guys don't believe in gravity, so I don't know what terminology to use here.
Well, let's start off with which gravity, because you seem to know things. Which gravity are you referring to?
Yeah, gravity's not a force, but just so you know.
Gravity's not a force.
You have gravitational forces, but gravity itself is not a force. It's acceleration.
Are you going with the Newtonian or the Einsteinian one? Let's start off there.
Okay, Newtonian.
You know, Newtonian doesn't work out in space, right? Newtonian only works locally.
Well, let's talk about the Earth. I don't believe in Einstein. I don't believe in Einstein's relativity. So you're talking to a different type of person here.
Well, then you're with us. Then anything you say after that will have to be against current science. You know that, right?
But no, not everything.
Well, everything is based on Einsteinian space-time, fabric, curvature, linear objects following a curved path, even though they're going straight.
I'm not talking about Einstein's. I'm talking about Newtonians, the things we can observe and measure, and test things.
The big thing with gravity is it determines, we're not saying that it doesn't do anything or we don't believe in it. Gravity does exist. It determines the direction of the object, but it's the how the object gets to where it does, or where we're going to start observing it, i.e., you're not just going to be able to walk on stage and say, I'm observing the microphone dropping, and therefore gravity exists. We're asking you to observe the fact that the microphone needs to be picked up, then dropped, and you can observe it. So the question is gravity being influence or an influencer the entire time?
Yes. The answer is yes.
So how would you explain dynamic versus static energy?
Okay, let's keep it basic here. So
I don't think you can keep it more basic than that.
What do you call an object falling to the ground? You call it a pull, right? Well, by definition, I call it a force. There's something
that's cool, but again, my dude, in order for you to observe that force start working, you have to influence that object first, right? You don't pick up, again, and let's just keep it simple on the microphone idea, and realize that the microphone's not always just going to fall. You have to pick it up first. You have to disturb an object at rest in order to observe gravity start working. Do you not?
Furthermore, a force is not a thing. It's an action done. So when you say a force of what? And if you're going to say a force of gravity, then we have to be able to identify this thing you call gravity as being a thing, rather than just an action done, because now you're just getting repetitive.
whatever causes us y that causes an object to fall down, that's a different story. But I'm just saying that you ask that does it always influence? The answer is yes, it always does. You don't have to pick the object up for an object to experience the weight.
The weight. Okay, hold on a minute here. Let's put some stuff on the wall that actually is observable. Number one, let's go to a weight rack at a gym and observe all those weights that range from 5 pounds all the way up to 100 pounds. Free weights, dumbbells. You don't get to say that all of those dumbbells are magically influenced by the uniform thing called their weight. Those independent objects are all independent dynamic or independent weights waiting to be used.
So what do you call an object falling towards the ground then?
How did the object start falling to the ground?
It's up in the air, and there's no.
How did it get there?
You pick it up, sure.
Aha, you pick it up. Now, what is the thing in your body that allows you to pick up the weight? Let's talk about 100, or let's talk about a 20-pound rock, because you can actually carry that. What's the thing that's allowing you to carry that rock?
Whatever complicated force of the muscle that exerts that 20 pounds over.
Well done. So your oxygen in your blood infuse the muscles in your body and allow you to carry that 20-pound rock. Now you get into we're not done with the play. Ha, exactly. I'm going to hold you to that point momentarily, but for the sake of the observation, let's really be extreme about it and get into a helicopter and take that 20-pound weight, 20-pound rock up 1,000 feet. Do you think that rock weighs anything different 1,000 feet in the air versus on the surface of the earth?
Where are you going with it?
Well, it's the idea that you're getting into a helicopter. You know that the motor in the helicopter is working. You know that fuel is being consumed. You know that the pilot is working the controls on the helicopter. So there's work being done, right? All that work being done, including the muscles in your body, are all withholding that rock's weight. So my question to you specifically is, are you saying that gravity is the actual weight of an object?
Whatever you can measure it, yeah.
So if I weigh 170 pounds, you're telling me that gravity is built into my weight rating. Is that correct?
I don't know what you mean by this.
He's asking if weight and gravity are synonymous.
Weight and gravity? No, they're the same.
Synonymous, exactly my point. So the issue being is that you are not being stoic, right, and allowing each independent object to hold its own independent merit and value. You're putting a uniform force over all of these different things that weigh different things under their own merit. And you're not only that, but you're going to then base your entire design of a universe on that one thing that seems to be not a valid argument. This is my point.
What do you mean not a valid argument? Look, let me ask you a question. Like, does an object have to be picked up in order to experience weight?
No, the object has its weight built into it, i.e. it weighs 20 pounds, 100 pounds, whatever that object weighs.
Okay, that value that you just gave, 20 pounds, 100 pounds, what do you call that?
The object's weight.
You call it the weight, right? And then you just use the word pounds. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the word pounds, by definition, is a force. It's just different units of measurement. Why don't you just call it force?
Because force is something that is active. Weight is something that is dormant. When I still weigh, whether I'm moving or I'm sitting still, I still weigh the same. In order for me to have action to or move my mass, I have to invoke energy.
You have to an opposite force. In order to lift a 20 Newton object, you exert a little over 20 newtons to lift it up. That's it. It has two different forces. One balances the other. No, one unbalances it. One exceeds the other. So the object accelerates depending on the direction that it exceeds on. You not get this?
My friend, there's nothing for me to get. This is where I'm saying to you, I'm strictly in a place where I'm being stoic about my observation, and I'm noticing and noting that people will invoke gravity by dropping something, but we have to realize that in order for me to drop something, I have to pick it up. This is fact.
Well, can we agree? Let me help you out a bit. Can we agree, Shadow, that a force is not a thing of itself rather than an action done?
An action done by what?
Exactly. Something, right? A force is not a thing of itself rather than an action done.
We agree that we don't generally know exactly what causes an object to force towards the ground or experience the pound thing. That part.
Well, I mean, you're taking it way past what I'm asking you. I just need you to agree
what are
on
you
that.
asking?
If you can agree that a force is not a thing rather than an action done, then we can begin to talk about weight and the difference between a force versus weight. Because what he's telling you is that a weight is analogous to, I would call it dead weight, right? Where there's no action done, right? It's already equalized, it's already seeked equilibrium, and it's at rest. Now, when you take something that has what you would call weight and apply a vector or some kind of movement to it, now you could say you have a force acting upon that weight. But a weight just by itself isn't doing anything. Therefore, no force to be had.
Thanks for the interjection on that, Dyslow. Appreciate it, man.
I'm not
what?
sure what
Hold on, Extreme. Hold on. Thank you guys for this, okay? Because I'm gonna try and be active in here a little more. So.
I'm not sure that's a good thing, but okay.
Well, I want to be civil here, so yeah.
That was funny.
Civility is not required.
Anyways, you guys enjoy yourselves.
Dude, it's anybody's allowed to come by and talk about whatever they want to. It's all good, dude. There's no egos here or anything like that. I get what I find funny is when people say, "Do you not understand this?" Right? And I mean, from my perspective, I'm observing things the way that I observe them. I don't have to read a book or take on any tales that have been told to some man about whatever it is. I can look at stuff, and I'm wise enough to be able to ascertain what's happening and then draw a question from that, which is kind of like the Socratic method, because it's their story. And I'm putting my hand up at the back of the class saying, but I have a question. This doesn't make sense to me. Can I get further explanation? Right? So when you render something like, does this not make sense to you or whatever, I think to myself, hold on a minute, what tale or what appeal to authority do I have to take on in order to understand what you're saying? Simply stated. Thank you.
Is the universe under an obligation to make sense to you? Should it make sense to you?
Was that a question for me or just an open-ended question?
It's a general. Anybody can answer that.
I would say if you have logic, if you have logic, common sense, and understand natural order, then yes, everything makes sense.
So quantum mechanics does not really make sense or follow logic.
No, quantum has no part in reality. There's nothing in nature or the entire universe that you can point to and say there's quantum over there.
Okay. That's the question. I mean, I got the answer. Okay.
Did you have like some input on the force topic that was brought up?
I missed most of it. I was busy doing something else. So no.
You know, they have a term, misgender, or, you know, when you wrongly gender somebody, right? How, now I'm looking for a term when they, you know, when they call somebody a flat earther, that he's not a flat earther or whatever. Can you call that like you're misshaping me, misforming me? What would be an appropriate term for that?
You're misrepresenting my shape beliefs.
Yeah. Shape, no. Gotta come up with a good term with that.
Shapeshifter.
Shape neutral? I'm shape neutral, or shape.
You're shifting my shape opinion. You're shapeshifter.
You're disrespecting my shape, or shape discrimination. There it is. How's that? Shape.
It's called shape. It's called shape shaming.
Yeah, there it is.
Shape shaming. That's awesome.
Good. I like that. I like it.
Shape shaping. I'm adding it to wobularity. This is awesome. I'm growing my my personal vocabulary.
Here you go. Verticality. Verticality is another one you can add. Verticality. I like wobularity. Shape shaming is not bad.
So that's what the ballers do. They shape shame. You don't believe in our shape. Shame on you.
But the thing is, you kind of do the same. So both sides shape shame. Because you don't believe in our shape either.
True.
Actually, take that back, extremists, because flat is not a shape. It's a character of a surface.
I was about
quality.
to say that. So we're not really, we don't believe in flat, but that's not a shape. So we're not shaming the flat shape. However, you don't believe in the sphere, which is a shape. So you're actually shape shaming our side.
We believe in spheres, but we don't assert ourselves upon beliefs rather than the facts and the logic as they present themselves.
That sounds like a case of.
Yeah, you guys have a belief, and we're just following the logical conclusions that deduce reality as it appears.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So, yeah, that's how that works.
Yeah, extremists, if you'd spend more time researching stuff instead of writing out paragraphs insulting people like you do all day, you might just learn something, bro. Try it.
I don't write out paragraphs insulting people all day. Sometimes they're only one sentence. Sometimes they're only one sentence. Not a whole paragraph.
All right. Now, if you take 10 of those minutes and you study something, you know, I heard somebody say, if you take 17 minutes of your day, just 17 minutes on any subject, before you know it, you'll become expert at it.
You think that's true?
Not really, but I heard somebody say it.
So what quantifies an expert on any geophysics? What makes you an expert? Not you, but what makes a person an expert on geophysics?
You can't be an expert on that. That's one thing you cannot be an expert on.
Why?
The physics of the earth, because you don't know the earth. You don't know the earth in its entirety. How are you going to be an expert?
I mean, we know the physics of the earth. Do we not know the physics of the earth? Even if we don't know the whole thing, we know the physics. I mean, the physical laws we have, we know them, right? Now, there's probably some things we don't know. Obviously, you can't know everything. But of the laws we have, you could be an expert in those laws.
Well, I guess so, yeah, I guess.
Now, that doesn't necessarily mean those laws are not subject to changing. We can discover.
Unless you have a law. Hold on, Extremis, unless you have a law like gravity, for example. Now, there's a law you can't be an expert on.
I mean, I don't know. Does that apply? I guess it kind of applies to geophysics.
Yeah, you think? So there's the main thing that you can't really rely on. One of the main things we see here.
So you cannot be an expert in geophysics.
Not in gravity. Can you be an expert in gravity?
I don't know. I mean, it was more of a question than a statement.
Well, bring me an expert of gravity here, and we'll see how it works out for him. The top guy. Bring us the top expert of gravity. See how it works out for him.
I don't think that would be a good idea.
Nope. I would love to talk to Mr. Neil deGrasse Tyson, or Mr. Brian Cox, or Mr. Green, any one of them on gravity. I would love 10 minutes, but in an open forum.
That would be fun to see.
Sorry?
I was just saying that would be great to see.
Yeah, but they won't do it. Any one of us in here can make these guys look ridiculous. Any one of us in here, right now.
How about an expert on biology? What would that require?
Well, an expert on biology. Now we're talking stuff that we could actually see, manipulate, and now we're talking solid stuff. To a point, because they're gonna go crazy and tell you they know evolution and all this stuff. Even them, they talk nonsense. So everybody exceeds their knowledge, I guess.
Here's one for you. How about an expert in astrobiology?
Now that's an oxymoron right there.
Thought you might appreciate that one.
Wait a minute. Does that mean that there's biology like skin cells and stuff to discover in space?
It means the biology of space, kind of simplified.
That's what I mean. I was being very crude in my observation of your claim.
Right. I know.
So you see, Extremis, your model, it's just a whole bunch of assumption, bro, that could easily be refuted by anybody that has the most rudimentary knowledge of your model. Could really make you look bad. Not you, the model, of course.
I just want to add my 2 cents on logic. And, we use logic heavily to understand our realm with our senses, right? But our senses are limited. So we rely on tools and levels and lasers and measurement devices that enhance our senses. But ultimately, logic, what might be logical in this realm, in our reality, does not mean that it's the same logic throughout every single realm or every single dimension. If there is dimensions, I know that most flat earthers are actually not materialists, that just believe in materialism. You understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like I'm not 100% materialist. Like, I don't believe that consciousness is responsible, or that consciousness is derived by only chemical reactions and neurons. Like, I think that consciousness can exist outside the brain, and it's not necessarily a byproduct of only the brain, where materialists believe that consciousness itself is literally a byproduct of neurochemicals and just straight up like just your brain. So without your brain, there is no consciousness. Now, I don't necessarily believe that. And with that understanding, logic doesn't actually play out the same everywhere in existence. Basically what we consider logic, when you verge into the fringe, right, into the edge of existence and what is consciousness, logic no longer applies. You can't use the same logic that you would use on Earth in the astral realm Like if things do pop in and out of existence, if spirits do exist and they go through walls, right? They pop in and out of existence. You can't explain that logically.
Yeah, that's a different realm now. Yeah, that's moving
You
away
just yeah.
from the material. Yeah.
So I'm just trying to reach a middle ground when it comes to quantum mechanics. Like I don't necessarily believe in quantum mechanics, but I do admit that what we consider logics no longer applies at the quantum level. You can't use the same physics that you observe in our realm, in that microscopic nano realm. You know, it doesn't really apply the same way. And that's a middle ground that I'm willing to reach with the Globers. That there's areas of consciousness and existence itself where our logics crumble. They crumble. They don't apply the same way.
Okay,
Look, I'll give you that. Sorry, I thought you were done.
What I was going to say is the distinction is that within the realm of the supernatural, ghosts, whatever, angels, there are no natural laws. So you can't describe an angel using the natural laws. But you can use natural laws to describe quantum mechanics.
No, you can't. That's patently wrong. This is a crazy synchronicity. I just did a podcast on Caleb and Derek's podcast about atomism, which got into quantum mechanics. You quite literally can't use natural laws on the quantum scale. That's the whole problem. So what natural laws would you be suggesting?
You can't. It's true. That's true. Einsteinian mechanics and Newtonian mechanics for gravity, for example, break down at the quantum level.
That's right. Like even his laws of motion, even Newton's laws of motion don't work on the quantum scale. Or what natural law explains superposition? What about instantaneous action at a distance and duality of waves and particles? What about the electron being described as a stationary wave? Can you give me any natural laws to describe these things? Because that's the whole point, is that you can't. But what that actually means is our natural laws are wrong. That's what it actually means. It doesn't mean that the quantum is some spooky magical realm, because it's not. We study that in the material world. It just means that our natural laws are wrong. Gravity's
Well,
wrong.
I don't agree with that one, bro. No.
Well,
I don't agree with that. In the
are.
quantum realm, they tell us stuff that they think is happening, like superposition, unproven, right? Duality. There's no such thing as duality in nature.
That's
so
right.
That's it just doesn't work. I mean, it's all assumptions.
Well, when I say natural law specifically, people conflate like Newton's laws to that. If we're talking about like entropy, like yes, like the fundamental, like accurate natural laws would still exist. Meaning, like the true natural law is that everything seeks equilibrium via pressure mediation, and that kind of gets hijacked by, of course, the second law, entropy. So yeah, that's still true on the quantum scale, and so is energy cannot be created nor destroyed, nor can angular momentum. That's also true, or just momentum in general. The law of conservation of momentum and energy. The first law. These are applicable on the quantum scale as well. It's really like the laws of motion and this materialistic confinement of natural laws that doesn't work. And it's not some other magical realm. That is actually a cover story because their physics doesn't work. Because it's BS.
Of course. Yeah, there's no way that they can say that they can make an atom split into two. Forget about that. That's ridiculous, right? And then they have the superposition, where the atomic model was orbital, and then they made it that it could be anywhere. It's a gas, and I mean, this is all nonsense. And the part
It never says that the atom splits in two. It says that the atom releases a neutron which bombards other atoms.
They actually claim they can split photons in two. So
yeah,
I don't think you guys realize the actual level of absurdity of quantum mechanics. They actually claim that they can split a single photon into two photons using something called parametric down conversion. They use a nonlinear crystal, and they claim they shoot a single photon through it, and it splits it into two. But they use what's called a single photon emitter, which is just a light with like a high attenuation rate, so it's just a really dim light. And then they're like, well, if we do our math here, the odds are that there's probably not going to be a lot of photons that get over there. If we get the number low enough, to the probability being that it's probably just one photon, we can just count it as one photon. And then when we see energy going into different directions, we'll say the
not the same.
Don't interrupt them, bro. Don't interrupt, please. Let's let each other finish our sentences.
I was almost done. I was saying, like, and then they say when it hits the crystal, you'll see energy go in two different directions, and I claim that's actually a single photon splitting into two.
Yeah.
Which is insane.
There's no way around that.
Tell me, is splitting an atom the same as splitting an photon? Just yes or no? Thank you.
I brought the photon up to point out that it's even more absurd than just the atom claim. Like, so this is what people don't know.
The photon, I agree with you. Listen, the photon one is rubbish. That just makes no sense. What you split energy into two, that would mean that you'd have to replicate energy, and that goes against the law of conservation of energy, like you were saying. That doesn't work. But splitting an atom is completely different, and you know that.
Actually, what I know is that they've changed the atomic model 6 times. They can't even define the atom to this day. And what the lay person doesn't know is that it's completely different than it used to be. And they basically treat the atom as if it's 99.99999% empty space. And when I said that many nines, that's exactly how many, 5 9. So that's insane. I'm like, how are you how do you know you're splitting something in half? You're claiming it's 99.99999% empty space. That's stupid.
It's all rubbish. It's all nonsense. It's all made up stuff.
Yeah.
Even Einstein. This is the one time that I agree with Einstein. He called it spooky action at a distance. Even Einstein didn't agree with that.
But he didn't say that
the
out of
dreamer
logic.
himself. Yeah.
He didn't say that out of logic, though. He said that because it doesn't work with relativity. Like, it doesn't work with the finite speed of light.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It would kill his finite speed of light. Go on, Alaz.
Oh no! I said I didn't say anything. No. I finished. I just said one thing, bro. Sorry. I was waiting for you to talk, bro.
Yeah, well, what Woodsit said is correct. This would kill his whole thing. That's why he was against it. Locality, you know, and he was fighting with.
He wasn't against it. He acknowledged. He wasn't against it per se. He just acknowledged they exist, and he knew they would destroy his whole framework. But the thing is,
right.
The thing is, listen, Essie, his framework still works for 70% of the shit we see. Okay, 30% we throw out the window, but that's science, man. We keep proving it wrong.
No, bro, you
So
can't.
dude, I can come up with 1,000 things that work for 70% of things. So that's what's so goofy about this. It, like, what 70%? Like the fact that
it works in my favor.
Wait. I'm just saying. The only thing that they claim it works for is stuff like 9.8 meters per second squared. Like, I can use 1,000 different equations to do that. So
no,
the truth is,
okay. Show me the electrostatic equation for that, because you said your electrostatics concept there perfectly explains that. Because, like, well, my problem is essentially with that. Let me ask you, clarify, is because of like all the electric stuff that we're using and all the interference coming in from space and stuff. Wouldn't, if it was electrostatics, a lot of this play a constant part, which technically would mean that gravity would fluctuate across the plane that you're on. Do you understand?
Yeah, so in my opinion, gravity does fluctuate. What people call gravity does fluctuate. Downward acceleration does fluctuate. It is not. It's not exactly 9.8 meters per second squared. It's not. It's not a constant. Provably so. In fact, you can't find one place on the Earth that always has the same acceleration. It changes. So that's the part they don't want to tell you, and then they treat it like a constant anyway. And they claim it's just because of mass distribution and density layers in the Earth and blah 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 blah.
It's not you say your electrostatics concept replaces gravity, so you can't invoke gravity. What I'm trying to say is, yes, what you're saying is completely true. There are gravitational fluctuations across the surface, of course. However, what I'm saying is, if your theory is right, there should be more interference from all this shit electrostatics surrounding it that isn't part of the pull of the surface itself. Do you get what I mean?
No, but see, that's the thing. I'm not First of all, gravity comes from the word gravitas, which means heavy.
I know what
It
you mean.
means how heavy
Yeah.
something. It means how heavy something is. So I don't deny gravity. I deny gravitation, and there's no evidence for gravitation at all, other than presupposing it. Okay, I don't have to replace something that's made up and doesn't even work. And no, the stuff, the energy coming from the sky, that's what helps create the downward bias in the first place. So all the electrostatics is doing is acknowledging that it sets up and down. Buoyancy resultant from density relationship is way stronger than the bias, way stronger. So then we have to figure out what causes density, because that's the primary thing that moves things around. And actually, primary is the wrong term, because primary means first, and electrostatic sets up and down first.
Let me ask you then. When you calculate the buoyancy, where do you get the value for G from? Because that's what I'm saying. I want you to derive that without invoking gravity.
That's what I'm saying. Now you're back to saying gravity again when you don't seem to understand there's a difference in gravity and gravitation. But yeah, 9.8 meters per second.
You know what I mean?
Squared is a measured value. 9.8 meters is a measured value. Right? Modern concept of gravity, more specifically gravitation, claims to be the cause of that. So that's not the cause. Gravity isn't 9.8 meters per second squared. That's the effect. Okay. So yeah, I can solve for 9.8 meters per second squared with a kinematic equation. I can use initial velocity, height, and time and solve for A. Okay, and that's the same as little g. So I can just place A in the equation for buoyancy in place of little g, and it'll count for 9.8 meters per second squared average, and then boom, problem solved. I don't need gravitation at all.
You don't get the seconds squared. You get per second, but not seconds squared, because there's no force in your equation. There's nothing applying the force. How is this? Where's the force coming from? I don't understand.
Okay, so yeah, the axiom is that considered in science, quote unquote, is that F equals ma. That therefore acceleration requires a force. But in reality, F equals ma is defective. It doesn't even actually work. So you have to account for real inertial forces in all these different scales that the current model uses. But I don't have a problem with that. I do think acceleration requires a force. Okay, but the fundamental force is just setting the up and down, dude. That's it. The buoyant force is a force. That is a force. The buoyant force.
Yeah, because of gravity. Because you require gravity to have a buoyant force. Buoyancy doesn't even work without gravity.
Really? So then, does it have little g or big G in it?
Little.
Okay, so then it just has downward acceleration in it.
Well, it's not accelerating upwards, is it? Come on, bro. No semantics games. You know what I'm saying? The thing is, because Whit said, look, you said to me, your electrostatics concept explains it all, but it doesn't, because I'm asking you for, you know exactly what I'm asking you for as well, but you can't provide it. So you have to be honest as well. You can't prove it either. Maybe. Okay, go on.
I don't understand it, man. So there's a downward electric current on the Earth. Do you agree
that
that's a force?
That's what you're saying.
It's a force. It's measurable.
Well, yeah, it would.
It's measurable. Do you agree? Do you agree it's a force?
Yes, of course. Well, what I said to you, of course it's a force, and that's how it would have to work. I'm not dumb. What I'm trying to say is, bro, with all the interference surrounding it, basically electromagnetic interference should be interfering, quote unquote, gravity. Do you understand? So every time there's
I'm telling you, I think it does. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I think it does, dude. That's what you're not listening to. So yes, I've already proposed this. I proposed this in this room. The test has never been done in the history of mankind. So if someone wants to prove me wrong, it's definitely not by saying things should float. That's retarded. They should go do the test. They should go measure.
Then let's comprise.
They should go measure. I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, I'm actually in conversations with people at university with the equipment, because it's not cheap. Okay, even a gravimeter is around $25,000. So interferometry gravimeter is $25,000. So anyway, the point is, what you want is a vacuum chamber, and you want something that you want to find the most precise way to measure the electromagnetic energy in a vacuum, and then you want to see, well, if this energy density changes, does the downward acceleration change? And you would have to have very precise measurement tools, because it wouldn't change much. So to even actually still man my position, people have to understand what it is, and that is that it does fluctuate. It's not a constant. Gravity is not a universal constant, but it doesn't fluctuate much. Okay, now this actually explains reality. Now the current model does it as it fluctuates. They just change the entire globe model and claim to change different density layers and different masses inside the Earth because no one can test that. So they can just make up whatever they need to make their model work. So I'm talking about an actual test that would be actually definitive, right? If you can show energy density and electromagnetic vacuum changing, and then therefore proportionate to that, the downward acceleration changes, that verifies my claim. I don't have to make up stories about inside the Earth. So that's what people don't understand, bro, is that it's super weak. It's not going to change a lot. I don't know how I'm going to have to say this, though. And also, this is a question I can ask the room, anyone that believes in gravitation, and no one will be able to answer it. So, okay, you think gravity is the cause of the buoyant force. Okay, so what's the physical mechanism that exchanges the pressure mediation between an object and the medium? Meaning, if I have a beach ball and I throw it in the air, it's going to fall down. Okay, and if I swim to the bottom of a pool and let go of a beach ball, it's going to go up. That's obviously because of the density relationship. It creates a buoyant force. So what physically, right? Like what's the physical mechanism that exchanges that interaction from that object to the medium
Right.
to make it go up or down? What's the physical mechanism?
With it, let me ask you then. So if I had a very powerful neodymium magnet in my hand and I dropped it, according to your theory, it should fall much, much faster than an equally heavy object, but that isn't magnetic, so to speak. Oh, how no? How no? How? What do you mean no?
It wouldn't be much faster. That's what it wouldn't be much
You
faster.
just said no,
Unless
and now
you
it's
drop,
not much faster. Which one is it? Come on, bro.
yeah, I said no to your claim that it would have to fall much faster. That's not true. So the only way that it would fall much faster is if you have a composition of metal underneath. Well, guess what, bro? If you drop a neodymium magnet over top of a sheet of aluminum or steel, it is going to drop much faster than another object. So how about you go drop a pine cone and then drop a neodymium magnet over a
But let's do it
over a
in
sheet of steel? Wait, which
Let's
one's
do
going
it
to fall
in
faster? Which one's going to fall faster?
No, but that's if you have a steel plate. Let's change the medium at the bottom. Let's make it in sand. It would still fall faster in your theory.
No, because first of all, if it falls faster, it would be immeasurable. Like sand is not coherently magnetic at all. So how is that going to create an effect?
Because according to your theory, the electrostaticity has to be everywhere.
Well, that's
I mean, in order for
you brought up magnetism, though. You brought up a neodymium magnet. That's coherent magnetism. That's not the same as electrostatics. Static electricity is fundamentally different.
electric current generate magnetic fields. I mean, electricity is always associated with magnetic field. You can't say that.
Wait, what does electrostatic have to do with the current? Static means not moving. Current means moving.
Because you have to have some kind of current moving. There has to be movement, so there has to be an object attracting another object. There's movement. There's an attraction.
No, my model, if you will, is nothing to do with the Earth attracting things down to it. Nothing. And by the way, neither is yours. Neither is the mainstream model. It's actually that gravity pushes things down and guides it to the ground. It doesn't pull anything. Okay.
False. So explain your model then. Explain it.
Okay, so there's a downward electric current on the Earth. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a product of the fact that there's charge accumulating above us, and then there's an opposite charge, quote unquote, which is also a misnomer, on the surface. Okay, so fundamentally, all objects want to go to the surface so they can equal out. That's where energy goes to dissipate. That's why we ground objects. So everything wants to go to the ground to try to find equilibrium and dissipate the energy. Right? That bias is really weak though. So if I have helium balloon, the results of the helium balloon and the medium it's in, that resultant force that we call the buoyant force, which uses that up and down, that's all it uses is that there's up and down. That's what it needs. So it doesn't need gravitation, it just needs up and down. Okay, well, we've already established that. Things go down to seek equilibrium at the ground. That's why it's called that. So that buoyant force is so much stronger than its longing to go down to the ground that it's going to go up. It's not even complicated. And this is real. By the way, I can show you MIT professor Walter Lewin explaining to you everything that happens on the Earth is electric. Everything is held together by electric forces. And it's not till we get out into outer space. It's not till we get out into outer space. It's a lecture. It's an MIT lecture. And it's not until we get out into outer space that gravity becomes a thing. This is an MIT professor, dude.
Yeah. So what? Show me.
I will show you. I'm driving, but like just look up MIT.
Right.
Just look up Walter Lewin electrostatics and a bunch of
How
lectures
do you
on
spell Lewin?
WALTER and then LEWIN. Walter Lewin.
All right. No, Walter Lewin. All right. There we go.
Yeah,
There
and
we
you can
go.
also go. You can also
Walter
go to YouTube
Henry
and go.
Lewin.
You can go to YouTube and you can go to Good Times for All, which is spelled GUDTIMS, the number 4 all. And he actually takes Walter Lewin's. He pulls out the specific lectures I'm talking about, and he removes all the math, the really dense math, except for part of
Okay.
it.
Well, you know what? Witsit, since you brought him up, let me ask you a question, yeah? Because I actually wanted to bring this up, because this kind of will disprove your whole electrostatics theory. So, according to you, electrostatics holds things what together in all the universe, you mean? So is that, what you're describing now, is that what you apply to holding all the celestial so-called spheres together, yeah?
Okay. I don't even necessarily buy the fact that there's like tangible corporeal spheres in the sky, but whatever is making the motion in the sky happen has to be coherent. It can't just be electrostatic. There has to be like electromagnetism.
Right. So Lewin's, it says here, literally the first line, Lewin's contributions in astrophysics include the first discovery of a rotating neutron star through all sky balloon surveys and research in X-ray detection and investigation through satellites and observatories. So, neutron stars, neutrons, as we both know, don't have any electric charge. So how would they fall in together? Like, why do neutron stars form? Because if there was electrostatics, causing, things to stick together in that way, how do neutron stars form? Because neutrons are electronically neutral.
Okay. So for one, neutrons do have charge. Okay, they have elementary charge. They just claim that they don't have net
On
charge.
the quark level, the neutron quarks have charge, not the neutron themselves. One third of the neutron has a charge. It's only 1/3 of a charge. It's not complete to have any kind of polarity.
Charge. Yeah, that doesn't matter. Though. You said it doesn't have a charge. Like you can have a neutron without a charge. So anyway, neutron's also a concept, not the point. I brought Walter Lewin up to make a point, which is that I'm using
You know why it matters? Because when you have half. No, listen. When you have 50%, then it completely attracts the other 50%. When you have 1/3, it doesn't jive with all of it, so it's not magnetic in the way you describe it. So what we would see then is, with your principle, then some neutron stars would form and some wouldn't. It would basically be a game of, chance.
No, I don't believe in these fairy tales about outer space, dude. Okay, I brought Walter Lewin up because he is a well-revered physicist in the current paradigm. Even he will tell you, and he specializes in this specific thing, and he will tell you, on the Earth, on the local scale on the Earth, everything is held together by electric forces. Everything is caused by electric forces. Then he drops his eraser from his chalkboard while he's explaining it. He's like, everything is caused by electric forces. It's not till you go out into outer space on the planetary scale that gravity becomes the thing. Okay? So, like, that becomes, like, relevant or the primary cause of things. This is the point I'm making. I don't believe in outer space as has been defined. I know it's retarded. I can debunk that for 7 straight hours and not stop talking. It's a laughable claim. So I don't care about outer space. We're trying to figure out the Earth. And whenever I talk to people about this, they'll drop a pin and say, ha ha ha, stupid flurf. But ironically, they're stupid, okay? Because that pin's electrostatic. And so is the environment and so is the Earth. So this sets the up and down. Buoyancy, density and buoyancy sort the rest out. This is an irrefutable position. In fact, it's the only real position. Right. So that's the truth.
For you.
It is what it is. I've never had anyone rebut it. Only thing I've ever had people do is strawman.
I just did, and you couldn't explain it, bro. You couldn't explain how neutron stars would form. My argument.
My God. How did we discover a neutron?
I'm not. I am an idiot. I'm not smart at all. I'm dumb. But my question is still valid.
You're an idiot, man. What? How did we discover?
No, I call myself an idiot. I call myself an idiot.
Okay,
I don't mind.
How do we discover a neutron star?
Well, he did. The scientist that you just brought up, he's the first person who discovered a rotating neutron star. Now, if an object is rotating neutron star and is generating, like, how does it stick together? Do you understand? How does it form if it doesn't have an electrical charge like that? Because the quarks do have electrical charge, but like I said, it's only 1/3. which would mean that would be imbalanced. That would mean that some neutron stars wouldn't work. Do you understand? They'd either dissolve or collapse.
Okay, so Walter Lewin's
But
not the
that's
one
not,
credited discovering a neutron star. It's a rotating neutron star. The neutron star, which
exactly.
is made
That's what
up,
I'm saying.
it's
The
made up. It's
rotating
made up.
neutron star.
Neutron stars are made up.
How is it made up?
They were just. I'm about to tell you because you don't know. So they were discovered like in the 60s, I think. Okay, and it's just an astronomer looking at a radio telescope, just using the radio telescope.
They were predicted in the 60s.
No, he observed it. It's like Burnell or something. Burnell in the 60s. I mean, you can fact check me. I could be wrong. I think it's Burnell in the 60s supposedly spotted like it's like a repeating signal. It's like a really weak repeating signal in a radio telescope, and then they made up the concept of a neutron star. Okay, so there's no actual. That doesn't mean anything. The fact is that space is actually a fluid, dense-like medium. Everything's electromagnetic. We live in an electric universe. It has nothing to do with this fairy tale gravitation to immense distances and immense masses in a vacuum with instantaneous action at a distance that can't even exist. Right? None of that's real. That doesn't even make any sense. How can you have gravity acting instantly through millions of light years? How does gravity act on other objects instantly through millions of light years whenever there's supposedly a speed of light limit? Because in our equations for gravity, we don't account for time. Can someone show me an equation of gravity that has a time variable, or is it instant?
Who says that gravity's instant? Where does that come in?
Well, if it's not, then we should have a time variable in the equation for gravity, huh?
You just got old, bro.
There's no way out of that. Just like I have to order.
You got owned, bro. You got owned, man. You just come out with loads of word salad, but you got owned, bro. That's the truth. And gravity,
Yeah,
bro.
Austin, don't let this troll trigger you, dude.
I don't know why.
Don't let him trigger you. He's trying to sink you down to his level. Please don't let him do that.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
No one in here can answer the question I just asked. If gravity's not instantaneous, how come there's not a time variable in the equation for gravity? I'll wait. By the way, none of the PhDs I asked can answer it either, so I know you guys can.
See, what's fascinating about this whole thing is Einstein threw out the ether so he could protect his precious relativity. So instead of having a medium of ether for light to travel through, you have empty space. And empty space for something to travel through is absolutely a nonsensical, really stupid thing to think about, because we're told that a photon can travel 13.7 billion years over 80 sextillion 600 quadrillion miles, which is 18 zeros behind that, just to reach our eye on Earth. Now, if you want to believe in that fairy tale, if you want to go, okay, fine, something like that can travel in empty space, actual empty space, negative 10 to negative 17 torr. If you want to believe that fairy tale, come on here, be a member of Gloverville, population 5,000, and tell us that nonsense. You can go ahead and do it. Some of us will engage with you. Some of us will laugh at you. I do both. And so it's just a really fun thing to listen to what you actually believe in, whether you actually believe in it or not. I don't know. Maybe you just want to come on here and argue with Austin. I don't know. But you know, we know what you're doing. We know it's nonsense. We know Planck's constant is nonsense. We know your 0.000000736 meters per second on pound replica is nonsense. We know all about your nonsense. So go ahead and come on and tell us all about it, because some of us know that it's complete nonsense.
Hey, I dropped the equation. Why are we not accounting for reaction time in the equation? If there's no time, then that would be instant, right?
I like my formula. F equals we don't know squared. What do you guys think of that one? I think it's pretty good.
I would simply change the mass 1 and mass 2 by mass divided by volume. Wouldn't it be more accurate? Density is more accurate in cosmology.
Well, they just hijack the inversely proportionate relationship of electrostatics.
You know what's fascinating about this whole gravity thing is gravity is easily destroyed because electrostatics has a field meter. Electrostatics has an equation. You can actually measure electrostatics. You can throw a kinematic equation in there with height, time, velocity, and acceleration, and anybody can do it. You don't have to rely on a scientist to give you 9.81 meters per second squared. Agreed upon average when nobody's ever measured the mass, nobody's ever measured the radius, the mass of the radius. It's all been reverse engineered, and everybody knows it's been reverse engineered, but you believe it anyway. You can't measure gravity, you can't do anything like that. You can measure electrostatics, you can look at density, you can look at buoyancy. With buoyancy, you get rid of the little g, replace it with a. It's all fine, and everything's cool. Your gravity is gone, guys, and if your gravity's gone, and your motion of the Earth around the sun is gone because of Michelson, Morley, Dayton, Miller, and you can't prove 30 kilometers per second. We only show 3, 5, 6, or 8 kilometers per second, which is the sidereal rotation of the sky, which translates motion down the Earth, which explains everything, even explains Coriolis a little bit in the southern latitudes. It's all over, guys, and we're going to tell everybody about it because your gravity is bunk. Your heliocentrism, the Earth going around the sun, is bunk. So, guys, it's all over. So you can come on here and try to tell us it's not, but it is.
Well, what's funny is it's gotten to the point where I've boiled it all down to questions that can't be answered. So, my suggestion is that flat earthers just say the questions. Just ask the questions because it makes them be quiet, right? They can argue against a straw man version of flat Earth all day. They can repeat the same stupid talking points over and over. They can gaslight you and all this shit, pretend that they're way smarter than you. But they can't answer these questions. They can't answer if gravity's not instantaneous, how come there's not a variable to account for the reaction of time or the time reaction, the time for the reaction? Where's the variable of time in the equation for gravity? They'll never answer. How come you have to account for real sudden
You don't need
to
it.
account for orbital mechanics whenever you claim that they're not real forces? They'll
You
never
don't
answer.
need a time variable for the equation of gravity. What the hell are you smoking, bro? You don't need it. Who says that you need it? Where? Prove that you need it. Where? How? Why?
Well, if it's not instant, then it has to take time. So for it to be an accurate equation, then it would have to account for time.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
What do you
Because
mean,
that's
dude?
what
You're claiming the edge of the visible universe is 46 billion light years away, and that gravity is acting through the immensity
No, I
of a
don't.
vacuum.
No, I don't.
Okay, but that's
No, I
what the model.
don't. No, I
That's what the
don't.
model.
No, I don't. You know
That's
exactly
what
what
the
I'm
model.
saying.
So this is
Okay.
the point, dude. This is the problem. The reason that the ballers are ballers.
I'm not gonna
is they
say
haven't
nothing. I got muted. I
I'm
got
not even
muted to
talking
say.
about you, man. Like, I think that you're going to end up being the flat earth. So what I'm trying to say is that the reason that the ballers, the really like zealous ballers in here are ballers is because they haven't researched their paradigm yet. Okay. Just like us, when we first heard about flat earth, we thought it was stupid. We went to debunk it and then we fell down the rabbit hole. And then we obsessively researched the globe and we found out that it's bunk, right? And until you do that, you honestly, you're not even involved in the conversation. Like, you can be here, you can pretend to be involved, but until you do that, you're not involved. That's because you're coming from a place of ignorance. So when you actually look into the history of gravity, you would know that was one of the main problems that was one of the main problems that Newton spoke about, was that it would have to be instantaneous action at a distance.
Okay, bro.
Wait.
Story, man.
He said that to be instant, but he said that the idea that gravity is innate and inherent in matter and then acts on other brute matter through the vastness of a vacuum over long distances with nothing to exchange the interaction, no medium, is to me so great an absurdity that no man with competent faculty of thinking and philosophical matters could ever fall into it. And I wish that no one attributes such insanity to me. And whether or not this medium is material or immaterial, I've left up to the consideration of my reader. He knew you couldn't have the instantaneous action at a distance without there being some type of medium that was already connecting the two. Whatever gravity is already there connecting the two. It can't be something that travels through space and then interacts through a vastness of a vacuum. And this is an unanswered question to this day. Einstein didn't even answer this question. And Einstein used everyone else in the world to put his theory together to try to answer all the questions. And he didn't even answer this one.
My question
This is the fundamental killer difference of the two gravities. One is instant and one is not. And there's no way to reconcile these two things. No way.
Well, this is what I'm saying. So the way they get out of it with relativity, okay, is they say it's not instant, but time dilates. So it's as if it's instant. You can treat it as if it's instant because time dilates. That's it.
Yeah,
And
they're
we talked about
fundamentally opposing. They're fundamentally opposing theories. Like you can't get more opposite than that. It's like ridiculous. Yeah.
Yeah, they're opposite in many ways, right? Like Newton said that there was a fixed background of space that was absolute. Einstein said there was not. Newton said that for an object will free fall, it'll continue in a straight line unless an external force acts on it. Einstein said actually an object will look like it's falling straight, but it'll be curving in a geodesic of space-time with no force acting on it. They have fundamentally different frameworks. The systems are fundamentally different.
Exactly.
But what's so crazy, dude, is I was talking about this in the podcast last night, and it's just a synchronicity. I walked in, the first thing I hear is Line talking about quantum mechanics because that's what it was about. But it got into time dilation, and because they were talking about atomic clocks, right? Because the subject of the podcast was atomism, so they ended up asking me about atomic clock, and it gets really interesting because you're like, okay, well, you need it to be instant for the math, but you can't claim it's instant because of the math, right? You have to have a finite speed of light. So, and now what people don't know is Einstein flip-flopped on that and actually said that the constancy of the velocity of light in a vacuum can no longer claim unlimited validity in general relativity, although that's what I said in special relativity. But outside of that, the point is that they had to say basically it's instant, but it just looks that way because of time dilation. Okay. So how did they prove time dilation? And where did time dilation come from? Well, time dilation came from length contraction. Okay. They had to claim that the apparatus contracted in Michelson-Morley, not for the person on the Earth, but in relation to the sun, which is the motion they were trying to observe. Because according to relativity, and then watch, I'm going to break this down, and a baller will still say it, or they won't say it right now, but they'll say it tomorrow, right? I'm going to break this down. They're still going to say the stupid straw man argument. So, okay. Okay. So in relativity, nothing is at rest. According to Einstein, nothing is at rest. Everything's in motion. But also, according to Einstein, nothing can be called in motion unless it's in relation to something else. So that means that the Earth can't be at rest. It's in motion relative to what? To the sun. Okay. So the Earth is in motion relative to the sun, which means that the Earth being in motion relative to the sun suffered length contraction in the Michelson-Morley. If someone says, no, you're stupid, you don't understand it, there is no length contraction on the Earth in relativity, they're saying the Earth is stationary according to relativity because they don't even know what they're talking about. So, okay, it's in relation to the sun, which is what they were trying to measure. Then they said, okay, wow, the apparatus had to contract. Einstein himself said Lorentz came up with a solution to save us from the difficulty, and it turns out he was correct according to relativity as well. Basically saying, I couldn't come up with anything else. This has to be what we have to use. And he said that the apparatus contracted just the sufficient amount to compensate for the missing time difference, meaning one of the light rays should have taken longer than the other one because it's going against the motion of the Earth, but it didn't. So the apparatus contracted just the right amount, which is an exceedingly small amount, but just the right amount, not more or less, just the perfect amount with this very, very precise number, so that it looks like the Earth is stationary. Well, if distance or if speed equals distance over time, and we're going to keep the speed of light the same, we're going to change the distance because we're contracting the length, right? So I hope everyone's with me here. Okay, we're going to say that the speed of light is constant for all observers. It's absolute. So the speed of light's constant. Distance or speed equals distance over time. So we're going to keep speed the same. S equals distance over time. We're going to keep speed the same, but then we're going to change distance by contracting it. Now we have to change time as well. If we don't change time, then that changes speed, right? Speed equals distance over time. If I change the distance and I don't change the time, that's going to change the value of the speed. but the speed has to be the same, right? According to relativity. So when they decided they had to change the distance to explain Michelson-Morley, they had to change the time as well, or they couldn't keep speed the same. Does that make sense?
Yeah, the whole paradigm is just a patchwork of nonsense. The simplest way to explain these two things, right, is this: one is instant and one takes time, right? So now, the simplest way to think of this is they say that the sun keeps the orbit of the Earth, right, in the well. Now, Newton says that if the sun disappears, we feel it right away, right? But Einstein says it takes 8 minutes. So we have to think in Einsteinian reality that something could disappear but still hold sway on something for 8 minutes. It's like sheer nonsense if you explain it like in plain English, right? It's just incredible.
So think about it, right? It's like, I just want to make sure that we all understand this concept. It's like the linchpin. Where did time dilation come from? Did they observe it? Did they measure it? Because gravity is still treated as if it's instant in relativity, but it's not technically instant. It's just an illusion because time dilation. Okay, that's the difference. So where did they get time dilation? Did we do an experiment that verified time dilation? Now the ballers will come in like robots and talk about muon decay, which I could dunk all over, but we're not talking about that right now. Because, well, let's figure out where it came from. Where it came from was that in Michelson-Morley, they had to explain away the results, so they said that the apparatus contracted in relation to the sun. And if the distance changes, but you have to keep the speed of light the same, then you have to also change the time proportionate to the amount of distance that changes. If I run 100 yards in 5 seconds, but then the other guy runs 200 yards in 5 seconds, right? Speed equals distance over time. So you increase the distance, but you kept the time the same because it's 5 seconds. So he's going 200 yards, I went 100 yards, which means we double the distance. So, okay, so if we kept the same amount of time, 5 seconds, that means his speed had to be much faster. Very simple. Okay, so when they shortened the distance, they had to change the time to keep the speed the same. That's literally where it came from. That's where time dilation came from. And then what do they claim proves time dilation? I mean, everyone knows this. Jim, are you still in here?
They prove it by showing somebody at 15,000 feet ages faster than somebody at sea level. Ha ha.
No, specifically, to say the experiments, right? They claim that they verified time dilation by what experiment?
Well, with Pound-Repke, they did it at the Harvard Jefferson Tower in 1960 with photons going up and down 22.5 millimeter or 79.9 inch, 73 feet 9 inch tower, proving blue shift, red shift with photons, and the difference was 0.000000736 seconds meters per second, and they had a similar result with Snyder in 1965, and then they did the old atomic clock on airplanes in 1971. Looked at east-west, but never looked north-south, because you know why they didn't look north-south? Because there is no north-south circumnavigation. So it's amazing. You guys are so funny. You guys are so Austin nails it on the head every time, and I just repeat what he says.
So they rock with the last one, right? Like, they love to talk about atomic clocks. Okay. And so I'm going to stop ranting so much, but I want to cover this real fast. So we have two types of atomic clocks, right? We have one that uses a quartz crystal, and we have one that uses cesium. Okay. The cesium clock is much more precise than the quartz crystal. So what they use is the cesium atom, quote unquote atom, right? They use the cesium atomic clock. What they do is basically have a little tube. They have radio waves in the tube, and then they measure the oscillation of the cesium. And this is what renders the final output of time. You know how, like, watches will have a quartz crystal in it to keep the time? Well, quartz crystals are cool and all, but they're not as precise as the cesium. So now it's oscillation, meaning the movement back and forth. They measure the oscillation, and they've engineered the mechanism of a clock or a watch to read time based on those oscillations, right? How many times it moves back and forth in set amount of time. That's how they quantify time with these mechanisms, clocks, watches, right? So the two types of atomic clocks, quartz crystals and cesium clock. Okay, they use the cesium for this atomic clock on the plane thing, right? Okay, now see if this is, I'm saying all this because I'm giving the flat earthers another thing that they will never answer, dude. I've tried it on PhDs, they can't answer, okay? So what they say is that they sit on the runway for many hours trying to synchronize the clocks, and they get as close as they can. You can never fully synchronize it, but they get as close as they can. Which right there debunks it, because they're claiming to measure like a millionth of a second or whatever. Okay, so then they go up to higher altitudes and they show that the quote unquote time changes. But what's actually changing? Well, the reading on the clock. Okay, well, again, how does the clock get the reading? It uses oscillation of cesium. So what that means is, as you go higher, the cesium oscillation changes. Okay, they're claiming that's because you're further away from the center of mass of the Earth. Therefore, time dilation causes time to get wider, basically. Okay, so in reality, what we have is you're getting higher above the Earth, and then the oscillation of the cesium is altered. Now, see if you can ever get an answer from this from any baller. You won't, by the way. As I get higher on the Earth, I'm going to be in a different portion of the magnetic field of the Earth. So, why do we not account for the change in the magnetic field and apply that to the oscillation of the cesium, which we know is strongly affected by electromagnetism? So if there's a relationship with altitude and the atomic clock with the oscillation of the cesium, but I'm getting higher in the magnetic field. So why would we not account for the magnetic field when trying to interpret the results? I don't know if I could have. Why would we not account for the magnetic field when trying to interpret the results?
You know what's fascinating about Michelson Morley and then Michelson Gale is that Michelson Gale talked about the rotation of the Earth, but actually Michelson Gale was actually showing us the sidereal rotation of the sky above us. So Michelson Gale, Michelson Morley destroyed your revolution around the sun and destroyed your rotation of the Earth. We got a twofer. Thank you very much. 2-for-1er. Globers, thank you very much. And the other funny
Did
thing
Michelson Morley prove that the Earth wasn't spinning? Is that what you said?
And please don't interrupt me. Thank you. And so you know we have Michelson Morley. We have length contraction. We have the Lorentz transform, which is 1 to the square root of 1 minus v squared divided by c squared. Thank you very much. So you can keep your coordinate system of the Earth going around the sun. And then we have mass increase. We have, when a moving object has its length contracted, it has to have a larger mass per unit volume when it gets to where it's going from A to B. So you've given us length contraction, you give us time dilation, and you give us mass increase, all fairy tales, and you come on here and tell us that we're stupid, and we're not.
You are? I didn't say that, by the way. I said actually that I'm dumb. I said I'm an idiot. I actually said that. Ask Witsit. He heard me say it. He's like, I didn't say you're dumb. I said, no, Witsit, you didn't. I said myself I'm dumb. I am an idiot. So, I still know my shit. I still know nothing I said was wrong. Never mind.
Your side cannot prove length contraction. You cannot take the Lorentz transform 1 to the square root of 1 minus v squared divided by c squared and make it work. You cannot show us mass increase. You cannot show us time dilation. You can show it to us in the math. Quantum mechanics is math. Quantum mechanics is math. Much of general relativity is math. And you come on here and tell us that it's not, that it's real, that it's physical, and you can't show it to us. And every once in a while, you'll say it's theoretical. If it's theoretical, then you believe in a fairy tale.
Don't interrupt, bro. Alas, please, you're doing it constantly. Don't interrupt, bro. You're making it difficult to listen.
Thanks, SC. I'm done. SC's a great guy. SC's the best.
I think we should implement a new rule, right? So, like, when a very specific point is made, and the ballers want to jump in, they just want to remain quiet and then jump in and avoid it. They shouldn't be allowed to speak. Like, Zanuck does it all the time, right? You make a specific point, then Zanuck jumps out of left field talking about no force in free fall, or Coriolis, or horizon drop with altitude. But he'll never address it. Jesse does it all the time, right? Make a specific point. Jesse wants to talk about something else. They all do this, and I don't think that it should be allowed. I think it goes for flat earthers too. If the Glovers make a specific point, then the flat earther has to address it. This is just basic intellectual forum. Like, to ensure productivity, then you have to show intellectual honesty and address the point that's been brought to the table. And, you know, no baller has addressed the 2 points already. And I think that we should just keep them to that, whether it be those 2 points or whatever point you want to do, whatever. But my point is, like, we shouldn't follow them around in their diversions anymore. They should have to address what was said. If not, it's just a huge waste of our time. It's blatantly disrespectful, as if they're superior to us or something, but they're not. They're getting dunked on left and right. So they either need to address the claims their model makes and how we poked a hole in it, and they need to defend it, or then they just don't need to speak.
If you have a winning claim, why would you stick to anything else? Why would you even bring up anything else? If you move off your winning claim and start arguing about something else, why would you move off your winning claim? You need to stick to the winning claim that they can't answer. And everybody needs to do it. I agree.
The thing is, you can disagree, right? But come in with an argument or a counter argument, right? Don't just come in and say, nah, you're stupid. Like, what is that? Incredulity. Come in with a coherent response.
Yeah, like, this is the thing, right? Like, you can even say,
I just get muted. I get muted all the time, man. So how can I even say anything? You guys got
You just
this.
did what you just did now. You interrupted somebody speaking, bro. You don't realize that. You just did it now. As you're complaining about it, you did it, bro.
Yeah, I'm trying to I just think this would be very good for the room in general. And I think it does happen on both sides. There's one thing is that it gets really reiterative too. Like, conversations get really redundant. I think we should kind of try to find a way to avoid that. And then, like, if a specific point is made and they just want to jump in and completely change the subject. Oh, Whitted, I heard you say this yesterday. Whitted, I heard in a stream you did 2 years ago, you said this. Right after a specific point's made, that shouldn't be allowed, in my opinion. This isn't my place, but because what happens is the points that they can't explain never get addressed. And we just allow them to bury the points by shifting the goalpost to something else. And then everyone follows them down, right? Because the flat earthers, we feel like we can refute all their nonsense. So we always take the bait. But they know what they're doing. So, like, time dilation is required for their entire paradigm. Length contraction and time dilation. Okay? I want a physical mechanism to explain length contraction. What's the physical mechanism? And I want this experimental evidence of it. And I want you to explain how you know that when the cesium atom oscillates differently at different altitudes, that somehow proves time dilates when you didn't even account for the fact that you're at a different altitude and a different portion of the magnetic field of the Earth. Right? And like, if someone just, I don't know, it's just annoying. It's annoying because there are damning things. Gravity is, the equation claims that gravity is instantaneous action at a distance because it doesn't have that variable for time. But it can't
You know
be
what the problem? You know what the problem is, bro? One side is actually researches the stuff, and the other side depends on what they've heard, like the talking points. That's the problem. This is where we've reached now. We're at a point where we know more about their model only because we can, just take the time to read an article, But they won't do that. They just repeat talking points. So this is where we're at now.
I was gonna say it's really simple. If they have
speed of light set at certain speed, and it's not you cannot variate, then they have no other option with it but to come up with these ideas, you know.
Yeah, yeah, but like, I don't know, and this is just my opinion. Everyone can take it or leave it, but in my opinion, like the other question is, if I'm just saying, this is what I think. There are certain questions that they can't answer. I think we hold them to those questions. I mean, there are hundreds of them. They don't have to be what I say, right? I'm not saying like we must all talk about what I choose to talk about. Like I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that flat earthers should hold them to the questions that they never answer, right? They should make them answer it. And if they're like, oh, I don't know, but okay, well then you just tap out of the convo, just go on mute. Like we should hold them to it. It's like, oh, they want to jump in and bring something else up. It's like, well, we still have this unanswered, lingering set of questions that we've been trying to get an answer to that you just want to pretend it didn't happen and wait long enough to change the subject. So before we change the subject or anything, or before we engage with a baller about another subject, is there any way you can actually address these damning points, right? Because what's happened is for years they just are able to never address them.
Yeah, let me address what Silent said about them coming up with stuff, right? That's the thing, bro. They don't come up with stuff. That's the whole thing. They just repeat the mantra. They have no intellectual self thought. It's just repeating the mantra. That's what really freaks me out. Like,
Yeah, I was talking about the first one that came up with those ideas. And nothing new is like ever challenged or anything. They say they're for science, right? And they're fixed on something and they don't move at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
it's really
there's so many of these. I think what I'm gonna do, I think I'm gonna type out a bunch of questions that they can't answer, and the fighters are just holding to the list of questions, man. That's what I think. Like, because it's so bad. Like, can you provide any evidence that's exclusive to the Earth orbiting around the sun as opposed to being in the center of the universe? You have any actual exclusive evidence? They can't answer that, right? Like, that's just my opinion. Like, I have a paper also that explains, like, Essie, you'll find this interesting. I can shoot you the paper in a second. It buries their redshift claim, and it says that for over a century they've been misinterpreting redshift. And actually, if there's light that's quote unquote traveling to the Earth, then it's going to have light attenuation, and the attenuation properties of light over great distances will actually cause the redshift by the time it gets to us. It's nothing to do with the light moving away from us, just the attenuation of the light coming to us would do it. Debunks their
right
whole model.
over time.
Debunks the whole
Yeah.
model.
There's also other observations where they observe something that has both red and blue shift at the same time.
Which makes sense. That makes sense,
Yeah.
right? Because it would just be attenuation within a medium. So like whatever's going on at that area has different attenuation properties. But for them, something can't move away and towards you at the same time. So, only the other option makes sense. And there's like 10 options for redshift. Or like, can any glober propose an argument in favor of the globe void of logically fallacious reasoning? They can't. They really can't. They have to affirm the consequent every time. So, or like, do you have evidence for length contraction or time dilation that destroys the whole model? Can you actually explain the discrepancy within the geodynamo model or the geomagnetic field model, and how your model predicts that there will be a pole shift, and the prediction is off by like over 250,000 years of what they claim it really is, or whatever? Like, just these questions that they can't answer, they should be forced to say, like, yeah, I don't know. We have no answer for that. We have no explanation. And
Did you admit you were wrong
they
about
never
the
do that.
clouds?
What?
Did you admit you were wrong about those clouds?
See what he's doing exactly what I'm saying.
That's what
right?
you just said. Yeah, exactly that. Yep.
It's like all they can do. So
yes.
let's just apply the rule first to Ed. Ed, can you specifically address the actual point we're making first?
So did you admit it or not?
So you can't do it. And that's what I'm saying. What normally happens is the flat earthers take the bait and they follow people like Ed away from the subject, right?
Can you
Like that's all they
imagine,
can do.
bro? Can you imagine now on CNBC? There's a guy talking science, and he's talking about, I don't know, waves or something. And a guy comes in and says, "Hey, remember that fishing trip that you said you caught a fish that big? Are you serious?" It's like that's what Ed just did right now.
This is their modus operandi. This
Yeah.
is what, if we can shut their mouths about their globe model with just one simple claim that they don't answer, we have time to talk about things we can, actually make progress in.
Correct.
We can.
Yeah, we're talking about time dilation now. And here comes a guy talking about something one guy said, I don't know, a month ago or whatever.
No,
Like,
it's actually about yesterday.
Who cares?
Look, we'll even give like 3 different options, right? So you have time dilation, right? You have how is the equation for gravity not have a variable for time, for the reaction time, if it's not instant? Or can you provide any actual exclusive evidence that the Earth is orbiting around the sun? So, and that's what I say. I say give them 3 and like address one of the questions, or like just don't talk.
Or wait until the subject changes and you could throw in your thing then. But when we're talking about a certain topic, we should stay on topic until we resolve the issue or everybody agrees to change topics. Simple. Can't just come in and talk about fishing or something. Yeah.
Funny because you guys do that all the time when Witsit is stuck being honest about flat Earth that it basically is debunked. You always jump in and instantly change topic. Nobody cares then. So what's the problem
that's
now?
just a lie. That's just a lie. So
No, that's actually literally what happens.
Hey Ed,
what's your opinion on this topic, Ed?
Can you provide any exclusive evidence that the Earth is orbiting around the sun, which is tied to the same conversation of time dilation, because they had to use time dilation and length contraction to explain away the evidence that showed the Earth is not orbiting the sun? So can you either explain the physical mechanism and experimental evidence of time dilation to save your globe, or can you actually give me exclusive evidence that the Earth is orbiting the sun?
I really don't care about any of that. Are you going to admit you were wrong about the clouds?
Go on mute then.
Yeah, then stay on mute, Ed, if you're not going to be on the topic. We can go to another topic later, but we're on this topic right now. You can't just divert and just rail it off to something else. Sorry, you'll have to wait for your topic for another time if you don't have a response on this one.
Okay, I'll remember that the next time someone does exactly that.
Thank you. Write it down, maybe. This is like the linchpin for the model, too. That's why it's so important. It doesn't make any logical or coherent intellectual sense to avoid this point, because it's like the whole model. It's the linchpin of the whole model, right? So, like, do we have any actual empirical exclusive evidence that the Earth is orbiting the sun, right? Or your claim that, well, you can't have that evidence because time dilates. Like, can we like actually verify this? Because if not, the whole heliocentric model is refuted. So we need like actual empirical exclusive evidence that the Earth is orbiting the sun.
There's absolutely no viable, provable, empirical evidence of time dilation. It's just a theoretical thing. Now imagine, right? They convinced people that in order for a certain experiment not to be off of what they thought, they actually tell you that an arm, here, look at anything around you, a table, a chair, anything, an arm, a piece of wood, actually has to shrink for their thing to work. Plain English. It's just think about that.
Okay. Oh, that's the pole between the Earth and the Sun argument, right? That it shrinks and it gets bigger and smaller, right? Like if you push it on the Earth, it will take 8 minutes for the people on the Sun to feel it, or some shit like that.
Well, that's the instant versus the relativity. So yeah, there's some of that in there, but they're actually saying, bro, that an arm shrank in an apparatus. Just think about that. Have you ever seen a ruler shrink or grow? Have you ever seen anything shrink or grow? Like, I mean, think about that. That's their theory. In plain English, a piece of metal had to shrink for their theory to be correct.
Yeah. And then time, which is a concept, right?
You got
Like
correct.
a linear concept to quantify and describe change and motion. And the
Yeah.
motion that we use is actually not linear, right? It's a circle. And it physically changed. Like time itself physically changed. And then
Yeah.
the matter contracted.
It's worse. It's worse than that. That straight object, that thing, that curve you're saying, it's actually going straight. But because the fabric of space-time is curving, it appears to be curving, but it's actually going straight, they're saying. It's like,
And we can't,
it's
see it
insanity.
in our reference frame. Not
Sorry?
to mention that things shrink, but also we're not able to see it because we're in the reference frame.
And it's
Yeah.
actually shrinking.
Super convenient.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, so we need exclusive evidence that the Earth is orbiting the sun. Before we could jump off in the deep end of making up unfalsifiable pseudoscientific stories of time physically dilating and matter contracting, but you just can't tell. In order to think that that must be happening, then you would have to have a good reason, right? It's like, oh, well, we can prove the Earth orbits the sun this way, and this way. So therefore, we have to come up with some theory or explanation as to why we're not able to detect it. Right?
We have.
That's why I'm
You
even
just
tossing them
question
that.
it
I'm
for that,
tossing
but
them
then
that.
you
I'm almost done, dude. I'm even tossing them that. I'm like, okay, before, like, if you can't answer the time dilation question, which of course they cannot, then like just give me evidence that the Earth orbits the sun.
You got owned, and then I got muted for pointing that out.
What?
You see, this is an example of nothing.
What is wrong with
There.
this dude?
Yeah, you got muted for interrupting, but we're giving you many chances. But you're about at the last one because you've interrupted so many times. Do you have an actual response to the topic?
What topic? I'm not even in the conversation.
Oh, but you felt the need.
I'm not going to talk to
you.
you.
You got
Do we have any exclusive evidence that the Earth is orbiting the sun?
I'm not even in the conversation. I just said you got owned earlier, and I got muted for it, so I'm not saying anything else.
Right.
That's why you can ask me the question as one. I'm not participating in the conversation because it's not fair.
Okay, I just clarified that you didn't get muted for anything other than interrupting.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. You won't get muted if you don't interrupt, and you're free to say what you'd like to say. But apparently, you don't have anything to say on this topic.
I do. He got owned, and I got muted, and that's like all I have left to say.
What does that have to do with the topic, bro? That's the question here. Why are you bringing that up? It doesn't matter.
I didn't hear the question, so I don't know. I wasn't listening.
Man, like you don't understand the words.
So
No, I
none of the
don't.
ballers in here, just to clarify, obviously no baller in here can actually provide exclusive evidence that we're orbiting the sun. But you
Can you
guys just
define
provide
exclusive evidence, please?
Yeah. Exclusive means it can only be explained by the Earth orbiting the sun. That's what exclusive means.
It means what? I think I cut out.
In this context, exclusive means it can only be explained by the Earth orbiting the sun.
But you got destroyed.
I see.
Yeah. So, like, for example, saying that the sun changes position in the sky throughout the year is not exclusive evidence that the Earth is orbiting the sun, because, of course, the sun could just be changing position. So, does anyone have exclusive evidence that the Earth is orbiting the sun?
I think it's pronounced stellar parallax.
Okay, so parallax also is not exclusive evidence of a heliocentric model. It can be easily explained with the geocentric model. So,
Okay, can you do that then, please?
yeah, sure. I can even give you an illustration of it. It's just the actual position of the stars themselves changing throughout the year in a cycle around a stationary Earth.
Any evidence for that claim?
Yeah, the stars change position throughout the year.
So no then.
I literally just answered it.
Oh,
He said no. He said
No,
no,
I think he,
no
I
evidence.
think you said owned, as if
I
you
know.
got owned again.
I'm saying this guy said no evidence. Then like,
You did.
so what's the evidence? Wait. What's the evidence for the Earth orbiting the sun when it comes to parallax? What's the evidence?
It's measured.
What's
It's
measured?
measured. That's the answer to the question.
What's measured?
Nope.
Jesus said.
Oh, so
What's
no
that?
evidence then. So no evidence then because I said the
Yeah,
same thing. I said
actually,
we see the
yes.
stars. Are we measuring the stars changing position throughout the year?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so didn't I say the same thing? So you have the same evidence as
Right,
me.
but that's not going to add up with other evidence for the globe, so your explanation is debunked.
What
It's
other
not going
evidence
to
then?
add up with other evidence of the globe.
It's the same observation. We see the stars move. You guys are the ones assuming that it's other things moving. Okay? So, if anything, it matches up more with us.
Yeah,
So,
actually,
do you have any other evidence?
Sorry.
On a heliocentric
What?
model.
It's not what stellar parallax is, dude.
Yes, it
What?
is. Stellar parallax is the stars moving in the sky, dude, changing position in the sky.
You measure a nearby star, the background stars. Then you look at it 6 months later and do triangulation. But what I'm saying is that on a heliocentric model, after 6 months, like the Earth traveled like 300 million kilometers, and sometimes they don't even detect any parallax. That's like an error right there for them.
Yeah, there's all kinds of errors with the parallax claim, but
Or
like
the
what's even
measurements
funnier
aren't
is,
accurate enough.
hey, buddy, here's the question, man. Is that exclusive to the Earth orbiting the sun?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why? So why couldn't the Earth be stationary and the stars just be changing position themselves?
Because that doesn't add up with all the other evidence for the globe.
Like what? Like what?
Like
Because you don't live in your dream.
Wait, like everything? Just name one thing then.
No, I just made an argument. You can rebut it if you like.
You didn't make an argument. You just.
Oh, you want to be stuck on one point. You don't want to address what I said. That's your
You claim
tactic. That's
things
why you
without
always
naming
ask
them.
for one example so you can avoid the actual main argument and get
Thank you.
stuck on one detail of it.
You
It's
didn't
not
make an
working.
argument.
Ed, you claim
So, like,
things
what?
without naming them, so we cannot attack your argument.
This is the most ignorant argument I think I've ever heard, right? So I asked for exclusive evidence that the Earth is orbiting the sun. You said
I just
stellar
gave it to you.
parallax. You said stellar parallax. I then said, how is that exclusive to the Earth orbiting the sun? And then you didn't answer, and I said, why?
Yes, I
couldn't
did
that be-
answer. Don't lie.
No,
What
you
was
didn't
the answer I gave, Professor? Repeat it.
Hey, buddy, I am literally repeating the conversation.
No,
then
you're
I said,
not. You're lying about what I said because you said I didn't answer. What was my answer?
okay, do not interrupt me.
Well, then don't lie.
Okay, so then I said, wait, why would that not be able to be explained by the Earth just being stationary and then the stars themselves changing position? And then you said, because that doesn't add up with all the other evidence of the globe.
And your rebuttal is?
I said, what other evidence specifically?
It's like a pre-begging the question. It's like before begging the question. Just
Dude, I said, what other evidence specifically? And then he said, everything. And I said, okay, well, just name one thing then. And then he says, that's me being dishonest, trying to avoid the argument.
Your nervous laughter is noted by everyone. Can you address my argument now?
No, Ed.
Yeah, I would. Well, that's what I'm saying. You're not actually articulating the argument. If you're saying
Right,
that,
so you can't address it then? Thank you.
Ed, we're talking about stellar parallax, and he was saying that could happen over a stationary Earth. Do you have a
But
response
we
to
went
that?
past that, Gio. The question now was, how does that not is that not exclusive evidence? And I told him it doesn't add up with all the other globe evidence, and he had no rebuttal.
No, he did. You need to back up with what other evidence so that he can have
It's not a
He
rebuttal.
can't
That's just
rebut.
a tactic to be stuck on one detail.
No, it's not, Ed,
No,
because
no,
there's no
no.
other
You're not
evidence. Ed.
naming. You're not naming what can like the argument.
Because I'm not falling for his tactic. I just explained it.
Ed, you're saying all the other things. So how he's supposed to attack? What things are you talking about? Are we talking about pancakes? What are we talking about?
Well, I actually made an argument, and he didn't address it. So
No, my man. This is what you do.
Dude,
I'm
he
sorry,
literally
but
is just so dumb, dude. Why do none of the ballers
really
jump in
bad.
and tell him that he's being dumb? Well, why don't any of the ballers say this is ridiculous? What you're doing is insane. Like you didn't
Because it's
make an
not.
argument. You said everything, right? So like, no, that doesn't make any sense at all. So if
Yeah,
you want to
every
name
piece
a
of evidence that supports the globe. Yeah.
All
Does
right,
make
Ed,
perfect sense, though. You can't address it. That's why you have to be stuck on one detail or name calling. That's what you always do.
First of all, we're talking about the Earth orbiting the sun or the Earth being stationary. Okay,
Yep.
that's what we're
And I
talking
just
about.
gave you evidence for that.
And you said stellar parallax. Then I explained no, that can be explained with the Earth being stationary and the stars changing position. And in fact, even your own model claims that's true via kinematic equivalence and the covariance and equivalence principle of relativity.
I don't
So-
get it. It doesn't add up with all the other globe evidence. So you can use as many big words as you like. You still have to address my argument.
You have the lowest IQ ever, or you are the most dishonest person I've ever heard.
So
you're saying all the other evidence. We don't know of any other evidence, so we're asking you to specify.
It's like an experiment exclusive.
Hold on,
to
let's.
the-
Issa was trying to get in. What's up, Issa?
Hey yo, it's like arguing with like an ex-girlfriend.
I think you're cutting out, dude.
It's like arguing with like hello?
You're breaking up a little bit, Issa.
Yeah, whatever.
Hey, what up?
Fake
yo,
news.
yo, I was just
Can anyone understand
thinking,
what he's
like-
saying?
like
Fake news.
Did, like this guy like
Fake news.
Yeah, this is like crazy though. Why do none of the ballers jump in and say, you obviously can't just baselessly assert that it doesn't work with all the other evidence and then not clarify any of that evidence so it can be rebutted? That's just incredibly
Right, so you have no rebuttal then. Understood.
okay.
Check 1 2.
There's nothing to rebut.
Just calling something ridiculous is personal incredulity at best. You do realize that.
Ed, you're ridiculous. You're so dishonest or way too dumb to join this combo.
What
I'm
am
sorry.
I being incredulous about?
It's with his boyfriend.
What am I being incredulous about specifically?
Everything.
Yo, what's it?
See, that's what I'm saying, dude.
Yo, what's it? You sound like you're arguing with like an angry ex-girlfriend, dude. Just you know what I mean? Like they're all butthurt and they're just never gonna let you give you any ground. So just recognize it.
That's not a rebuttal, though.
Well, bro, there's no. Hey, man, you know what? How long's a piece of string?
His boyfriend.
The correct answer to your argument, it will be like say, well, all those other things are assumptions. That's it. Then it's
Like,
on you to name what we're talking about.
So you basically your rebuttal is nuh-uh.
Here,
You
I'll
offered him
rebut it. I'll
$1,000. He
rebut it,
couldn't
Ed.
answer it. Like if you gave him $1,000, he couldn't actually name specific things to back up his argument right now.
That's just
$1,000.
listening to well.
Well, to get back
If you
to
want to
where-
repeat your
all right.
tactic, that's
Yeah,
fine,
hold
but
on,
I'm going to
hold
call
on,
you
Ed.
out again.
To get to where the actual topic was, we were talking about Okay, first we're talking about exclusive evidence that that the Earth is rotating around the sun. Ed brought up stellar parallax, and Whitsitt said that stellar parallax could also happen over a stationary Earth. So the original question was exclusive evidence. So Whitsitt rebutted that and said that could happen over a stationary Earth. And then instead of Ed clarifying or rebutting that and showing in some way that stellar parallax would be exclusive, Ed just said all the other things that related to the globe, and then he gave none others. So that's where it's ended. So
What?
if we
That's
were to
not
end
what
this
it says.
now, then Ed has lost the point. If that's
No,
what
I didn't. Can you specifically repeat my last statement? Because you didn't do that. You misrepresented me. Please repeat it.
Don't engage. Just don't engage.
Please don't.
I just recapped where we're at. Do you have any rebuttal?
You didn't repeat what I said correctly. You misrepresented
Go ahead
me.
and say whatever you'd like, or clarify how I misrepresented. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I said it doesn't add up with all the other globe evidence, so that's why Witz's explanation can't work. Therefore, it's exclusive evidence for what he asked for, and I'm waiting for the rebuttal. Using a tactic or name calling or whatever.
We got to move on from that, guys.
Yeah, because I specifically explained that within the current model, there's a kinematic and dynamic equivalence. And the kinematic equivalence alone, which is, of course, the way that bodies move in relation to one another, which would be exactly what parallax is about, a kinematic relationship, right? There's a kinematic equivalence according to relativity, and that it's just, they're equally valid according to relativity and Einstein himself, and that it's just a coordinate system preference based on what you choose to pick, right? So it's like, that's so weird to me that you guys think that parallax proves the Earth's orbiting the sun. You're basically a globe model heretic. You're going against your own model.
I'm not.
Wait, how exactly are we going against our own model?
Because the model says, according to relativity,
Basically, no.
According to relativity, there's a kinematic equivalence between a stationary geocentric universe, a stationary Earth in a geocentric universe, and then the Earth orbiting the sun. Like, to quote Einstein almost verbatim, he says, turns out that the struggle so violent in the day of Copernicus would seem to be pretty much meaningless, as both the Earth being in the center and the sun moving around it, or the Earth moving around the sun, are equally valid, and it's merely a preference of coordinate system.
Wait, let me ask you something. Would you agree that, science is a bit like hide and seek, like when you're looking for evidence and stuff, isn't it? Well, me and you, I don't know why, but you always hide and you.
Yeah, I haven't muted anyone. But the guy that said, how are we going against our model? Can you like respond to what I said, please? Yeah. So
I think it's just this whole argument's going all over the place.
is anyone going to address what's actually being said, though?
Can you repeat what you said?
Okay, so I asked for exclusive evidence that the Earth is orbiting the sun. The dude brought up parallax. But even according to relativity, parallax is not exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits the sun, because there's a
Parallax is a
kinematic
good explanation.
there's a kinematic equivalence between a stationary Earth with the sun moving around it and the Earth moving around the sun. They're equally valid according to Einstein.
I have a question for you. Like, when you're saying to present the evidence, isn't talking about the sky evidence? Do you not accept anything that goes objects around the sky as evidence?
We're literally talking about the sky right now.
Okay, so can you?
Dude, I
Okay,
didn't even ask
the
for
or
direct measurement. I didn't even ask for direct measurement. I said any evidence, any exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits the sun. Do you have any actual evidence that's exclusive to the Earth orbiting the sun?
well, let's talk about the facts here. You have the sun at noon. Noon is not the exact time, but whatever. That goes at the highest point in the sky, and then that highest point changes.
That's not even about the orbit.
We model that on the globe, and it works really well.
That's
So,
not even
yeah.
about orbit, dude. That's supposedly about rotation.
Yes, this explains orbit as well. Highest point.
No, it doesn't.
And it goes low, lower. Oh, yes, it does.
Dude, the sun being at the highest point has nothing to do with the orbit.
Then what does it have to do with?
The Earth supposedly rotating.
The Earth is rotating?
Supposedly, yeah. So according to the globe, the sun is at the highest at noon because, of course, if you go on a globe, it's going to go down and away from you on both sides. So as it's directly overhead, it's going to be at the highest point because you're on a sphere. Okay. As it rotates, the highest point is going to be the greatest distance away, directly above you, based on a sphere. That is not about the orbit. Of course, the sun could just be moving in the sky. So we need exclusive evidence about the orbit. Do you have
Can you
exclusive
fucking
evidence?
talk and we're gonna...
Do you have exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits the sun?
Well, the highest and lowest points is evidence that it orbits. But would do you think there's evidence of a rotation? Yes or no?
We're talking about orbit.
When you look at the sky rotates, right? It can be seen either
All
way.
right, every 24 hours. So wouldn't that be evidence of a rotating Earth?
Wait. So just to clarify, you're saying that the evidence that the Earth is moving and that the sky is not moving is that we see the stuff in the sky moving and don't see the Earth moving? That's your evidence?
Do you not understand what relative motion is?
Don't project. No, I do. That's why I brought up the kinematic
Well, that's the answer.
I brought up the kinematic equivalence and the covariance and equivalence principles. Do you know what that is?
I don't know anything of what you say.
You don't know what relativity is, because if you did, you would know. We wouldn't be able to tell.
I'm not talking about Einstein's relativity. I'm talking about basic motion relativity.
Okay, but the current model, it doesn't. Same thing, dude. Exactly. What it says is if there's a carriage moving on the road, you can either say the carriage is moving on the road or the road's moving in relation to the carriage. Wow. Okay, so can we now? That's why I said exclusive evidence, meaning
They're having a real problem with it.
Yeah.
It's unreal.
Ask a
I'm
question.
telling you, man, these guys are playing some. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. Just ask a question because I'm having a hard time understanding all this.
No, I don't have no questions. I got a statement to make. These guys are either some of them may be ignorant, or some of them are just playing some retarded game with us. I don't know which one it is. I'm pretty sure it's a fucking game because these guys are smart and they're not stupid. Some of them, the smart ones, are playing fucking games with us, and I'm honestly, it's like it's so frustrating. I'm sick of it. It's sickening.
Well, one of the biggest games is never actually make a claim, so you can never actually be proven wrong. That's Ed's game, right? Make zero claims. Just try to hold anybody to anything that they've ever said, but make absolutely no claims yourself. You mean like we don't have a model or we don't have a map? Those kind of
See, this is what I'm saying. They want to avoid the question. This is what I was talking about earlier. All the ballers will chip in and start talking about anything other than the question.
So, Extremist, can you answer the question that Witsit proposed, since you can talk right now? I missed it. I was muted.
Do you have any exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits the sun?
That you will accept? No.
No, just any exclusive evidence, period. Don't worry about my subjective acceptance. Do you have any exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits the sun?
I would say solar probes, satellites, those kind of things.
How do those prove that the Earth orbits the sun?
Because they're outside the reference frame of both the sun and the Earth. So they have their own. They're in their own reference frame, so you can tell what's going on.
Frame of the sun?
Why don't you use one of those satellites?
Wait, I thought that everything moved around the sun. So if you're out in space between the Earth and the sun, how is that outside the reference frame of the sun?
Because some of the probes, for instance, the Voyager and those, are not in orbit. They're on their own path. They're going outside the solar system. They're just going wherever
Okay, but
they're
how
going.
does that verify, dude? How does that verify that the Earth moves around the sun, though?
Because they're not in their own orbit around the sun. They're outside the reference frame of the sun.
That doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah, you
Then
don't
I don't.
understand it.
To answer your question, I don't have any evidence.
That doesn't even me granting you fairy tales about space probes still isn't exclusive evidence of the Earth orbiting the sun. If you understood the physics they allegedly use for the space probe, you would know that they use Newtonian dynamics and they account for real inertial forces as if it's actually the universe moving around the Earth. They launched them from an ECEF, Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system, and then they use centrifugal, Coriolis, and Euler forces as if they're a real set of forces to actually put the probes up in the first place and to put the satellites up in the first place. And then they navigate using these very principles, which would be actually evidence of the Earth being stationary, even if it were real.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So, does anyone have any exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits the sun?
Do you think there's evidence of a rotational Earth?
So you can't answer the actual question. You need to change the subject. Is that correct?
Well, I want to. Well, my answer is a yes. But are you not
No,
going to answer mine?
there's no exclusive evidence of the Earth rotating
I answer a
or
question. You don't
orbiting.
want to answer yours.
I just answered it.
What was your answer? Does your
There's no exclusive evidence of the Earth rotating.
okay? No
Can you
exclusive
name
evidence.
one?
Okay.
Can you name any evidence that the Earth is rotating?
The fact that at every point in the sky is at the exact same spot. It's called the sidereal day. I
Yeah,
would say that's pretty evidence.
sidereal rotation of the sky somehow proves that the sky is not rotating, but it's the Earth.
Well, it matches the globe model pretty well.
Yeah, it also matches a stationary Earth model exactly the same.
And seeing how the globe model
Sure.
was
Okay.
made after
Let's
those
go there.
observations.
No. Let's go there. Let's go there. Okay. Sure. You could say that's evidence for a flat plane. But if you move at different points in the sky, let's talk about the Polaris. I'm sure you guys are familiar with Polaris.
Okay, I can't.
Further,
This is dude. Why
oh
are you
great,
doing this?
I can't even
No,
finish.
because you're first you switched over to rotation, and now you're switching over to flat Earth, right?
No, I'm
We're not
talking about
talking
rotation.
about a globe. We're not
But
talking
you
about
didn't
if
let
it's a
me finish
globe.
my sentence.
No, we're not talking about if it's a globe, and we're not talking about if it's flat. We're talking about if the Earth is moving. Can you stay on subject, please?
This is the subject, but you need to let me finish what I have to say. If you move up in the sky, and you know that the angle of latitudes of Polaris changes, the latitude that, and if you actually calculate the arc length or the distance you travel and then travel the distance between the arc. We'll go up north, measure that distance that you traveled, measure the angle, and you can show in mathematical that it matches the globe model pretty well, just by pure math. That's
Okay,
pretty
so
evidence.
remember when he said that he wasn't going to go to the globe or flat Earth thing, and that it was about motion, and then I interrupted him because he was on subject. Then he proceeds to literally make a flat Earth versus globe Earth argument anyway. So we actually got the latitude by taking elevation angles, assuming a plane to Polaris as we moved away. The elevation angle changed based on a horizontal baseline extended out using a flat Earth assumption. Then we mapped out latitude. That's not what we're talking about, though. We're talking about motion. Can you please stay on subject?
Yes, this is how we detect motion.
Wait, elevation angles to Polaris.
We're talking about every sidereal period, the sun changes its position.
Well, first of all, you were just
If
talking
you
about
map it out
elevation
there,
angles. You were just talking about elevation angles to Polaris. Now you're claiming
you're
that you were
asking for
talking about
evidence of a rotation. I'm giving you a bunch of evidence.
how
You're not
is
even
an
addressing
elevation
that.
angle? How is an elevation? I addressed everything you've said. How is an elevation angle to Polaris evidence of rotation?
Because you can match it in the model. That's why.
Match it how? You don't even know.
Okay, I think
What
I'm
does
done here.
exactly?
Thank you for
Yes,
the
you are done.
conversation.
You're welcome.
Well, he admitted it to begin with within his second phrase there, where he said the sun changes its position. So, yeah, the sun changes position. Has absolutely nothing to do with the Earth moving at all whatsoever. Game over.
Yeah. And think about it. He's basically just trying to say that elevation angles to Polaris match the globe, and it has nothing to do with motion. It's supposedly about the curvature of the surface of the Earth, right? I mean, this is weird.
Right.
It's weird.
It's
Well, can you
completely
provide
non-secular.
evidence for the flat Earth then?
But
So you
Can you?
can't. Okay, well, that's why I was saying earlier. The Globers always want to change the subject. Like they
Right.
can't actually address the real thing being brought up. They can only talk about stuff within their script. So they have to avoid what we're talking about and always change the subject. And usually we follow them through the rabbit holes, so we never reach conclusions about our original points.
This is a way to combat their pedantic and immature behavior. This is a way to combat it. There's brilliant men in here. I mean, brilliant. But all the time that's wasted with these guys constantly changing the subject and never answering the question. I mean, there's so many people that are in here that are so smart that they can think about so many different things and move or progress, science, instead of having these back and forth with these agents. And you can tell they're agents, but I mean,
sure?
to make that, yeah, we should just use this as a tool. I mean,
The orbit of the sun is just not provable. I think that they just can't prove it. It's not. I don't think they're agents.
But why can't they just say? Why can't they just come in here and say, no, there's no exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits the sun. It could all be equally explained on a stationary Earth, even according to my own model. And I just think it makes more sense that we're going around the sun because I think the universe is so big. Why would the Earth be in a special place? Anything like that. That would be an honest answer. But you'll never hear them say that.
But I'll tell you why
just
they don't. Because if they started doing that, then others would follow, and it would be really bad for their theory.
So they're globe heretics, though. You understand? Like they're actually globe model heretics. They go against the model. If they don't answer the way I just said, then they're denying relativity and and Newtonian mechanics. They're literally denying their own model unless they say what I just said.
If
How
Globers,
goofy is
Powerful.
if Globers would, I'm sorry to interrupt. If Globers would just come in here and agree with Hubble about what he said about it being intolerable and we have to avoid it at all costs. If they would just come in and say that, then I'd respect you and I'd enjoy a conversation with you. But you run from Hubble, you run from the motion of the Earth around the sun, you run from 8 inches per mile squared. You run from the bane and warping of space-time being physical. You just run, and you never confront things that we ask you on. You divert, you deny, you waste our time, and it's all very evident what you guys are doing.
I'm saying we should change our tactic. We should make them address the point.
Right.
Because what'll happen is they'll just start being really quiet. But whatever. Either we listen to Xanax just beat us over the head with there's no force in free fall for 7 hours, or we hold their feet to the fire and make them address the point, bro. We hold them to the point. That's what we should do.
That's what a prosecutor does. He doesn't let you move until you answer the question.
And I'll just cut to the chase. There is nothing, okay? If you claim aberration, parallax, retrograde motion, the change of position of the sun over the year, none of this is exclusive to the Earth moving according to your own model and just basic common sense. Okay, so according to relativity, there's something called the equivalence principle, the covariance principle, right? And it's openly known that it's kinematically equivalent to have the Earth in the center. So can you guys just be honest and admit that, and then try to explain to me explain to us why you think it is heliocentric, even though actually it's equally valid to say that it's geocentric. That would be like an honest conversation.
Because that's what they were taught in kindergarten.
Yeah.
How are they going to
They just-
explain something that they themselves don't understand? First of all, that's
Yeah, but I made my point. What sucks is once I fall back, immediately they'll just bring up something else and completely avoid this. But this has got to be like the elephant in the room, right? This is the elephant in the room. This is like the core decision that all of cosmology is built upon. This should be the first thing addressed, as opposed to never, ever, ever being addressed for years. Let's talk about horizon drop with altitude. Let's not talk about the core decision of cosmology. Let's avoid it for years.
Yeah, I just don't get where the confidence and the arrogance comes from when we pose a question to them. Simple as, what is the evidence? And they literally sit here silent. They don't wonder to themselves, like, wow, there really is an exclusive evidence. That doesn't make them think at all. The next day, they'll just come in here and say the same stuff. It's
If
lunacy.
We to the fire, that's exactly what we're going to end up having to do.
Well, do they just sit here and hear all this and then like somehow pretend they didn't hear it or something? Like,
Yeah, it's bizarre.
wild, man. Because it actually gets worse than this, right? Because this is just a huge setup for the like hammer to be dropped on them, which is, oh, if it's kinematically and dynamically equivalent, they're equally valid. That is a geocentric and heliocentric model. And they're equally valid in terms of kinematics and dynamics. But the geocentric model doesn't have the dark matter and dark energy problems. Wouldn't that mean the geocentric model is way more viable than the heliocentric model? So they're not even equal. The geocentric model is way more valid, 97% more valid.
What's with the 3% missing?
That's supposedly the real baryonic matter in the universe.
Oh, okay.
It's just such a big thing to ignore and constantly just literally not give any attention to on their side and just walk right by it like it's no big deal and keep their beliefs, especially when they realize that there really truly is no exclusive evidence. So once you know that and you look at the two models, like, I don't know how it's even a question between heliocentric and geocentric.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like if you address it honestly, you have to acknowledge that it's dynamically and kinematically equivalent, whether the Earth is in the center or it's moving around the sun. But if they did that, then they would have to address that follow-up question, which is, wait, then wouldn't that mean the geocentric model is way more viable because it doesn't have the dark matter and dark energy problem? And do they? That's why they just won't answer it. That's why they'll literally just play games, start talking about elevation angles to Polaris on a flat Earth and anything other than address it because they actually do know the ramifications of admitting it because they've heard it said in here so many times now. So they just choose to avoid it.
I know a lot of people disagree with this, but you know, we know about NASA's $25.5 billion. They give $2 billion a year supposedly to SpaceX, but we seldom talk about Space Force that started December of 2019. You know, Trump went up there, my ex Orange Idol. Went up there and announced Space Force in December 2019, and they get 4% less than NASA. They get 24.5 billion, 4% less. We never hear about them, and it would only take 2 to 3% of their budget, maybe 500 million, 750 million dollars a year, to fully fund opposition to quote flat Earth on social media. And, you know, I know a lot of people say, you know, that's crazy and whatever, but I fully believe that, you know, that 500 million, $750 million out of that 24.5 billion that nobody knows where it's going is spent to come on here and give Austin and a bunch of us a hard time. That's just my personal opinion.
No, some of these people cannot be agents because they're doing a terrible job.
That's true. If you're getting paid, you sure suck at it. Oh my goodness.
I would say they definitely deploy bots. Like they deploy bots on my channel, and probably other fighting channels and stuff like that. They deploy bots, and I think there's definitely government funding for that, for bots. If you've ever looked into the dead internet theory, the government definitely puts out bots to attack truther channel. They definitely spend money to censor and have shadow banned algorithms. But when it comes to like individuals in Discord on Earth Awakening, no, I just think we're underestimating the state of delusion that's possible, right? Like I just think they'd do way better than this.
Yeah, I know if you go to, and even Wikipedia will have a piece on JTREG. I think it's JTRTREG or something like that, JTREG. It's basically opposition research that's done online, to counter, the truth movement. I find that very interesting that even Wikipedia will talk about it.
Yeah, specifically, they'll even infiltrate the movement, have people pretend to believe in it to discredit it.
Yeah, the dead internet theory, they're saying that like by year 2028, 90% of online interactions are going to be bots. That's absurd.
Well, it kind of makes sense if you talk about like rolling out AI, though, right? I mean,
Oh yeah, for sure. I just think it's outrageous. I believe it. It's just so hard to fathom.
but what's really hard to fathom, like the hard part to fathom, is how can someone that believes in the mainstream model sit in here and then just choose to ignore all this? Like they hear it, but they just ignore it. We all know the answer. The answer is there's nothing that could ever be said to them in this room, ever. No evidence that could ever be presented to them that will make them consider throwing away the current model because they believe that all the scientists that are smarter than them came up with it for them. Like they did the decision for them. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with the evidence.
Dude, I wrestle with that too because I don't know how they can see the history of the model, all the band-aids they put over everything, and then hear everything that you talk about with it. And you always post your sources. Like you're right about 99.9% of the stuff you talk about. And they hear it, yet they still delude themselves. I don't know. It truly baffles me. I can't understand a mind like that.
Well, like, think about this. I would say you go around and be like, Galileo did all this and that, helped prove the heliocentric model, Galileo. And then find out actually on his deathbed he denounced heliocentrism. And in a final letter he wrote, the guy got so mad that he erased his name. It wasn't even found until the 1900s. They hid that Galileo denounced heliocentrism on his deathbed. How do you hear that and not think it's weird? How do you hear that the final page of Newton's Principia actually says that the Earth could be in the center? So he put it at the very end. He writes this big, long paper about the Earth, gravitation, and going around the sun. And then at the very end, the final page, he says, but actually, it could be in the center. And then that final page didn't get published. And no one knew it existed until it got found a few years ago. And we have his handwritten letter, like notes.
They have to like just not believe it or something, Like I don't know how they can like find something like that out. Like maybe they just don't look into it to verify it because they don't want to know. I don't know. Because there's something with Copernicus too. Copernicus said something about like the math being easy. That's why he came up with what he came up with, right?
Correct. Yeah.
And
Copernicus
that was
said.
too.
Yeah, he said it's not important. It's important to point out this aspect of the heliocentric model, and it's not important if it's true or even plausible. It's just convenience for explaining certain phenomena. And he goes on in detail about how the math is simpler.
Yeah, I just find it interesting. I just find it interesting that Copernicus on the revolution of the heavenly spheres that he published in on his deathbed on May of 1543. It talked about Hermes Trismegistus, that what he said about the sun, sun pagan worship. And then Newton wrote over 1 million words on alchemy. Trismegistus is known as the father of alchemy, and he even took the emerald tablets and deciphered them for people, that he could actually understand what Trismegistus was saying about the emerald tablets. And then you had John Maynard Keynes, the famous liberal economist, buy Newton's papers in 1936 and talk to the Royal Society in 1936. And he actually called Newton one of the last magicians not to be taken seriously. And we don't hear about Copernicus and his love affair with Trismegistus. We don't hear about Newton's writings that ascribe to Trismegistus. We don't hear about any of those things. We just put these people on pedestals, and they're nothing but sun pagan worshippers. That's all they are.
Well, I was talking to Professor Parks on my first In the Field episode, and he admitted, he's like, Copernicus, I think he said Copernicus and Kepler, like even Kepler, right? They had religious motivations for the model, right? Like they had this ideology, this religious ideology of worshiping the sun. He's like, he said, they had religious motivation for their model. It's so funny, dude, because we're told that they were like scientific geniuses, but they were actually sun worshippers, and that's why they claimed the sun was in the middle. That's what they said.
You know what? A lot of people don't know about Newton also is that most of his writings were religious writings. The majority of the papers that he wrote were religious. He was a very religious man.
95% of his work was on the metaphysical thing.
Was it that much? Wow.
Yeah, something like that.
Crazy. 'Cause I just looked up a lot about Newton, and I didn't read any of that.
Yeah. No, nobody knows that most of his writings are religious. Not a lot of people, that is. Yeah, but he was a very religious man. And look at the time period where they were at, right? This is the 1600s now we're talking about.
Yeah, they hide so much stuff, man. It's crazy.
What's the poem? I read a poem that Nikola Tesla wrote, and it said like they turned his work like backwards or something. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. Oh, Newton?
Yeah, they turned his work backwards or something.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like, think about this. Like, think about writing an entire paper about the heliocentric model and coming up with an equation, right? And trying to explain it and being like, I don't even know how this could work. It'd have to be a direct act of God. I mean, anyone that thinks this would just happen through a vacuum and that gravity's inherent in matter is like retarded, right? He's like, that's absolutely insane. And then at the final page, he says, so in fact, the Earth could just be geocentric, just like the Tychonic model says. The Earth could be at rest in the center of the universe. And then they removed that page. So like you write the entire thing, and then the final page you write says, but it could actually just be in the center. And then they remove it. How is that not sketchy to someone?
Yeah, and think of this also. In the 1600s, right? What possible ways and means did he have to prove any of this stuff or to test it, right? It's mostly all like theoretical, if you think about it, right? With the exception of his light, the prism thing, right? Which that's pretty remarkable if you ask me. But the rest of it, orbits and all that, how could he possibly, it's impossible. How did Kepler come up with his orbits? Like,
well,
I mean,
Kepler was hired by Tycho Brahe. And Tycho Brahe supposedly got poisoned, and he was given all the extensive data, so he was able to, plot whatever. So I see him kind of like a traitor.
Yeah, they say that he killed him.
The astronomer. Sorry.
No, we're just gonna say they say that he killed him in order because he wouldn't give him his findings, right? So they say that he poisoned him. Yeah.
And he got exclusive access to all his work right after he died. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. So all this is just one man, two men coming up with ideas, people going into like poisonous thing, like all these crazy stories. And we're supposed to believe somebody in the 1600s came up with orbits? Really? Okay.
Well, I mean, Kepler straight up says that the reason that he came up with this idea was because of a religious motivation, that he was a sun worshiper. Like he straight up says it. So And he
There you
actually
go.
claimed that there was like acoustic sound and vibration that caused the orbits around the sun, because the sun is basically emitting this divine frequency or sound that causes everything to move around it.
There's actually writings of that.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. He said that it was sound that caused all the orbits.
Listen to that. Yeah. Nonsense. Just sheer nonsense.
So this is the truth, right? Like their model that they believe in right now, it literally, its foundation is religious and it's based on sun worship and like a cultic belief. Okay, and then they were minorities at the time. People thought they were crazy. People actually called them like Satanists, and they worshiped the sun. They didn't do science, right? Like Copernicus didn't even have a telescope. He supposedly used naked eye observations. Really didn't even look at anything. He just like looked at paper and came up with a story. Then admitted like, well, this is not even important that it's true or plausible, right? He didn't even, it just naked eye. The telescope didn't even exist, right? And then you look at, if you look at Kepler, same thing. He took Tycho Brahe's stuff after he mysteriously died, got exclusive access to it, said he was a sun worshiper. It all happened because of sound. You look at Newton. Newton said, I can't even explain this idea. I can just show you how the math would work, because that's what the first dynamic proposal, right? And he's like, but to think that this is happening through a giant vacuum with nothing exchanging it is like absolutely insane. And I hope that no one ever attributes that to me. Then they did that very thing, and then Copernicus denounces, Galileo denounces heliocentrism on his deathbed, and then that's removed, right? And there's another person that denounced heliocentrism on their deathbed, and then Newton put in the end of his Principia that it could be in the center, and all of that was removed from history. And the story we're told is that these were scientists that just went outside, made all kinds of observations, saw all the evidence, and were so brilliant that they came up with the model scientific. But the truth is, they removed all the stuff that shows that they denounced heliocentrism and said it was wrong. They remove and hide the quotes that say this is insane to believe this, and they remove where he says it could be at the center. So how does someone with a brain not look at that and think that that's suspect, that they're hiding and revising all of history like that?
Yeah, it's just like Kepler, who supposedly is ascribed knowing, telling us that the tides here on Earth were because of the moon. He said, I demonstrate by means of philosophy that the Earth
Yep.
is round and is inhabited on all sides. And then you fast forward to 1954, and you get George Wald, Nobel Prize winner, who says, I will not believe in God because I don't want to believe in God. So therefore, I will believe in something that is scientifically impossible, which at that time was evolution. And so you have Kepler philosophy, and then you have Wald on religious viewpoints. They just go against everything that a thinking rational human being would think about, just because of philosophy and their hatred of God.
Yeah, these all these observations with Kepler and so-called all these guys. All these observations were made before by the ancient Greeks, right? We all heard of the Antikythera mechanism. So this is hardly anything new, like that. People looking in the sky and coming up with a formula of how things move. I mean, it's like clockwork. We all know that, right? It repeats itself year after year, month after month. We all know this.
Yeah, Kepler's laws have nothing to do with clockwork, though.
It's the orbit. You made a nice GIF, by the way, Osho.
Elliptical orbits? Like, what is that? Not even circular.
Yeah, there's not very many elliptical clocks, but Kepler's laws were describing the relationship between the orbits, like how their motions come out. So he's not describing them as a time-based mechanism. Describing them
He
as
also claimed that he worshipped the sun and that the sun emits certain sound that causes all the orbits.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a religious nutcase.
Well, he was a very smart dude who also, I think at a very young age, actually gave us the sphere packing description of how snowflakes are formed, which is pretty clever as well. So he wasn't just... Go on.
Well, I hear you saying that he was smart, but do you think that it's a coincidence that Tycho hired him because he was smart and just he was a nutcase? Like just like Tesla said, you can think quite deeply and still be insane.
Sure.
But what I'm saying is, do you think it's just a coincidence that Tycho hired him because he is smart, and then he got poisoned, and then Kepler got all of his work?
Well, but yeah, it's fortunate of him for sure. Yeah.
What's your opinion, Witsit, on the geo-heliocentric model of Tycho Brahe, where the sun orbits the Earth, right? But all the other
Yeah.
planets orbit the sun. That's kind of
Yeah.
interesting.
That's the one I always invoke to make the point that there is no exclusivity of heliocentrism. So yeah, the sun moves around the Earth, and then all the planets move around it. And really, since we've come up with more observations since then, you have to slightly revise it, so it's like a neo-Tychonic system.
Yeah.
But yeah, and what's funny is a lot of people say, "Oh, but Tycho had to have so many ellipses, right, because to make his math work." And the heliocentric is so much more elegant, but actually, the heliocentric model had more ellipses. So it's like everything they say is wrong. It's like, yeah, I guess the bigger point here is like, how does someone not find it suspect that they removed the letter from Galileo where he denounced heliocentrism on his deathbed? The dude tried to erase his name, and it wasn't actually brought out until like the 1900s. They removed the final page, Proposition 43, Theorem 22, and the Principia from Newton, where he says the Earth could be at rest in the center, right? Like, they never tell you about how Copernicus said, oh, it's not actually important that this is true or even plausible, and it was just using naked eye observations, which he didn't even make observations. He just took the data already there. He said it's just convenient to explain certain phenomena, then goes on to explain why the math is simpler. Like, why is all of that omitted from history? If the Earth is actually a globe that revolves around the Earth and all that's legit, these people just came up with brilliant ideas and just happened to discover it long before their time. Like, why would we have to omit that they ended up going back on it? Because it wouldn't matter. They still came up with the brilliant truth. They just happened to figure it out. But it's like tactically omitted. I mean, it wasn't even published, right? Like Newton's final page wasn't even published. He put a page at the end of all of his work saying, but really, everything I just explained is not necessarily true. The Earth could be in the center. And they remove that page and it doesn't get published. And then they remove the letter from Galileo where it denounced heliocentrism. Like, that's super suspect.
I wanted to add to the alchemical papers that were found in the college library in Cambridge University. I have a source here. It was first retrieved March 4th, 2013. No, it says the chemistry Isaac Newton, Ed William R. Newman, June 2010, retrieved March 4th, 2013. Keynes, MS. But anyways, so apparently amongst his alchemical papers, there was all kinds of religious commentary because Isaac was a Christian and he was an eccentric man and he didn't believe in the Trinity. He was anti-Trinitarian at a time where he could have been killed for his beliefs. So he was really like a secret anti-Trinitarian, and he only wrote it down in his papers. I don't know if he ever was outspoken about it because of fear of persecution by the church at that time, which were persecuting Christians that didn't have similar beliefs as them. But in his alchemical papers, he actually has a copy of the Emerald Tablets that he himself transcribed. And the Emerald Tablets, there's a history of historians that talk about them, and they can be sourced all the way back to Alexander the Great, and that's where a lot of these people originally derived the idea of the heliocentric model. In my opinion, is from the Emerald Tablets. Even Copernicus and Trismegistus, when you trace the heliocentric model all the way back, it goes all the way back to the Emerald Tablets that Alexander the Great found in Egypt. But I just find it fascinating that Newton, a scientific man who's highly respected by the scientific community, was also a religious man, a Christian, and also into alchemy. And
But they all were lying. All of Newton and his contemporaries, all of the people during that time were religious people first before they were scientists. It was through religion and the backing of the church they were able to pursue these scientific endeavors.
Well, that's why it's called natural philosophy, right? So they were philosophers, and what they've done is make the switch to where now what would accurately fall under that natural philosophy heading, they just call it science. So now you call it theoretical physics, right? People make up all kinds of philosophies about, oh, well, we aren't special, we're in a random place. That's philosophical. So then let's explain this. But they call it science instead of philosophy. Back in the day, they accurately denoted it for what it was, which was natural philosophy. And ironically, it's claimed that all these people that operated under natural philosophy made all these breakthrough discoveries. But now people laugh. Yeah, Leah thinks it's stupid too.
Oh,
So I just think it's funny.
yeah. But I mean, theoretical physics is a subset of physics. It's not a all-encompassing, thing of physics. It's not like all physics fits into theoretical physics. You can be a physicist and not be a theoretical physicist. Maybe you're a mathematical physicist or an experimentalist. Theoretical physics is a very niche, novel type of physics. It's not that old, and it's not like there were a billion theoretical physicists out there. Very few people actually become theoretical physicists.
All of astronomy and astrophysics is theoretical physics.
Yep.
No,
Yes,
most
it
of it,
is.
the majority is experimental physics.
No.
Yes,
So
yes,
just no. They make
yes.
observations of the sky. They do make observations of the sky. That's why you guys try to call it observational science. They make observations of the sky. But just like these natural philosophers, they also made observations of the sky. They then theorized what causes it, what's going on in the sky. That's what astronomy and astrophysics is. But if they call it a
No,
philosophy, people would notice, so they call it science instead.
no. The where the cosmologists and the astrophysicists go a step further is they actually perform experimentation. They perform experiments which can be used to bring about predictions, which can be subjected to testing and proven to be, true or false. I mean,
What
they do
experiments
perform
do
experiments.
astronomers do? What experiments do
Plenty of it.
cosmologists and astronomers? Can you just name one?
Plenty. Shapiro time delay experiment, the lead Z dark matter detection experiments. There's so many with it.
Dark matter detection experiment.
Yes. Even if the
Bro.
experiment doesn't detect dark matter, it's still an experiment with it.
No, it
An
doesn't
experiment
detect.
doesn't
How do you
have
do an
to give
experiment
you.
with something that doesn't exist? It's like saying I want to do an experiment with unicorns. You just can't do it.
That is an experiment. If you do an experiment to, see if there's some cause and effect relationship between unicorns, I want to see
Unicorns don't
if
exist, brother.
if unicorns are in the room, the temperature should go up. For example, I test to see the temperature change. There's no
Yeah, but
change in
you're
temperature.
already assuming.
I'm talking though. I'm talking. There's no change in temperature. Therefore, there's no cause and effect relationships between unicorns and temperature. I have no evidence for unicorns existing.
But you
That is
start
an
with an
experiment.
assumption. You start with, well, since I'm going to say unicorns change the temperature in the room, now if the room temperature changes when I manipulate this thing, it all of a sudden means unicorns. No.
Yeah, it was a very watered down example, but that is a hypothesis. You can call it an assumption, but that is what a hypothesis is, a wild guess to establish some or other type of cause and effect relationship. A hypothesis isn't proven yet. It isn't subjected to experiment yet. It's just a guess. You could say it's an assumption, fine, but it's just a wild guess, man.
Yeah, I think it's fascinating that piggybacking on what the conversation is, and this is from Chris and Heliosorcery, so this isn't mine. Like Chris said, doctors of divinity, the doctors of divinity, Kepler, Copernicus, Newton, have become the doctors of science, fabricating a whole new reality where we reject the testimony of our own senses, which is a stationary plane. And when we reject it, there's only one place we can put our trust, and that's in the architects of the new reality or the doctors of science. And so, and obviously, Cardinal Wolsey talked about learning against learning. Let's do science against biblical, cosmology, and that's what he meant. So I push back on one thing about Newton. I think Newton was into the occult. He was into alchemy, which is the precursor to modern day chemistry. Alchemy believed you could turn, I believe, lead into gold, either iron or lead into gold. It's all occultism. So I wouldn't ascribe Christianity to Newton whatsoever. I think he's much more into the occult.
Respectfully, I agree with you. It's just that he also was a Christian. Clearly, if you read his papers, he was a devout Christian, and he was
Yeah, and
obsessed with the book of Daniel and the book of Revelation and the timeline. And he really was a Christian. He just, like most Christians, he was a little misguided, got into the alchemy and, the elixir of life and trying to find,
yeah,
like, yeah,
I
like
don't
he's not
know
perfect.
if he was misguided or anything, but I agree with you in saying he was a Christian. Newton knew the Bible better than most of you in this VC. Like Newton was. If he saw you guys, he would say that you guys aren't Christian.
Do you know who knows the Bible better
Not,
than any? Do you know who knows the Bible better than anybody? Satan. So when you say that people know the Bible better than anybody, Satan knows the Bible better than anybody. So if that's what you want to go
that's
with,
true.
go with it.
Good point. But then I would say Satan believes in God more than most of you do, and that would be
Yeah,
accurate as well, right?
I agree with that 100%.
I agree, 100%.
Yeah. Right. Then we ain't saying too much different. I do agree with you. Isaac Newton was a very, 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 very weird person. Very
So
weird dude.
really important, if you guys don't mind. So I studied the law. I didn't study all this astrophysics and all the heliocentric model. I mean, I did a little bit of it, but before I was doing any of that, I studied the law, and there's a lot of similarities to what happens between the globe model and the geometric model and the flat Earth model. It's the same with the law. It's I'm not roboting, am I?
No, we can hear you, man. Go ahead.
Okay, so the similarities are that, like, the legal society, the legalese, and that private language that's used as law is not really the law. It's codified. It's like shortened. The words are changed, and it's.
I'm hoping you're going to keep this on topic, though, right? Not take it all into law stuff off topic.
I'm not gonna take it into the law. I just want solutions. Okay, so we can sit and argue and talk about history, and we all know we were hoodwinked.
Yeah. I want to say something when you're done in regards to what Nate said.
No problem. It's not important. You guys go ahead.
Nate, you said something in regards to a hypothesis just being a crazy assertion, and I don't know if I agree with that. I think
That's not what I said.
Yeah, you said you could have a wild idea, is what you said
That's
verbatim.
not what I said.
Okay, go ahead.
Verbatim, I
Go ahead,
said
repeat it.
a hypothesis is just a wild guess.
A
Verbatim.
wild guess. Okay.
Yeah.
And when you
Some
say
people
wild
can
guess,
see that guess as an assumption because they would want to know what is this guess based on, right? And then you would come to the conclusion it must be based on assumptions because you're guessing about things you have no evidence for being real or true, right?
so when you say a wild guess, like that wild guess still has to follow some guardrails. Like it can't just be some phantasmal thing that can never be substantiated, like unicorn farts. Like you still have
I
to
agree.
apply rational, concise logic, and if it breaks Occam's razor, then I don't necessarily know that you would want to pursue that wild guess.
No, I 100% agree with you, Dicelo. But I did say, that it's a very watered down example of what a hypothesis is. It's a bad example. I'll admit that. I was just trying to keep it simple for people to understand. Yeah, unicorn's always a bad example when it comes to formulating a hypothesis.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. But that's generally what a hypothesis is. It's a guess. Every day you wake up and
Well, isn't it an educated guess, right? It's not just
yeah, educated,
yeah.
but it's a wild educated guess for which you want to build a body of evidence. You notice that, when the sun is out, water seems to evaporate, boil almost. So you come to the guess that there must be a correlation between the sun and water, maybe the heat of the sun and water. You then perform, but you have no evidence for this. It's just something you've noticed every day, that when there's a puddle of water in the sun, it either boils or seems to evaporate, and you don't know what's causing it. So you make a wild guess. It could be the sun's rays, it could be heat, and you perform different experiments to see if you can establish a cause and effect relationship based on your hypothesis. I mean, that's all.
Did you say that's not evidence to see sunlight evaporating water is not evidence? Did you say that?
I'm trying to figure it out.
I think in everyday life, you would consider that
Well,
evidence, but within the
I
context
called them
of
and I'm like,
science,
let me just try to because I got one more chance with that scoop, but I'm like, you know what? Just let me take it in Pennsylvania. I can go to Pennsylvania ASAP and pass it over there.
I don't think
She's
he
like,
can hear us. Maybe someone just mute him. Yeah. So every day, Paul, you see water that's out in the open. When the sun is out, the water evaporates, but you don't know if it's just the rays of the sun or the air during the day. Maybe the air during the day is a different type of air than the air in the evening. You don't know if it's just heat. You have no idea, but you notice there's something weird that happens to water when it's exposed to the sun during the day, or even when there's clouds about, water still seems to do this weird thing. So you take an
Well, I mean, you
educated
could.
guess, and you say
Well, I
could
mean,
be heat.
you could actually just live in an experience. Like I could see a puddle of water in the
Yeah.
summertime. Rain fills it up, then it's gone. But then in the wintertime, the puddle freezes, but it doesn't go anywhere. It stays there for a while. Then you notice that when the temperature changes, oh, could this be connected to temperature? That's
Yeah.
evidence.
Well, that's not evidence yet. You've come to you've identified some sort of plausible causal link between temperature or the seasons and what happens to water. It seems when
Well,
it's
but
colder, it freezes. When it's warmer, it doesn't freeze. But you've also noticed that there are times where it could be cold and it doesn't freeze, and it could be warm and it does freeze. It's not consistent, but generally it seems to follow, these two patterns. Freezing when it's cold, warm when it's hot. But that's not conclusive, Paul. That's not what we go around living life on. We need something a bit more conclusive. That's why we seek evidence. We perform experiments.
wait a
So
minute.
we have
Wait a minute. You said I don't live my life on the fact that when it's cold, things freezes, and then when it's warm, things evaporate. Are you saying that? Because wait a minute. Because when I'm hot in the summertime, I might douse myself with water, knowing that I'll cool me off because it evaporates away because you've experienced that. So I think I don't know if you say you live your life that way. I think you very much do. You may
okay.
not have
Maybe
the
I should.
full understanding, but you do live
Yeah,
your life that way.
yeah, but that's because you haven't. Maybe I should have clarified and added context. Today we live our lives that way because we've already built up this body of evidence. But if you was, let's just say you believe the Earth was 1 billion years old and you lived, 1 million years ago, and you didn't know these things, Paul, you wouldn't come to those conclusions. It's just because today we take these things for granted. Like we are born knowing more than what those that lived 500 years ago took a lifetime to know. Like all of that knowledge is it's just given to us. So we just take it for granted that that heat makes water boil, but we don't realize how much work had to go into establishing that as a fact.
I would imagine a man that first figured out how to build fire, and it was he got the fire really hot, and the rock next to the rock next to the fire was getting hot, and then it rained, and all of a sudden you notice when the rain hit the rock, it would sizzle.
Mm.
He said, "What?
Can I ask Nate a question?
Go ahead, yeah."
Nate, all material is comprised of what? Particles, right? And those particles are based on their field, right? There's a field for each and every particle in your paradigm.
Yeah.
So what would be the field of water?
Water is a molecule. It's a compound made of different atoms, right? Or different elements, hydrogen and oxygen. Those elements are made of constituent elementary particles, which would be hadrons and leptons. And these hadrons would be made of even more constituent elementary particles, which we would call quarks and gluons. And those would have fields because those are elementary particles. Leptons would also have fields because they're also seen as elementary, i.e., you can't break apart a lepton and find a smaller particle inside. But water itself wouldn't have a field because water isn't elementary. It's not an elementary phenomenon. It's more an apparent phenomenon that's brought about by different things underpinning it, building up to what we see as water. You know, the way drops of water build into a wave. So you would say a wave is not an elementary phenomena. It's more, I don't know if apparent's the right word to use, you know, but something like that.
Okay. And how many different types of fields do you have in your paradigm?
So far off the top, I think 23 or 26. But that's all of the elementary particles we've discovered so far. We know that there's way more out there because there's a lot of phenomena we see that the particles we've discovered cannot explain.
Okay. Does the field change depending on the state of the water, like the physical state of the water, whether it be in a solid or a liquid or a gaseous?
I don't understand what you mean. Like if the
So
water's a liquid or a gas, would we have different fields? No.
okay, so the field remains the same. It's what changes then?
Yeah. What changes it is the bonds between the molecules now, not between the elementary particles that have fields, but between the molecules, between the different elements. So how do the way the bonding power between the hydrostatic or van der Waals forces between the hydrogen and oxygen atoms is different depending on the state of matter. When you're looking at a gas, the bonding forces are a lot weaker when compared to a solid, where the bonding forces are very strong, and it's difficult to change the structure of this object.
So the field doesn't change, it's the molecular bonding forces which
Yeah,
doesn't affect the field rather than
no.
how the particles act within the field.
Yeah, but you got to realize the difference, in steps here. You have your elementary particles, right? I just checked. There's actually 17 of them. I was thinking, what do they call it? Where each particle has a mirror, so I was counting more than 17. So you have the 17 elementary particles, right? These have fields. They build up into what we call atoms, right? And it's these atoms that we find on our periodic table of elements. And then when you bind these atoms together, you get these compound molecules like water and carbon monoxide, and all of these other things.
Got you. All right. Well, I appreciate you answering that. Sorry to interrupt, Paul.
I've asked this question before, but I still don't know if I got a really good answer. What's a field again?
What
Um,
like mechanical or are you asking Dyson?
You said, no, I'm asking you. I mean, I think I know what Dyson would say a field is. I know what he'd probably say. What is a field in physics? What is it made out of?
always understood it as a value within a said proximity, at least coming from their paradigm. It's more of like
Dyson, let
a
him
system.
answer it.
Go ahead.
Let him answer it. What's a field, Nate? Nate, are you there? What's a field? Did he run? Did you not hear me?
Yeah, maybe he's got a phone call or something.
Oh, he's not on here now. He's gone now. Looks like maybe.
This is the time he prays 5 times a day. You know that. So he prays around this time. I know that about Nate. I'll vouch for him. He's praying.
Side note: I've been doing a lot of research in Islam, and I'm like, holy shit. That's all I can say.
Was it a steam-powered ship?
Ship, steam powered shit? No, I don't think so. It might have steam coming off of it.
Well,
Hey,
anyway.
Kosho, the question earlier about exclusive evidence that the Earth is rotating around the sun came up. What would be your response to that?
Yo, Paul, did you hear what I said? It seems Discord kicked me out, bro.
No, I didn't hear anything you said about fields. I didn't hear anything.
My bad. I was talking to myself. I didn't even realize. Basically, a field is just a thing where we ascribe different, properties or quantities of a specific property in different regions of space-time or space and time. And when we transport information from one region to another within the field, we call that transport of information a wave. It's basically a movement of energy. So if you have an electromagnetic field and the property within that field would be charge, whether it's positive, neutral, or negative, that charge is then transferred from one part of the field to another in the form of a wave. But in essence, what a field really is just a tool we've invented to describe how energy can be transferred in the form of a wave. So if people from Venus came to Earth, they wouldn't know what a field is. It's a tool we've used to describe how this quantity we call energy or whatever
So it's a
property.
convention. It doesn't actually exist, right? That's what you're saying. It's just a convention to perceive reality.
There is something there. There is something there. We just call it a field, and we best understand it by labeling it as a field. And we can say it's a convention, but it's a convention based on something that really is there. We've just agreed to call what is there a field, and to use this tool to describe what's really going on.
So you don't know what a field is? It's just a mathematical description, simply stated.
No, I just explained to you what a field is. But I also
Okay,
added the caveat that it's something we've also invented to describe what's really going on there. If someone from Venus came, they would come up with a different description to explain the
I know,
same
but
thing.
what I'm saying is, I asked you what a field is made of, and basically, you said it's basically how we've described it on how we describe how energy transfers. So it's a description of how energy transfers, but that doesn't say what the field is. Like
But
I can say, what
I
is
said
ice? Ice is made of H2O, or it's made up of water, right?
maybe
What is a
you
field made
really
of?
weren't listening, Paul, because I did say what a
No.
field is.
So what is it made out of?
Okay, now you're asking different things. Now you're asking what is a field made out of. That I've also said, and I've also told you what a field is. A field, as I said, is just an area of space-time or an area of space. You can take away time to which we have ascribed certain physical, qualities or quantities. That's what a field is. What is a field made out of? It depends on the type of physical quantity or physical quality or property you are trying to describe. You could have a field for gravity because you're trying to explain gravitational phenomena. You could have a field for electromagnetism because you're trying to explain electromagnetic phenomena. Or you could have a nuclear field because you're trying to explain nuclear phenomena. So that's what a field is and what it's made of. But I'm just adding the caveat that what a field really, really, really is, if you get down to, to the meat and potatoes of it, it's just, I don't like the word Dyslow used, but yeah, it's a convention we've made to explain what's happening in the real world.
Well, I would say you could at least say that it's made out of space-time. But you don't know, because you said it exists in space-time, but you don't know it's not. But you don't know what it's made out of. It seems to give rise to particles and phenomenon and things like that, but you don't know what that thing is that's giving rise to these other things. But you're ascribing some mathematical value or descriptor, a convention to say. But that's the thing. It's still ambiguous because it's like
Yeah,
we don't.
but
What is it? You don't know.
that's not fair though, because I'm telling you what a field is. It's dependent on the property or physical quality you are trying to explain here. If you're looking at nuclear phenomena, then there's a nuclear field everywhere made of nuclear energy. If you're looking at electromagnetic phenomena, you have an electromagnetic field that pervades all of space and time, made of electromagnetic charge.
But didn't you say that the particles are made up of the field? So isn't that a little bit circular? So you're saying the particles give rise to the field, and this material gives rise to the field, but the field gives rise to the particle. But what are the particles made out of? Tell me what the particles, these base particles, what are they made out of?
A particle is just an excitation in this field. It's a disturbance of some sort, where a part of the field has more energy when compared to the other parts. We would call that a particle. So we would say that region, that local region where we have a particle, is not. It would also be called a false vacuum because that isn't the lowest energy state of the field. So there's a spike in that region. There's too much energy in that region compared to the other parts of the field, and we call that a particle.
Particles are the discharge of energy. The fields have a specific capacitance. When that capacitance is reached, there's a discharge. That discharge is what you call energy. That's what you call a particle. You can call a field whatever you want, just don't call it ether.
Yeah, I mean that I wouldn't begrudge you if you were trying to explain, classical electromagnetic fields. It's just that is seen as a very outdated description because that's a description stuck in the 17 and 1800s, and we've learned so much more than that. That description doesn't encompass all fields we know to exist. It's very good for classical electromagnetic fields and phenomena, but when you go to the quantum realm, or when you talk about nuclear fields, it doesn't match up anymore. It doesn't explain these new phenomena we found.
Well, you know what I think? You said something interesting a minute ago. It's the energy, the transmission of energy, but you also said something else too. It's a transmission of information. Right? Didn't you say that?
Could you say that again, Paul? I'm so sorry.
I know you said the fields are ways of transmitting energy, right? But didn't you also say it's a way of transmitting information?
Yeah, I said that when fields send
No.
information, when fields send information or energy from one region to another region within the field, we call that a wave.
Okay, so I mean,
I said that.
I know I'm not denying that. I'm actually just trying to put a thought together. So hang in there.
All right.
So I mean, I've actually heard other physicists saying that at the base of all reality is information, right? And information at some levels is not a physical thing, right? It's almost like something that's the information is telling reality what to do. So it's become fundamental. So in a sense, it's a non-physical entity, which means that's what information is. It's a non-physical entity, but it is telling reality how to be.
Like a underlying fundamental type of consciousness, intelligence that moves reality and shapes it.
Possibly. And wouldn't that describe God in that sense of the word? And fundamental basis of reality is information. And doesn't the Bible say, and even I don't even know if the Quran says it or not, but the world is held together with the power of God's word. So you're trying to describe something, but it's really something that can't be described in a physical sense, even though it's giving rise to something in the physical world. So that's why the ether term is actually not bad at one level, because that's kind of what they're saying. It's a non-physical entity that gives rise to the physical world.
Yeah. I hear you, man. My take from that would be that clearly there's a big link between science and religion, and they need each other more than we would like to admit. And the people that, try and create this false dichotomy that science and religion are mutually exclusive, they can work together. You either on one side and not the other. Those are the people you should be wary of. It's the people back in the day that used science and religion hand in hand to figure out the world around us that made the biggest leaps we've ever seen in mankind. So when someone tells you, if you're religious, you can't believe in science, or if you're a scientist, you can't believe in religion. Be wary of that person. That's my take, bro.
Well, I mean, I think some of the very first scientists were religious people, were people that thought the world was rational. If you don't see the world as rational, how could you even do any kind of scientific investigation? I mean, that's why the old religions thought the demons controlled reality, or the spirits controlled reality. So, there's why they thought it was chaotic. But if you know the
But
world came from a rational mind, then that can give rise to scientific investigation because you
yeah,
think the
yeah,
world is rational.
I agree with you. But what a lot of these old people also did, especially those that knew what was actually going on, they hid a lot of real truths from people. We would call them esoteric or whatever, but they used science and religion hand in hand to find out what was really going on. And for some reason, they were very open to giving us religion, but they made science very difficult to understand and you know, to become a part of.
Well, what I've seen more than it is a power game on both sides. And I've seen it happen within religion. Also, I've seen it happen within the science. You can even see it happen within the last 3 years. If anyone questions the current narrative, they're ostracized, right? And that can happen within religion. That can happen in any cult. It can happen anywhere. And to
Everywhere.
assume
It
that
happens
anything is
it
isolated,
happens in it happens in flat Earth as well, right?
I don't deny that. I'm not saying it can, because the key component in this is people, and all of it. We don't want to give up our thinking, our thoughts, or whatever we may think. We don't want to give it up.
I want to give up what we hold to be true.
Here's the thing. I want to go back to that water deal for a second, to come back to the thought process. I mean, I think there's a difference between the level of knowledge and level of understanding. Like, there's base understanding, there's depths of understanding, and they're not necessarily contradictory. It would seem that they can be at some point. Like, I can tell my daughter water boils, right? And I'm teaching her, she just went through kindergarten. So she just finished through kindergarten. And we've not talked about it specifically, but if I tell her, if I put heat on she sees me boil water all the time to make spaghetti or pasta, and I can talk to her about water evaporating and boiling. You know what I mean? Now that is not wrong. But there might be some nuances or understanding, like water can also evaporate in a freezer. But I can also show that to her because I can put ice in the freezer and then show her over time that eventually the water will evaporate. And there's no boiling occurring. It's just sublimation, right? It's just the water just lets loose. That's a little bit more depth of understanding. But the ideas that causes both is the same, right? It's the vibration or the energy within the particle that's causing that to happen, right? Even in ice, the particle vibrates loose and it evaporates away. It's the same idea. Nothing's there, but the understanding is basically the same. It's at a different level of understanding.
I'm with you, Paul. I hear you. It's just you gotta put yourselves in the minds of the people that came up with these experiments. We take it for granted, and I do agree with you that levels of understanding, will change. Now you'll hear people talk about it's not heat itself; it's the bonds between the water molecules that make water evaporate. The weakening of these bonds. That's a high level of understanding.
What causes the weakening of the bonds, though? So that'd be just one question. What causes the weakening of the bonds?
The energy. So basically, the configuration of the electrons. There's too much energy in that configuration now. So the bonds become weaker, so that the molecules can go back to their to their lowest energy state.
Does heat give more energy to the molecules?
Can you hear? Say that again.
What is
Paul,
that?
could you ask that? Could you ask that again?
Yeah, my Discord's acting up. I'm not got the GPS on it. I said, doesn't adding heat to give more energy to the particles?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so that weakens the bonds, right? Keeps
Yeah.
them from staying. It's the same idea. So the idea is the same. It's just maybe how you're wording it.
Yeah,
I mean, your word
definitely.
is just it's a deeper understanding. It's just maybe you're describing it. One is describing it at a macro level, and the other one is describing it at a micro level. It's the same idea.
Yeah. Maybe one is, you could say, piercing under the veil to see, what he did to the water. How this transfer of heat from the flames of the fire affected the water.
Well, all you got to say is like if under pressure, you keep the molecules more tightly together, so those bonds are less harder for those to be bound together. I'm getting a call. I'll be right back. I'll be back later. I'll be back again.
Was he talking to us?
Yes, he said he's getting a call and he'll be back later.
Shit, I'm just glad Zanuck isn't here. Breach.
Did he get banned or?
I don't know.
No, just don't say his name another 2 times, or else he's gonna show up.
That's right. I call him Z Dog or Z Boy.
I like calling him Puddle Jumper because that's where he saw the curve in his Puddle Jumper.
Oh, that's right. He thought he saw the Earth curve in a little single or dual engine Cessna, didn't he? Poor guy.
And when I hear stuff like that, that unfortunately discredits the witness on a level that, well, hell, I don't even want to bloody well talk to you.
It's tough. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to watch these guys scramble and flail in front of us like this, but I don't know what else to do. Just let them do it until they can admit that the Earth isn't a globe. I don't know what else to do.
Hey, chat, check out Jesse Gordon's post that, well, this minute past the hour, really, you just posted it. It's pretty awesome because it's a 2D drawing that does absolutely nothing to capture real life. Because you know how we see in real life? It's called perspective, 3D, 3 dimensions, not just 2. Thanks, though, Jesse.
That's one of his favorite cartoons right there to post. And hold on, though. I think there's a tiny, tiny little bit of reality in there. I'm not sure, but I think that thing that says AB on the bottom right, that red, and there's a line there, I think that's from the real world. It's a little blurry. Not really sure if it's like a picture of another picture or it's, I don't know what's going on, but that looks like it kind of has some reality in it. The rest of it, yes, cartoons.
You notice anything else funny about that AB thing there?
I don't know. What are we looking at?
We're looking at a water level.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Now, you notice anything funny about the picture next to it on the left, what he's doing with the water level?
Just break it down for us. I'm stupid.
No. Okay, I don't mean to come off like that. He's citing the water level. Now everybody knows, right? You don't cite water levels.
No.
That's not what they are.
Well, I'm just trying to look at it and figure out what he thinks the audience is going to get from this, because I'm not any smarter than anybody here or anybody in the audience or whatever. But the only reason I understand this stuff is because I've been watching Jesse and hanging out with you guys. How is the audience going to take anything from what Jesse posted and be like, "Yo, that's clear curvature evidence"? Like, well, what?
Bro, anybody that has worked in a construction site looks at that and instantly breaks out in laughter. Instantly. Because they know you don't cite water levels like that.
And there's just nothing else in the picture. Like, what do we? It's so ambiguous and so vague what we're even looking at. I don't know. I don't know why he expects anybody to get anything from that other than Jesse, congratulations, you know how to use Microsoft Paint.
Why, thank you.
You know, anytime.
I'm glad Jesse's here. Like, it's not like we're talking about you. So tell us, how do you cite water levels?
You were, and I wasn't. I just got here because someone says you guys were attacking me in the VC.
Oh, your name was said 3 times, so you showed up.
It's like Pokeroo.
I almost choked on that one there. That was funny.
Well, thankfully, someone said, the guy's name that starts with Z. We only said it twice, so no one say it third time. We'll be good.
And that's coming from hold on, SE,
over.
real quick. And that, friends and family, is coming from the server owner. Please, sorry, SE, I cut you off. Go ahead, my guy.
No, go. I'm good, bro. I'm good.
Oh no, I just had to make that quick-handed comment about Gio's comment with reference to Z-Man, if you will.
Yeah, well, I was just saying better the J-Man than the Z-Man. That's just my opinion.
Oh yeah, all day for sure.
You mean Zenith?
I concur. Oh, damn it.
That's it. You're banned. You're banned for life. You said it a third time.
Yeah. But I do want to hear this citing the water level, though, from Jesse, if he doesn't.
Yeah, I'm curious
mind.
too. I'm very curious.
Well, what's to say? Have you ever sighted a rifle?
Yeah, a rifle is not a water level.
Well, I mean, but it's two points and you're sighting along them, right? So what gives? What's the difference?
Wait a minute. Are you basically stating that you're using the meniscus, the crest of the water where the water touches the container that it's within to point out some kind of straight line phenomena? Because, dude, the meniscus is the thing that defies gravity.
Well, but because it was the same tube and the same fluid, it had the same meniscula on both ends.
That's bullshit, Jesse. You know that full well. It has to have, because water, when it's or a medium, when it's in a container, is going to have 2 menisci or meniscuses. Let's be honest, dude. Don't be intellectually honest. You know I'm going to keep your feet to the fire on this.
Well, so what's your point, though? I don't understand. Make your point in your own words.
Because if you're changing the alignment of the container that if the medium is within, it's going to create 2 menisci or meniscuses, whatever you want to call it, damn it. And if you're going to change the orientation of the container that it's within and therefore state that there's some kind of misalignment that's occurring, that, my friend, is using your tool to pervert something that exists on its face without your perverted input. That's my point.
We call it tool abuse.
So
tool abuse. Good one, SE. I like that.
But so help me out here. Can we agree at least that if it weren't for the meniscus, the 2 surfaces of water in the ends of the water tube level would be the same elevation? Yes?
But dude, you have to line up when you're using the level. You have to line up those meniscuses with the black lines that are sighted on the outside of the canister, right? That is a necessary function. You can't, in order for it to the tool to work in its full function, you have to use the alignment lines on the outside of the level.
There are. Oh, you didn't see the diagram. Hold on. We're talking about 2 different things. Hold on. What do I type to auto complete your your name?
Dude, you don't have to tag me. I'm watching the chat. Don't worry, Jesse.
Okay, there you go. 4 past the hour. I just had like I think it was a 16.6 foot. I bet it was a 16.666 foot. Or yeah. Anyway, it's some metric distance. Anyway, a clear rubber tube about 3/8 inch inside diameter. I had it strung up on 2 tripods and filled with red alcohol water. Keep it from freezing, and actually the alcohol reduces the surface tension a bit on the stickiness to the tube, so it made it more accurate. And there's no black marks on the tube. The only 2 things I was using was the surfaces on the 2 ends of the tube of the water, right?
Okay.
And that's what I'm sighting across. There's no black lines, it's just a tube. So, do we agree then that other than the meniscus, if there was no meniscus, if the water surface was just perfectly flat with no meniscus, that the 2 surfaces at the 2 ends of that tube would be the same elevation, right?
Keep going. I'm listening.
Well, do we agree? Or, I mean, if we don't agree on that, then we can't move forward. If we do, then we can. Hey, Witsit, we got a flat earther who won't answer the question. What did you say about people who won't
No.
answer?
It's not. Believe me, my guy. It's not a question. Me not answering a question. I'm strictly, dude. You and I have gone at lengths about this picture that you used from Jump, right? And my issue from the very beginning is that it negates perspective. That's my problem with observing it, and I have issues with citing anything that I maybe not even understanding what you're trying to point out in your observation.
Oh, have we talked before? What was your name before?
Dude, it's Kiwi. I have
Oh,
one voice
Kiwi.
pattern. One voice pattern. It's me, man. I speak through my nose, and I hate it, but it is what it is. What's up?
Well, it's good to talk to you again. I didn't recognize your name there. Well, I I mean, if we can't agree on the simple stuff that we agree on, I don't know how we can have an honest conversation, you know? I'm not asking you to agree to things I haven't asked yet. I'm just asking you if you agree that the 2 water surfaces, aside from a meniscus, since you brought that up as an objection, would be at the same elevation as each other. And I mean, I guess I'm just gonna have to assume the answer is yes, because otherwise you'd say no. Um, do you see the meniscuses, the menisci or the meniscum as changing that? Let's say the meniscus raised or lowered the apparent position by 0.5 millimeter, but if it's the same fluid and the same tube and everything, it would do it the same on both sides. So even with the meniscus, wouldn't it still be the same height on both ends?
So,
Hey Jesse, 2 ends of a water level form a horizontal plane. Continue. I want to hear where you're going.
Well, I was just answering his question, I think.
well, so this is an in IRL observation that you made based on a building, observing it with some. What was your viewing device that you set up the A and B with this full tripod?
What was I using for a camera?
Yeah, what are you using for the beginning? Sorry, where you're pictured beside the tripod, those 2 tripods, A and B. What are you using? What is that sight line that you're using to create that?
I'm not sure I understand the question. The white line I drew in Photoshop or GIMP.
Okay, so this isn't something that you did in real life, correct?
No, I did do it in real life. Those are names of the real places that I actually was. And that in the right bottom inset is a photo, a frame grab from the video that I took.
Okay, so based on a 21.2 observer distance, what is your expectation in setting up your observation?
What? To get a picture? You mean assuming a certain Earth shape?
Well, I'm looking at this and I'm seeing that you took the opportunity to observe a 21.2 distance. So you observed an object that was 21.2 miles away from you, correct?
Yes.
So what would be your expectation based on that dimension of what? Are you expecting that there's going to be certain parts of that building that you observed hidden? What is your expectation of this observation that you have constructed?
Well, this is an observation. Observations don't have an expectation. The observer may have an expectation, depending on what shape he thinks the Earth is, or other things, but this is just an observation, just raw data. I made no assumptions or expectations. I simply set up something that we all agree should establish a horizontal plane or a horizontal line, and I sighted along it, and I took up a video actually. So I'm not sure how
What did
the
what did we all agree to? Like that part.
that the water level on the two ends of the tube is going to be the same elevation as each other.
How did you had a 21-mile long water level?
No, it was about roughly 10 feet from the tip to tip.
Okay. And now you're holding the water level up in the air and comparing it to a mountain 21 miles away.
A building. I'm sighting along
Building.
it to a building that's 21 miles away. Yeah.
Okay. And you expect the as the observer, I guess, the building to since you know the height of the building to be at the same height of where you're standing.
Well, if the building and I are standing on the same flat baseline, then my line of sight should have struck the foot of the building.
Right, that's your expectation. Okay, I was just curious.
Okay, now how did you verify that you and the building were on the same, let's call it the same the same elevation?
Google Earth. So I
So
verified
you based your datum point on an elevation datum that you pulled from Google Earth?
for the building, yes, because I've never been to Victoria. However, I did check my elevation above the sea level using my total station. I put a reflector down on the beach near the water, and I shot the distance with the rangefinder in it, and I did confirm that my elevation for my end is accurate, at least reasonably accurate.
Curiosity, did you have to like adjust? There's no way, like you didn't just land 100% at the same elevation the first time. Like, did you have to like go down your like a hill a little bit and then up to get exactly at the same height as the building in the distance?
No, it just so happens that there's a bluff on my side that is about 53 feet high, and it just so happens that happens to be pretty close to the ground, right by the view tower apartment building.
So you're on it. So you know that you're not on the same horizontal. You're on an angle, I guess. Then you know that.
I don't understand the question.
Well, if you're not at the same exact to the inch elevation, then you're at an angle to it, right?
I'm within a few feet. I don't know exactly how close, but I'm within a few feet.
Okay.
Besides, the
So
building
are
is
you looking up to the building then, or down to the building?
the building appeared entirely below eye level, as the right-hand lower
No, I
inset
mean
shows.
just according to the raw data, like to your elevation and the building's elevation. Are you looking up or down to it?
You mean if the Earth were flat?
No. With you're saying, hey, the building measures 53 feet, and I'm at 50 feet, or was it vice versa? Are you looking up or down to that building?
No, I'm standing on 53-foot high ground and the building is standing on 53-foot high ground.
So you were down to the actual like millimeter. You weren't up or down. You're exactly on that horizontal plane.
I mean, within plus or minus a few feet.
Right, right. So the plus or minus feet. I don't. It's not a gotcha. I'm just asking. Like, were you looking down to it or up to it? You were at. I mean, you could just give me the numbers. The building was what? How high?
The foot of the building is on ground that's about 53 feet high, according to Google Earth.
Okay. And you were standing
on ground that is about 53 foot high, according to Google Earth.
So you were exactly in line, like perfect to the dot, to the centimeter.
Well, I mean, if Google Earth is absolutely infinitely perfectly, then yes, but they round to the nearest foot, and it wouldn't surprise me if they're off by plus or minus a few feet.
Do you know which one it was? Do you know if you were looking up or down to it?
No.
Okay.
But I find that irrelevant because it's 187 feet tall, and I'm only 6 feet tall. So the ground I'm on could be 10 feet higher or 10 feet lower than Google says. And the building and the ground that the building's on could be 10 feet higher or 10 feet lower than Google Earth says. But the problem is the same because the building's 187 feet taller than me. The top is still higher than me, right? Either way.
Now, question being, we know that as things get closer to us, they get bigger in size.
Okay.
So, based on a 21.2 mile distance, there'd be an expectation of a drop of 0.056, rounding up 57 miles, 300 feet.
Say that again?
Based on that distance and the Earth curve calculator made by FID Projects, or is it ID Projects? My bad. Oh, no, LD Projects. Nope, Eldoy? I don't know. I'll give you the link. Anyways, it's should be an expected 300-foot drop. So the question being, that difference between A line, or the line A, if you will, and the top of the building, what is that difference? Curious about that. Because my whole thing is the base of the building seems to be a little bit out of whack as well. So I'm wondering if it's a case of the building is literally far away from us and we're not just catching it due to perspective.
It matches the globe model pretty close. So the top of the building
No. This isn't a question of it working for your model, Jesse. You're not going to just take this one thing that you've observed and state, oh, it works, therefore the Earth is a globe. It doesn't work like that. This is something that can be screwed up through perspective, i.e. things go away from you, they get smaller, they come to you, they get bigger. So I'm not going to take a perversion observation that you've presented to say, oh yeah, the Earth is a globe. Please realize that. Like, I'm willing to say, hey, cool observation, Jesse. But in terms of saying, okay, the Earth is a globe at that point, bro, no dice.
No, it's not what I was saying. You were asking what the predicted drop would be, and I'm just saying it matches. That doesn't mean the Earth is a globe. That's just, I thought that's what you were asking, so I just cut to the chase. So help me understand how perspective explains this. I mean, I'm sighting across the top of this water level. That should establish a flat horizontal plane. And that line of sight should hit the bottom of the building, right?
If you were looking at it, sighting it from, like, if you're sighting the base of the building, you would have to sight it from line B. If you're sighting the top of the building, you would have to sight it relative to wherever line A would be expected to hit on the building.
So what light do you think the path takes to get from the top of the building to the observer's eye? I guess.
I don't really think it's a question of the light. I think it's a question of the image. It's the image of the perspective, or sorry, the image of the person holding the perspective, or the thing holding the perspective, whether it's an eyeball, telescope, whatever, that determines the focal length, which will determine the way that the objects interact with that basically projectionary plane that it's being viewed on. But again, like Leaning Tower of pizza, we can crush it with our 2 fingers if we walk far enough away from it.
So, but I think, but if we agree at least that we can only see something if light from it is reaching our eye, right?
Okay.
So that's why I want to look at the path of light, because I think your understanding of perspective has purports to have light going in impossible ways. You know what I mean?
Well, you and I have 2 different understandings of light. You think that light travels. I also think light illuminates, right? And we're in a closed system, presence of gas. And if light is a function in my model, which is real life, of gas, that means that light can happen anytime gas is present, as long as the igniter is present.
So
Oh, is light instant?
Is gas instant?
So does that mean light would? Well, I don't want to divert. Whether light can go through a vacuum and and whether light has a velocity is a bunch of other things that's unrelated to this. But can we agree that if
Dude,
you
you're
take,
the one that brought it in for consideration.
well, I'm talking about the path, not the velocity or the medium. Just
If you say path and you invoke speed, light has a speed.
not necessarily. I mean, you could have a string strung up between 2 points and say, does the string have a path? That doesn't mean that the string has a speed, but it still has a path. A road has a path.
Yeah, but those are things that are actually defined as things. We still don't know if light is an actual thing that you can literally touch.
Well, let's try to, because I think we both agree that if you take a laser pointer out on a slightly foggy night, it makes a really nice green path in the fog, right?
One of the ways that light can travel emitting from a laser, yes, a projected source. However, we're dealing with light that has illuminative qualities, i.e., incandescent measures. Therefore, it's a function of light being present, not traveling. This is my point in saying what I'm saying.
Right. So if there was a guy on the tippy top of the building, do you have this picture open on your screen so you can follow with me?
I've been staring at it the entire time, Jesse.
Oh, cool. Thank you. Thank you. Let's say we have a guy on the top of the building with a laser and he's pointing it right at the guy's camera, okay? And it just happens to be kind of a slightly smoky, hazy day, and that laser beam is making a really nice green glowing line all the way from the top of the building to the observer's face, right? You can literally, a third guy could be standing right by the water tube level, and he could see this glowing line going above or below the red water surface, right? Would that glowing line in the air be above or below the surface of the red water?
Shit, I forgot to hit control. Sorry about that, to push to talk. So the crest of that light would be right at the tippy top of the building. We can see the white building in the distance labeled by a B past the red water in the level. The thing about it is that building also appears, the base of that building also appears to be above the bottom of the red water level. Doesn't it?
Yeah.
This is why I say to you that things in the distance shrink, things get closer to you, they get bigger. This is why I'm saying that perspective is affecting this observation.
Right, but I missed your answer about whether the green glowing laser beam path in the haze would appear above or below the red water surface level to an observer standing besides the red water tube level.
Yeah, dude, I'm saying to you again, we imagine like where that red dot is that says 187 feet tall. There's a red dot on the corner of the building, right? And you're like, hey, there's just going to be a guy shooting a green line down to the stick man that you've drawn. Okay, fine. So then we look down to the bottom right-hand corner of the picture that you've drawn. We see the white building. We know the roof line of that white building is right by the midsection of B. We can draw that line across and see it. Okay, so we know that based on what you said, there's an angular line being drawn approximately 45 degrees of depression. But we know that based on the picture that you've presented in the bottom right-hand corner, that is going to be coming in straight level to it. So again, because we can see the bottom of the building and it's above that red water line where the red water is in the container, that shows perspective and a misalignment.
So you're saying that the observer at the end of the line would see the green dot below the red surface of the surface of the red water, right at the top of the building.
Yes, Jesse, we can extrapolate that from looking at the pictures you've presented.
Okay, good. I agree. But what about the third observer that's not drawn in the picture, who's standing right besides the red water tube level, looking at it from a side view, and he sees this green glowing laser beam in the air? Is he going to see that above or below the surface of the red water? That's the $1 million question right there.
And I keep saying to you, Jesse, that all three people all have different perspectives of what's happening. You presented a very great picture in the bottom right-hand side, which is your sighting of the building with the water level in the foreground, the building in the background. And again, I'm going to withdraw after this because I'm getting really tired now. I'm going to say that all three of those individuals have different perspectives of what they're observing. And when perspective is involved, you cannot pull measurements from perspective because you have to have 2 points of alignment in order to ensure what you're looking at is the same. This is why you can sit in a hallway, look down, and everything looks a certain way. And when you stand up in a hallway, the ceiling tiles with the lights get closer together, they stack, and as I increase my altitude and height, it compresses the ceiling. This is my point. When you go up and down, the ground and the ceiling compress at different rates. Thank you for the chat. I'm out. Bye, Jesse.
Thank you. Cheers.
I agree, Kiwi. Appreciate that, man. Yeah.
What do you think?
Thanks, no thanks. I appreciate that, man.
Do you think the green glowing laser beam would be above or below? Because I mean, it's a physical place. We can literally take a ruler and hold it up and measure the distance between the surface of the red water and the green glowing laser beam path, right?
I mean, I hear what you're saying. I mean, have you ever done it? Have you ever shown have you ever just do it? There's nothing to it but to do it, man. Right? But like every example, right? Like people ask that question, I guess, in this conversation sometimes. They say if I were to shine a laser at the wall, would it actually above the surface of water on one side and above the surface of the water on another side, where would it land in the thing? Even though you're viewing something in the distance that seems to be compressing from the bottom and not compressing at the top, obviously, because there's no information at the top, your field of view is larger, right? So people ask that, right? But in reality, yeah, it goes in that straight line and lands measurably, in the vertical sense, where you would expect it to land in a horizontal plane.
So you think the green glowing path would pass above the red water surface?
I don't have your. I'm driving. I don't have your picture, but just
okay.
in what we do, like in reality, right? Like in real life surveying, not 21 miles. Nobody does that because you can't read a tool, right?
Yeah,
and you can't read like the compression that appears to happen. right? So you can't even read it. I mean, that's what happens to the stick, right? It compresses so much that you can't read it, right?
Yeah,
So,
we'll talk about it when you can take a look at it, because pictures worth 1,000 words. My pictures are worth 1,000 turds. But anyway,
yeah, I mean, if I were to just get a laser, put it on, put it on a level and shine it out in the distance, it's going to go as expected, right, in a straight line, and it's not going to do anything different. Yeah. It doesn't land at the top of so I don't shine a laser from one spot like 6 feet above the water, and then it hits a mountain that looks super tiny in the background at the very top of it. It doesn't happen. Like, that's weird. It doesn't happen. It hits 6 feet above the water. Yeah, it doesn't hit the top of the mountain
so here's an
just because it
experiment.
looks tiny.
Here's an experiment I'm trying to get ready for, and that is to shine a laser from, say, 5 feet above the water on a calm lake at rest, 3 miles, and hit a target. And this, of course, is all dependent on if I can manage to get my laser focused to a reasonable spot size at 3 miles, which is doubtful, but I'm going to try. That's my plans. Anyway, point it at a target at also 5 feet above the water, and then go to the middle and then measure the height of the laser beam above the water in the middle. Does that sound like a good idea?
And you can, I mean, you can do it if you want to.
But I mean, if
Yeah.
there was, like a foot of difference, would that be significant, or would that still be explainable on a or on a flat Earth somehow?
I mean, you would change the world if we started measuring things like that. Yeah, definitely. Because I mean, that's what we do is we set up like one of these tools that you're using, but we look at it on the horizontal over a shorter distance. We connect that line and we continue that line horizontally, and we end up as expected on a horizontal plane.
Well, but the problem is when you move your auto level, if the Earth is a globe, then you're also changing the angle of plumb compared to the first angle of plumb, and so it would actually curve around, and you wouldn't even know it if the Earth is a globe. So it's kind of an ambiguous measuring method. It doesn't. It assumes an Earth shape and follows that.
It does.
Using a differential leveling run does, yes. And I'll
Yeah,
show
yeah. I
you.
mean, of course. I mean, that's. I mean, people sometimes say that, like, oh, but yeah, if the Earth were flat, which is ridiculous, we wouldn't need surveyors, right? I mean, I mean, I get what you're saying. Like, if we need differential leveling, we need surveyors because the Earth's not flat. That's stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, no one here is arguing that it's flat like a sheet of glass. Obviously, we're talking about the equipotential elevation level being flat, right? Water at rest.
Water at rest. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty rare, but.
Ayo, Jesse, what do you think about the term visual ramping?
Sounds tabooish.
Do you want to talk about it?
I'm really more interested in talking about real world observations and understanding how light actually travels. I mean, anybody can say, "Oh, well, here's what happens," but that doesn't mean that that's what happens. And
Yo, somebody get that as a quotable and please clip it out. That was amazing.
it doesn't explain. I mean, sure, do you want to try to apply visual ramping to the path of light in the diagram we were just talking about?
No, I'd rather not be narcissistic or picky and choosy. I just want to talk about a car going down a flat road.
Well, it's a nice thought experiment, but we don't know that the road is flat. We don't know that that the road isn't hot, causing light to not go straight. So there's a whole bunch of unknowns because it's not an actual road or an actual car that we're talking about.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is what happens when you attempt to have an intellectually honest conversation with a glober. Again, folks, I was asking to observe a car going down the road and was obfuscated heavily. Thank you, Jesse, for playing.
I mean, you can present your evidence if you want. Do you have some evidence?
Zorro just showed up.
You can say that again.
Here I am.
Geo, you owe
Cool.
somebody
Just
a
in time to
banning.
go fucking take a shower and get about my day. Hey, everybody, leave the chat. Z-Boy's here.
True say. But
I've already got more done today, this morning, before 9 a.m., before most people get done all week. I just cut down a tree, worked out, cleaned the house, fed the kids. Now I'm here.
you work out once a week, dude? You should work out more than that, man.
No,
You know
just
how we-
I got. You see, again, not listening. I get done before 9 a.m., which most people get done all week. This is only day
Xanax,
one.
spanking your monkey doesn't constitute to working out, buddy.
Oh, that's just frosting on the cake.
Listen, you can feel good about yourself. I mean, if you want, but that's that's not a lot. Like what you accomplished today, that's okay, but that's not like a tremendous amount of
Oh, I
work.
just said it's more than most people get done all week. I get done before 9 a.m. this morning.
I mean, I was on this server last night, and I just like talking about some weird, stupid shit. And I while talking on the server, I laid out pavers wrapping around the house. So I mean, it's like I yawn at what you think is an achievement. It was chopping down a tree, so letting
Before
it fall.
9 a.m.
Yeah,
Most
yeah.
people take all day to do that. But most people would take all week to do that. I'm just saying.
What
most
did the
people
tree do to you, bro?
died.
So you chopped down a dead tree, you pussy. Not even a
Well,
strong
actually,
tree.
it's more complicated than that. A whole tree, it's part of a tree I had to cut off. So it's took a long time.
Savage.
No, that's good, man. That's good. You
Tree's
got some
still there,
stuff
but
done.
well, yeah, it's hard to be a surgeon. A tree surgeon is difficult. Cutting it down is easy. Just get an axe and play Paul Bunyan for an hour.
But yo, you got to make sure the
Oh, you
tree
did it with
falls
an
the
axe.
right
Yeah,
way.
no, I did it with like a 22-inch chainsaw.
Oh, no tanks is pulling it out. He's like, who wants you
gotta
call
take
that an
the,
axe?
I use whatever it takes: saber saws, axes, sawzalls, saws, manual, another.
Did you make sure
Dynamite,
the tree?
dynamite if needed.
Did you make sure the tree fell the right way? That's the magic question. Because if it
I
falls
did,
the
of
wrong
course.
way, that's a lot of trouble.
Yeah, that could be more trouble. I would have gotten more done this morning if I would have finished the job than most people get done all week.
At Xanax's age, he's not really used to handling wood. So,
I let her handle
How
it for
much
me.
wood could Zanuck chuck if Zanuck could chuck wood?
I think he's talking about other kinds of wood. That wood is handled by other people. If you can see what that looked like, make a grown man cry.
Zanuck lost his morning wood, so he had to go chop down a tree.
Now we're reaching, aren't we? We're digging deep now.
We're getting somewhere. You ever need any help tuning up the old lady, Zanuck? Holler at your boy.
Well, she's obviously more than I can handle, but that's okay. She wants to go elsewhere. She can. For some reason, she doesn't.
It's all right, man. We can swap, dude. Eating pizza every night gets old.
Spaghetti every night, as I always say. Spaghetti every night. And this never gets old.
Well,
You see
with
how
the
good-
looks of that
you
box,
see how
I'd
good you
call it
feel?
ravioli every night.
Want me to send I'll send you a picture, Dustin. you can laugh.
You see how
Crawfish.
good you feel, Xanax, doing something real? Like, do you see like the difference, right? Like when you go touch the real world, like how accomplished you feel, like versus this pseudoscience horseshit of like bending straight lines. Like, don't you feel better just taking down a tree? Like that's real.
It's all real. It's all life. It's what we experience, what we feel, we sense. Trust your senses, as you always say, right?
Hey Zanuck, that picture you posted up at 34 minutes after the hour. How high do you think the observer height is? How tall is that person?
Well, what happens for that kind of effect to happen, you have to be even with the surface. So he's probably below the road that he's viewing, and that's right
And
about eye level.
That was my question to Jesse. Is like standard, 6 foot observer height, as we always like to talk about. I think they say it's like a 3 mile limit or something like that. But there's a limit. So again, going to take the bait on your picture posted and ask, at a 6-foot observer height, assumed road is flat, visual ramping, that car goes off in the distance, meets with the horizon line. Is that car going up?
From the observer, it is at around level. So the observer would have to be about even with the bottom of those tires for this effect to occur.
Okay, again, we're gonna take your picture that you posted, right? You said that you're gonna assume that he's about at road level. I'm asking you that if standard 6-foot observer height, so the guy's standing at 6 feet, what happens to the horizon line? And then what happens to that car as it travels off into the horizon away from you?
It all goes down. All goes down to the horizon. And the horizon goes down as well because it's below eye level in the distance.
It goes down in the DM.
So you're telling me that the horizon line is at your feet?
No, the horizon line is 0.04. If it was flat, 0.02 from level if you're 6 foot off the ground. So I'll say it again. If you're 6 foot off the ground and the ground is flat and the earth is flat, then the horizon would be 0.02. I mean, the one you could actually think you could call it horizon. These things we call like the water would be 0.02 degrees below eye level. But in actuality, if it was a horizon line that was generated by infinity, then it would be at eye level, and you'd see the sky meeting this ground at eye level. But we never see that.
Right.
We always see it 0.02 degrees below below eye level.
Oh, that's crazy, because I thought that what I found in the world that I'm viewing is that as I increase my altitude from, let's say, 6 feet above the ground, and I go up to the 5th floor of my building, I notice that the horizon line increases with me, i.e., I can see further.
You do see further, but one of the things you do notice and you can measure is that it's still dropping below eye level. Even though you're seeing further, which is part of trigonometry, it's dropping below eye level. And again, if you have a 3 mile point where we see a horizon on the water, that if it's flat and you're 6 feet tall, that horizon 3 miles away would be 0.02 degrees below eye level. However, we're seeing it at 0.04 degrees, so that doesn't work either. So it drops further than it would.
But you're inserting measurements.
You can measure. You can measure it yourself.
You're talking about measurements, and you're talk of measurements when I'm just actually talking about the observation. What I'm observing, again, to state it so we're specific about it, is when I go from 5 feet or at ground level and I go up 5 floors, it's about 50 feet into the air, I can see further and I can see more. Now, the question is, again, if I observe a car going off into the horizon, the floor is flat, is that car eventually going to ramp up to the horizon line as it travels away from me?
Well, trigonometry always says things below eye level will come up to eye level. Is that what you're asking?
There you go. Will come up to eye level. Point
But
being, visual. No. You're not gonna stick your BUTT in this one just yet. What I'm gonna say is, visual ramping is the object coming up to the crest of the horizon. I'll say to, damn it.
Don't say to, because it's not true. It's a lie.
The car going to the horizon where the floor meets the ceiling is this visual ramping that I'm referring to. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, but that doesn't happen. We can measure it on the water too. If a ship goes away, it comes toward eye level because that visual ramping is trigonometry, inverse tangent of the height of the observer times the distance, or divided by the distance. And if you do this, it goes toward eye level, but never gets there. So you're kind of incorrect in that assertion. You can measure it yourself. Go measure it. Cars over water, over roads, over whatever. Just make sure it's flat. Make sure you got something to measure level with. Theodolite would be fine, or even a bubble level with a straight edge on it. Pointer. cool thing about that picture, it has an inferior mirage and the opposite of inferior mirage, a superior mirage. It's below it. Inverted. You got a mirage of the mirage.
Look what I just found looking at some pictures.
What is it?
Looks like the water's curving around the ball.
That's our buddy Left Lane telling us that that's what you see standing on the shore. You see a curve, 2020, just like soundly told Rakia.
Yeah, doesn't it look like a curve to you?
Sure does.
The bridge or the water?
Well, both.
It's a great picture. Kind of makes this point, I think.
Is Left Lane here? We'll wait until Left Lane gets here.
But isn't it funny? I mean, the whole seeing Crete from the shore and thinking that's some kind of island that's 600 miles away when it should be under 200,000 feet of curvature. 200,000 feet. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's it. We see it.
That's what it sounds like when you say, "No, wait, it can't be," but it is.
Yeah. That's for my response is affirmative, consequent, correct. That it just can't be, but it can't. I'm not providing any evidence other than the fact that we don't see these kind of objects. It looks like it might be, but there's no information that can support that argument other than here we have the sun and something blocking it. We think that's the island because it's in the same direction as the island.
People would believe you if you were actually some kind of arbiter of truth.
I am the arbiter of truth.
I can't believe you actually fell into that trap. Wow, what an admittance.
I am the arbiter. You want to know what truth is? Come to me. Come to my office. Sit down. We'll have a discussion about truth.
Dude, that's an actual hot quotable that I can now market all over Discord. Thanks for that, man. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. You'll sit, we'll chat, we'll have donuts and coffee, tequila, whatever you want, and we'll talk about truth.
I would actually like to set up a roundtable discussion. I would almost be like a referee between you and EXO. I think that would be a hot episode.
EXO?
Do I have to say it again so you hear me twice? Or did you
heard you the
repeat
first
it
time,
to
but-
be specific? Exactly. So why did there need to be a question in what I said?
Because the one item on the statement I had a question about, not the entire statement. EXO. I don't remember who he is.
Perfect.
Care to enlighten? Arbiter of truth you are?
He's just a very, very committed scriptural observer. I think that's fair.
Scriptural.
Wouldn't you say, audience, for those maybe listening?
Does he go by another name? I mean, I know the symbol. I probably even can think of the voice. I haven't heard or seen him here. Has he been here for a while? In a while?
I don't recall seeing him around in Geos. I was just referring to all the different personalities of Discord, of course, as the community that we are.
Okay. Hey, what about SpaceX docks at the ISS with the second ever private mission? They're floating around right now on NASA live feed.
Yeah, they would be floating around. I mean, if they were up in the sky, what they wouldn't be doing is free falling in an orbit. But floating is possible.
How could the floating happen without a free fall?
I've seen floating.
Oh, show me.
Balloons? You ever seen a balloon?
Balloons don't float.
What do they do?
They are
Does anything
pushed up.
float then?
They're pushed
Does
up
anything
by buoyancy. They don't have an acceleration, and then so things on the balloon will have weight. So they're
Yeah,
not
so I
floating.
mean,
By definition,
they're,
if they
they're
have weight,
floating.
they're not floating.
So what floats then? Name something that floats.
ISS, things
No,
inside the
something
bottom of the comment.
something
Throw a
else.
ball. Throw a ball.
Balls float.
You just throw them up. They'll float.
They float. So balls float and that's it. Baseballs. So why did you say you were seeing them floating? Is that the only floating that's possible? Is ISS floating?
No, the vomit comet is floating.
All right. So like a boat doesn't float. Is that what you're saying?
Well, now we have to look at the word float and look at a dictionary, and we'll have the arguments about semantics.
I mean, shit. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like I said, yeah, I believe in floating. You said no, nothing floats.
Well, floating is having no forces acting on them. And
Is that right?
actually, things that you're talking about floating, there's two different types of floating. There'd be like free fall floating, and there'd be like floating on water or floating in the air, where buoyancy is the main cause. And then that is really not true floating. That's really a balance of forces. So they're different, yet they optically, if you took a picture, they kind of look the same. Objects not moving up or down, floating. But I'm standing. I'm not floating on the ground. I'm standing because there's a balance of force between my feet and the ground. I can have that same balance of force in a balloon. I can have it also on an airplane.
I'll make it simple. Is floating is with your little breakdown there, is floating moving or not moving?
Oh, that's a good point. So floating, I would say would be moving.
So it's floating. It has to be moving. In a vertical change? It has to be
accelerating. Yes.
Okay. It can't be still.
It cannot be still.
Okay. So a ball then is out because, oh no, a ball's in because it's moving. So a ball is floating when you throw it in the air because it's coming back down. Okay.
Has an acceleration on it.
All right. So now the ISS, no acceleration.
No acceleration. It's floating. Free fall.
I see.
Following the geodesic.
No acceleration though.
No acceleration.
But it's falling towards the ground at 9.8 meters per second squared.
It looks like it is. The ground is actually accelerating up to it at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Lies. All lies.
Stupid. What kind of game you playing, bro?
Tennis. Score is 5-love. Your serve.
5-love. What the hell kind of game are you playing, dude?
I think it's ping pong or something.
Badminton?
Ping pong.
So like that ISS, did it like how did they get up there? Did it have to float up there?
No, they fly up there.
No, they
Powered flight.
what with acceleration?
Acceleration that is 2 or 3 times that of its weight.
So it floats up. And then what?
It floats up. It floats at such a speed that it equals the force of its weight compared to the centrifugal force. Now we're back in Newtonian mechanics, by the way. We just took a big leap.
Science doesn't move backwards. It only moves forward. Can't move backwards.
Actually, it moves in a complementary fashion. Usually, we build. It's like a house. We build on the foundation. Foundation of Newtonian mechanics. On top of that is Einsteinian. And who knows what's next?
Right. So both of those foundations are false. So you don't really have a house, do you?
But you live in it, and water runs, and people come over and have dinner. So I guess it works. Maybe we don't know that foundation is actually false, but it seems to achieve the function of a house.
Newtonian mechanics and Einsteinian mechanics, none of them fully explain the world. Try again.
They don't explain what? What don't they explain?
I mean, I guess they do explain what you were
It
just
doesn't
saying, like
explain
water
very
flowing,
well.
water flowing uphill. Like, so it comes from the water tower, comes down, then it goes up to my bathroom upstairs from where it's fed down. So I guess it explains it.
Well, that's
Water,
a whole different set
water,
of forces.
water flows uphill on a
You
globe.
can with pressure. If pressure's behind it, yeah, and that potential is a disparity in forces. So that's why things will move in an uphill fashion, not up a hill, not up a mountain or up a.
So why
up
don't
your
we
pipe.
see water going up mountains, but we see Earth curve in the ocean? Tell me that.
Yeah, water at rest flows uphill. We all know that because Earth's a globe.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think ancient Rome actually did some dope shit where they had a fresh water source far away and it was on the top of a mountain and they had it flowing up to the, it's got to flow down a lot, but it ended up flowing up to their city or something.
Really?
Well, it's going to find its level regardless. So.
How could it go down and then go up without making a lake?
It came from a lake. They built like a pipe all the way to the city they needed it to go to. Lead pipe.
Right. Well, siphons are an interesting phenomenon in physics. You know how they made a pipe back there in those days?
What's up?
How did they make pipes back in those days?
I don't know. I don't even know if it was a lead pipe. It could have been a concrete thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think much. I wouldn't imagine much has changed. I would imagine forms is how they make them now, and then
I mean, we got a giant concrete water pipe right now that goes from Adirondacks to New York City, and along the way, it's fucking. There's huge leaks in it everywhere. Like people's houses be getting flooded all the time and shit. I heard.
God, nightmare.
send Zanuck over there. He'll get it done by 9 a.m. Fix it up.
You guys see Blue's latest post?
Yeah, what about it?
That's curve from the beach.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, looks curved. That's a nice thing. Why wouldn't that line, if it was straight, go up into the distance? Up. Why would it come down?
Actual
You can
curve,
actually,
right?
if you were to draw dot to dot with the signs of those stations on the left, the bottoms or the tops, they would form an arc, wouldn't they? I see.
Oh, I have no clue. So
Perspective
actual
doesn't
curve,
work like
right?
that.
This
Those
is-
angles don't jive with the rules of perspective.
So you're disagreeing with all the current scientists that say we cannot see curve from ground level. Heck, some of them say you can't see it from 120,000 feet, never mind ground level. So which is it?
Well, it's easier to see it from ground level than it is 150,000 feet or 50,000 feet.
And how about all the pictures of the bridge that don't show that?
Yeah.
It was endless.
Oh, that's a good one. Indeed.
Yeah, you gotta be careful driving down that bridge though, because if you're on one side, you're gonna obviously converge together and crash. So it's a dangerous bridge, as you can see in the picture.
That's a good one, Gio. I got to admit, that's a good one.
I mean, is Blue really saying that's the Earth curve, or is he just saying that it looks curved? That visually it looks curved?
No, it is. He's saying it is. We have him. Just look at the live stream text. It says curve, SC, curve.
You can see it right there. I mean, the water. We know the water's below the camera, but you can see it rising up. So, I mean, it looks like a big hump of water. You can see it rising in the distance.
I think you're not getting the resolution because of that wide angle lens, but I don't know. It's a good picture, Gio. It's a good point. If you were to make a good comeback, that's a good comeback. Like
there's tons of them that are like that. Yeah, like Rakia talks about this all the time. It's a miraging effect. It's a visual effect. It's not. It's
well,
not.
You got to change your. You got to change your viewing angle a little bit, right? Another thing you could do is measure your height above the water, and then get a theodolite and see if that distance, because wide angle lenses make things look a little differently than normal. But if you could get a angle of where the sky meets the ground, or the sky meets the water, or the road in the distance, and see if that's below eye level, then that would indicate a curved surface, even though you really can't see it. And I contend that you really can't see it due to the fact that that wide angle lens is being used. That would be my answer.
The one Dan just posted, you can replicate this on a small scale. I have another picture with Legos that show it as well.
There's literally dozens of pictures like this.
Don't you see the difference in the pictures, though? In Blue Marble's picture, you're looking at the side, and in Geo's picture, you're looking almost straight.
I think it's more about the wide angle lens. I think it's more about the wide angle lens. Because the wide angle lens only lets you see maybe a mile. In the standard lenses, you're seeing a lot farther.
How about the picture Geo just posted? Is that
yeah,
curve?
That's been debunked. That's deception.
There's some interesting facts about Lake Pontchartrain. It's 730 square miles, average 12 feet deep. It houses many wildlife, endangered birds and marine life, dolphins, sharks, etc. So tons of life is being bred within the waters there. 12 feet deep. Right. Another interesting, fact here is that it connects to the Gulf of Mexico. Another one is that it became heavily polluted in the 70s and 80s. Right. So it's pretty much toxic water, right? So with all these